Good evening, everyone. First, I humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Korean Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For the record, we have Councillor Van de Castian and Councillor Marcel joining us online. If Councillor, you have your cameras turned on for voting purposes. As noted on the agenda, this evening we'll be working through all the agenda items and we'll recess today's meeting around 10:30 p.m. Following item 7.8, we reconvene tomorrow at 5 p.m. continuing this meeting. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the council agenda items, please see Legislative Services to my right and please register before the start of that agenda item. You'll have 5 minutes to present, remain on topic, and remain seated for questions following, please. And for note, if you're repeating what another person may have come up and said, you can actually just say you agree with that person rather than reiterating the same statements or sentiments again. Before we adopt the agenda, Sharon, Councillor Boussier and Councillor Scott both have notices of motion. I'd like to go to Councillor Boussier for his motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Lance Boussier, hereby give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the August 25th, 2026 meeting. That administration be directed to research options for implementing a program to waive landfill fees for residential users only once a month in support of community cleanup efforts, and that administration reports back to Council on feasibility, operational considerations, and potential impacts of such a program no later than November 30th, 2026. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. So, notice of motion by Councillor Don Scott. This is regarding rail and road feasibility and strategic opportunity review for a bridge crossing the Clearwater River. I, Councillor Don Scott, hereby give notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for Council's consideration at the August 25th, 2026 Council meeting. That administration be directed to engage and collaborate with relevant provincial authorities, agencies, industry stakeholders, and transportation partners to examine the feasibility, opportunities, potential locations, costs, partnerships, and strategic advantages associated with the construction of an additional bridge crossing the Clearwater River capable of supporting road, rail, or future multimodal transportation infrastructure, and that administration report back to Council on or before January 12, 2027 with findings and recommendations, including potential economic transportation, emergency management, trade corridor, and community development benefits, together with possible funding opportunities, partnership models, opportunities for provincial alignment, and recommended next steps. Councillor Don Scott.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I can have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. I'm going to go to Luana. She wants to change the order of the agenda first, Mike.
I move that the agenda be amended to number the committee's bylaw as 7.3 and the social well-being strategy as 7.4, and that the agenda be adopted as presented and amended.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. And thanks for the second, Councillor Weigel. Moving to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Oh, sorry. I'll call for a vote. Online. Councillor Marcel and Councillor Van de Castian. In favor? Thank you. Still? Mike, have a vote there? Perfect. That's carried unanimously. Can I have someone move the consent agenda? Does anyone wish to remove anything off the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can I have someone make that motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that recommendations contained in items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5 be approved.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel, and thanks, Councillor Brand, for the second. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian. Thanks, Councillor Marcel. And that's carried unanimously. Now we'll move on to public hearing for bylaw number 26/021, land use bylaw amendment to redesignate lot 26, block 3, plan 9825392 from PS, public service, to HC, Hamlet Commercial, and to include commercial guest accommodation as a site-specific discretionary use for Chippewa. Before I declare the public hearing open, I'm going to give a quick overview of the process. I will declare the public hearing open, followed by an introduction of the item by administration and questions of council. Followed that, we'll hear opening statements from the applicant. Then we'll move on to written submissions and hear verbal submissions from any speakers present, followed by questions of council. To conclude, we'll hear closing statements and the hearing will be declared closed. I'll now declare the hearing open at 5:08 p.m. I'd like to invite planning and development services to provide an introduction to the opening statements, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me this evening is Azela Contreras-Dogby, our Manager of Planning and Development, along with Phyllis Agmiman, our Planner 2 in our department. This evening, we are presenting a site-specific amendment to Land Use Bylaw number 26001. The amendment proposes to redesignate 125 McDermott Avenue in Fort Chipewyan from Public Service District to Hamlet Commercial District, and to add commercial guest accommodation as a discretionary use for the property. The subject lands are privately owned by Athabasca Lodge Incorporated and are 4.7 acres in size. This proposed amendment would allow for commercial guest accommodation on the site, along with retail uses that are appropriate within the hamlet. The development is anticipated to begin with standalone cabins with a long-term vision of a lodge or hotel serving visitors and local residents by providing a much-needed year-round accommodation option. Historically, the site was home to a lodge that served as a prominent community landmark overlooking Lake Athabasca until it was destroyed by a fire in 2010. The site is now vacant and has no active development approvals, which makes the proposed redesignation an opportunity to support future commercial guest accommodation and local business activity, reestablishing a key community landmark. To be clear, today's discussion is limited to zoning considerations only, and any future development on the site will require appropriate development permits. The proposed amendment is consistent with both the Municipal Development Plan and the Fort Chipewyan Area Structure Plan. The MDP supports economic development and encourages tourism opportunities across the region, including accommodation development in the hamlet. It also promotes growth that contributes to a sustainable and livable community. The ASP identifies a subject property as commercial within its generalized land use concept and supports tourism-related commercial uses, including hotels and lodges. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, including Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, the First Nation and Métis leadership groups in Fort Chipewyan, and all registered mailing addresses within the hamlet. No objections were received. In addition, the applicant hosted a public information session, and again, no concerns were raised. Administration supports the proposed amendment, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Owens. Does Council have any questions? Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks for the presentation, Amanda. I'm just curious with the Hamlet Commercial District, is it just for the self-contained singular units as well as like the lodge itself, or can further development be can it be moved forward with, let's say, a resort or casino or VLTs or any of that sort? Would
Through-
that be a part of that approved Hamlet Commercial District?
Through the chair to the question, the Hamlet Commercial District that we're discussing this evening would apply to all 4.7 acres, so the whole site.
No, I know, but I mean, for future development, let's say if we wanted to do a resort, casino, VLTs, does any further engagement have to be done for something that particular?
We'll have Phyllis read out the description of what Hamlet District means, or Hamlet Commercial, and we'll give a fulsome answer as to exactly what would be included on that site and what would be approved this evening.
Through the chair, so the Hamlet Commercial District, as per the land use bylaw, the purpose of it is to allow for residential users and compatible small-scale commercial and retail users outside of the Hamlet Community Core District. The land use bylaw lists a few commercial uses that are allowed, but specifically for casino, as you mentioned, it's not listed as a use for Hamlet Commercial.
Okay, thanks. My next question would be, development-wise for the lodge, how many feet up can the lodge go at this point for a rural approval for building up?
Through the chair, the maximum height allowed for the Hamlet Commercial District is 12.0 meters. 12.0 meters.
Yeah, around
36 feet,
40.
okay. Well, 40, whatever. Okay, thanks. I don't have no more questions for that.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. This is Councillor. Any other councillor have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Director Owens.
Thank you.
Next, we move on to opening comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite Athabasca Lodge Incorporated, Mikisew Cree First Nations Legacy Tourism to come forward. Josh, do you want to hit your mic there?
Good? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Josh Wells, and I'm here on behalf of Athabasca Lodge in support of bylaw 26-02 for 125 McDermott Ave in Fort Chip. It's a little nervous here, guys. Sorry. Get closer? Okay. Sandra Nadeau is the owner of Athabasca Lodge and is here with us this evening in support of the applicant. Sandra Nadeau is a Mikisew Cree First Nation member, a local female entrepreneur, and the driving force behind this project. She's not feeling herself today, so I'll be speaking on her behalf. Also with me is Bob Nadeau from Athabasca Lodge, along with Jim DeHart and Rod Taylor from Legacy Tourism. This project is about more than accommodations. I'm freaking just nervous. It's about creating the proper land use framework for local driven development that can support jobs, tourism, youth training, local business opportunities, and long-term economic activities in Fort Chip and in the wider RMWB. Tonight, we respectfully ask Council to support the bylaw.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Nadeau, and I play a major role in the planning, tourism development, and future operations of the Athabasca Lodge. I currently manage our bed and breakfasts in Fort Chipewyan, so I see firsthand both the demand for accommodations and the challenges that come with limited capacity in the community. Through that experience, I have also seen tourism potential that exists here. Fort Chipewyan has an incredible history, strong culture, and access to one of the most unique regions in Canada. Athabasca Lodge can help give more people the opportunity to come here, stay longer and experience the community properly. My role will be focused heavily on operations of the lodge, guest experience, tourism development, and building relationships that can bring more visitors and economic activity into Fort Chippewa. This project also has the potential to create construction work, permanent hospitality jobs, maintenance, and housekeeping positions, and opportunities for local businesses, contractors, and tourism operators. I strongly believe Athabasca Lodge can become an important part of the future of the tourism and hospitality in Fort Chippewa, and I respectfully ask council to support the proposed land use amendment. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate you guys coming in. It's not too hard. Just hold on for a second. Does council have any questions for the presenters? Councilor Cardinal?
Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen. Did good there, considering it was the first time in the public. But I guess my question is, what part of the development are you guys going to be starting first?
6 cabins.
Oh, okay, perfect. And what's the intended amount of cabins, and what are the sizes of them, if you don't mind me asking?
6 cabins, and we are thinking probably about 16 by 20s, 16 by 24s, 2 rooms, kitchen, bathroom.
And how many of those?
6.
6? Okay, like 6 at the end of the development, or just 6 and off the start?
6 as of now, what we have planned. There's only so much room we have on that property, so we have to think about the lodge as well.
Oh, geez, I forgot what I was going to ask next. But anyways, thanks for the presentation, guys.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does council have any other questions for presenters? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, gentlemen. Have we received any written submissions?
No, for the record, we have no written submissions for this application.
And anybody registered for?
We have no registered speakers. There may be others in the gallery.
Okay. So seeing this is a public hearing, we do offer the opportunity for anyone in the gallery to come and speak on this subject as well. Not seeing it. Any further questions from? Just want to say your name for the record and Jeff. Yeah, just turn the mic on, Rod. There you go, you're live.
Okay. So I'm Rod Taylor, and I'm the CEO of Legacy Tourism, and I know some of you esteemed folks on council. We've worked with some of you. So I guess what I would say is this. As I think most of you know, 3 years ago, Travel Alberta decided that they were going to double the amount of tourism income within the province by 2035. And what they recognized was that all of the legacy places, such as Edmonton, Calgary, the national parks, they're maxed out. Anybody who's been to Banff lately, it's a morass. So they went around the province and they determined where were the places with the greatest potential for tourism development. And lo and behold, Wood Buffalo was like number 3 on the list out of 10. So we got hired, contracted to do a bunch of research to determine just what that potential was. And during that research exercise, Fort Chippewa stood out as an absolute unpolished diamond. When we take a look at sort of the list of prerequisites that we need in 2026 to create some type of a potential tourism development that hits all the marks, Fort Chip has everything except for one glaring omission, and that is accommodation. And the reality is that the hope is that what Bob and Sand are trying to build here is not only going to provide accommodation for the lead corps and the provincial government employees and rmwb employees, but it's going to unlock tourism potential for all of the entrepreneurs that we spoke to that said, in a perfect world, I'd love to run a fishing business, I'd love to have a bigger dog sledding business, but we can't because unless there is multi-day accommodation, no one's going to come here. It's too far, it's too expensive for a half-day experience. So with that in mind, I think it's important to recognize that when you really listen to Bob and Sandra and what their plans are, yes, there's no question this is an accommodation first and foremost, but it really is a portal. The idea is that it could become a booking portal just for Fort Chip, so that tourists in market would be able to go there, and there would be a kiosk within the registration area of the hotel where people could actually purchase experiences. And in a perfect world, one of the things that we also know is a number of the people that we spoke to in our open house meetings, and just personally we went around and met with lots of folks within the community, is that there are all sorts of people there that have tremendous tourism skills vis-a-vis being a great dog musher or a great fisherman or whatever, but it's the business acumen that they lack, right? They don't know how to start the business. They don't have the wherewithal for the legal and the accounting and all the rest of it. So there may even be an opportunity for the hotel to become this, for lack of a better word, hub, where those services could be provided to actually do the bookings for the entrepreneurs, these grassroots individuals that want to start a tourism business, as well as the people would stay there. And so from our perspective, having worked in Indigenous communities coast to coast to coast, this is exactly the type of catalyst that we need in a place like Fort Chip to unlock that potential. So we think it's terrific. We're completely behind it.
Perfect, thank you. Does council have any questions? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Rod. Good seeing you again there. Appreciate the work you do with the Indigenous communities and coming to Fort Chip more than once. For the commitment from Legacy Tourism, what's your guys' commitment to working with the Indigenous communities up at Fort Chip one per year?
Well, I guess what we would say is that it's a rare day when we work with an Indigenous community, particularly one that is what we would refer to as semi-remote, that has the capacity off the get-go to be able to make this stuff happen. Building capacity is probably going to be a huge part of this project, and so we've committed to working with both Sandra and Bob, but also FMWBEDT to help do that. And where it starts is we've been having discussions with Lisa Sweet, who I'm sure most of you know, with the idea that what we have right now in Fort Chip is we've got 3 relatively disparate Indigenous groups that all have great opportunities and great ideas. But what we need to get everybody in the same room, because what we don't want is we don't want to duplicate the same visitor experiences by all the same groups. So the talk right now that we've had with Lisa and also with Dennis Fraser is this idea of creating, for lack of a better word, a tourism strategy for Fort Chip. And a big part of that strategy, once we've determined what the opportunities are for each one of these groups, is how do we build a capacity? And so that's really what we do, and we would be thrilled to be part of that. And we certainly, in speaking with Bob and Sandra, I think they've committed to engaging us to help them do it for the lodge. But I think there's probably more work than that is going to be required to get some of these entrepreneurs up to the point where they're market ready, right? There are all sorts of great folks there with incredible skills, but it takes more than just being able to catch a fish to be a good fishing guide. And that's sort of what we do. Yeah.
No, thanks, Rod. Appreciate it.
I know.
Does council have any other questions? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. Through the chair, Rod, thank you for your presentation, and you bring up some really good points. Just out of curiosity, are you working as well in partnership with Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism?
We are. And so, in fact, the work that we did for Travel Alberta that first identified Fort Chip as this sort of unpolished diamond was funded by Travel Alberta, but managed by Lisa and her team. So we worked closely with them, and we're assuming we have a meeting with Dennis and Lisa tomorrow to talk about the next step, which is this idea of a sort of a pan-Indigenous strategy for all of Fort Chip. And we assume that that's going to go forward, and we will be a big part of that. But that will be FMWBET that is running that entire project.
Great, thank you. I think more hands is always going to bring better work at the end, and they've already done a fair bit in developing some strategies for up there as well.
Agreed.
So, thank you for your involvement.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Does any other councillor have any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, sir. Does council have any other further questions for administration? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess this one's for Amanda. I'm curious as to the road easement. Is that all final now with the feds?
through the chair to the question in relation to legal access to the site. We are, we're pretty much very, very close. I don't want to jinx anything to being settled and finalized, and there is agreement in place right now that carries us over.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does any council have any other questions? Just a reminder, once these questions are completed and the hearing's closed, there'll be no further questions or information gathering. I'm not seeing any, so does administration have anything you want to add? No. Does the applicant have anything they want to add? No. So with that, we'll declare the public hearing closed at 5:27 p.m. Coming out of public hearing, we'll have second and third readings for bylaw number 26/021 for council's consideration. Can someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw number 26/021? Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, move that bylaw number 26-021, being an amendment to the land use bylaw number 26001, to redesignate Lot 26, Block 3, Plan 9825392 from PS Public Service to HC Public Commercial, and to include commercial guest accommodation as a site-specific discretionary use in Fort Chipewyan for the subject property to be read a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you, Councilor Boussiers, for the second. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Councilor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just a couple kudos and congratulations. Sandra, Josh, Bob, fantastic job. Rod, Jim, thank you for all the work that you've done. In a previous life, I held a tourism portfolio for one of our other Indigenous communities, and I got to work very closely with Legacy. The community wasn't able to get over to the finish line. So I know firsthand how hard, Sandra, you had to work to get here, and the kind of support that Legacy has offered our community. So I just wanted to say thank you and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Councilor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mayor. I did want to say commend Bob, Sandra, and Josh for the hard work that they've endured through this process and being patient with and working with our administration. They've been very, very well to work with, and they're actually very great people in the community and great business owners, and I strongly ask the council to support this as a bylaw and land use amendment and help build the community of Fort Chipewyan. For the people that have visited Fort Chip firsthand, know that the accommodations is scarce out there, and also going in for a day trip and not having any time to visit the community and visit the people and just go in and not get the bang for your buck for the work that we do economically, culturally, spiritually, whatever it may entail to build our region up. And we talk about Indigenous procurement, Indigenous strategy. We talk about supporting and recognize our Indigenous small businesses. So I wanted to commend them for the hard work that they're doing, and I hope that you all support this, please, and thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. With that, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Thank you, Councilor Marcel. Thank you, Councilor Van de Castian. And that's carried unanimously. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Cardinal?
Is it the same? Oh.
No, it should be on page 7.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Your worship. I, Councillor Cardinal, move that bylaw number 26-021 be read a third and final time.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Thank you, Councilor Boussiers, for the second. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments?
I don't want to beat it to death, but hope that you guys can support the amendment and build up Fort Chipewyan. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. With that, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Marcel, thank you. Councillor Van de Castian, thank you. In favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Ready for it? Yes, Your Worship, I'm going to declare potential of a pecuniary interest in this next item, so I'll be recusing myself from 7.2.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. We'll now move on to a public hearing for bylaw number 26012, site-specific land use text amendment to DC C4 Direct Control Highway Commercial District. The process of this item will be the same. We'll declare public hearing open, followed by introduction of the item by the administration and questions from council. Then we'll move on to written submissions, hear verbal submissions of any speaker. To conclude, we'll hear closing statements. The hearing will be declared closed. I'll declare the public hearing open at 5:33 p.m. I'll invite Plan Development to give a introduction of the item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me is Azela Contreras-Dogby, Manager of Development Planning, and Shailesh Makwana, Supervisor of Development Planning. We are here to present a proposed land use bylaw amendment affecting the Centennial Campground located at 395 Skatatawa Trail in the urban service area along Highway 63. This amendment would allow the landowner to continue operating the campground indefinitely, removing the campground expiry date of May 23, 2026. For context, this property originated as a provincial recreational lease dating back to 1976 and operated as a typical unserviced campground with 9 stalls, not intended for permanent living. After amalgamation, the property was rezoned to PR, Parks and Recreation, in 1999 and continued as a legal non-conforming campground, often known as grandfathered in. In 2016, the wildfires severely impacted the site, and in the spirit of supporting the rebuild, administration issued a development permit for a 3-year period only, allowing the campground to operate 90 stalls until March 28, 2020, with an understanding that the long-term vision for this highly visible site would eventually transition into a more appropriate urban commercial use. In 2019, a warning letter and stop order were issued on the site for unauthorized development, including addition to stalls, carports, accessory structures, and site modifications. In March of 2020, the development permit expired and the campground was to be removed. However, the campground has not been removed or was not removed, and in April of 2024, at the landowner's request, Council approved a site-specific redesignation of the property from Parks and Recreation District to a DC C4 Direct Control Highway Commercial District to transition the site into an automotive dealership. In this approval, Council allowed the campground operation until May 23rd of 2026 for a one-time only extension. Currently, the development permit for the campground has expired and the campground is operational. In March of 2026, the landowner submitted a new land use bylaw amendment requesting to remove the date restrictions on campground operations on the site, which would allow them to operate indefinitely. The landowner has stated market conditions, uncertainty within the automotive sector, and broader economic factors have delayed advancement of the dealership proposal. While administration understands the challenges described by the applicant, the proposal before Council does not include a clear transition strategy, redevelopment timeline, or long-term implementation plan for the property. Removing the expiry provision from the land use bylaw will effectively convert what Council previously approved as a temporary interim use into an indefinite land use approval. The property occupies a highly prominent location at the entrance to Fort McMurray and of Fort McMurray, is situated within the urban service area, and forms part of a gateway corridor, is adjacent to areas planned and developed for higher quality commercial and mixed-use development, and where council administration have expressed a desire for beautification. The proposal does not align with the intention of the municipal development plan, which speaks to tourism and recreational policies generally directed toward access to natural areas and recreation destinations. Several accommodations, extensions, and site-specific approvals have been granted over many years to facilitate the continued operation of the campground on the site. For all the reasons listed, administration does not support the amendment. However, should council choose to support the application this evening, administration strongly recommends conditions for screening of the site, including fencing and landscaping, to enclose the development from Highway 63 be considered as a condition of the development permit. This concludes administration's presentation. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate the presentation. Quick question before I go to my colleagues. When it was purchased, was it a campground then?
When it was purchased most recently, so back I think it was in 2014, it was, let me just get this here. Yeah, so it was in 2014, and there was a zoning certificate that confirmed that the site was then zoned as a Parks and Recreation District, which did not include the use of a campground, so it was considered a legal non-conforming use, being basically grandfathered in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scott?
I'm just trying to remember from ancient history, but didn't the municipality own that property at one time as a campground?
Through the chair, to the question, my understanding is at one point it was owned by the municipality, and my understanding it could have been from amalgamation.
And that was, and we operated it as a campground at that location.
Through the chair, to the question, the property prior to the 2014 sale, the first private sale was in 2002. And prior to that, it's our understanding that it was operated as a campground, not by the government. It was a lease from an operator with the government.
And maybe you can fill in the blank for me. How long has this area been a campground, approximately?
Through the question, or through the chair to the question, from what we can see from our files, it dates back to 1976.
It's been a campground since 1976?
From our records, yes.
Okay. And can you just, I know you mentioned having, I think you described it as privacy screening or trees or something. Can you just weigh in on that part or expand?
Sure. Should council wish to approve the application this evening, it's administration's recommendation, if it was to be approved, that there be consideration to screen the site from Highway 63. So whether that be a mix of fencing, landscaping, any design material to basically ensure that the area is in more align with the beautification standards that the municipality has been trying to achieve along that gateway or corridor area.
My concern with that is if somebody comes along and starts complaining about a business, maybe it's a competitor, maybe it's Syncrude, maybe it's Suncor, I can imagine lots would, then suddenly are we going to start asking in a much wider way to start privacy screening throughout the region just because we don't like the way a business looks?
Through the chair to the question or comment, so to be clear, administration doesn't support the approval of this evening. What we're saying is if council should wish to approve it, that the screening should be considered, but mainly because the zoning of that area is highway commercial district. It is in the gateway and the entranceway into Fort McMurray. We're not talking about a retail or commercial business here. And to your point, this is an old use that had been operating in the 70s when the look and feel of Fort McMurray was very different from what it is today. And I would argue that the vision for what we see as Fort McMurray being the urban service area, a campground isn't in alignment with that vision. Having said that, though, if council decides to approve the request, we are suggesting that there should be consideration for screening because it's not in alignment with the overall intention and vision for that area.
And with what you're describing, if council agrees with you and imposes those conditions, are you saying the person who owns the land or the municipality would build the privacy screening?
Through the chair to the comment, it would be the responsibility of the landowner to do that.
And
typically.
how much would that cost approximately?
Through the chair to the question, I have no idea. It depends on what kind of cost of material they could get, what the design was, who's doing the work.
I guess I'm just concerned that with that solution, that might be a considerable cost attached. Thank you.
To add to the comment, we can impose any conditions at the development permit and requirements of the development permit. The site has already some landscaping included and some vegetation that we don't intend to change. So it would be just a matter of doing a design that includes the vegetation that is existing and the landscape that is in place.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Scott. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it was purchased in 2014. Did they buy the land, like when the purchaser bought it, they bought it as a business, right? They bought it as a campground business?
Through the chair to the question, I don't know what like the details of the sale, like if it was together or two separate deals, but from what we can see here, when the land was purchased, the business that was operating there, whether it was under the same corporation or not, the essentially similar business was still operating after that.
Okay, and so if the fire never happened in 2016, they would still be allowed. This would not be a conversation, right? Like this, they would still be operating as a campground.
Through the chair to the question, and Zale, if you have anything to add, please go ahead. So essentially, what had happened was when there's a zone in place, it has a defined definition of what is allowed and what's not allowed.
Yeah.
Over the years, it's not uncommon that you'll see a use on a site that doesn't relate to the new zone that's on the site. And when that happens, that's basically called grandfathered in or legal non-conforming.
Yeah.
So over the years, that campground that was operating in the 70s continued to operate while the zoning didn't support what was allowed, essentially. So it was grandfathered in. And what had happened was when the fire hit, a development permit was required in order to rebuild, and the development authority couldn't issue the development permit essentially because the zoning didn't allow for it. So to your question, if the fire didn't happen, correct, it would still be a legal non-conforming use.
Okay, thank you. Was there more Azalea, or you referenced Azalea? Sorry.
Through the chair to the comment, non-conforming use can still exist on the site. It would be difficult to add additional services into the site just because this use is not allowed in the district. So it will just be operating as is.
Okay, and so what year did it become non-conforming or grandfathered in? Was that 2004?
Through the chair to the question, in 1999 with the land use bylaw, when was approved in 99.
And what was the vision? We talk about like the vision. What was it? That wasn't the vision and intention for that area. So what was the vision and intention of the area that made it non-conforming? Like, why did they change the bylaw at that point?
Through the chair to the question, so at times when you've got like a use on the outskirts of a city or in a smaller district that over time becomes more urbanized, that generally will happen is that the city grows and you'll have older uses that were there years prior, and basically the land around it advances in terms of its vision or that changes. And over time, that's when you see legal non-conforming uses. And the intention is that over time, those land or those sites would start to conform with the uses that are in and around that as new development happens. And this is a prime example where the fire happened, a development permit was required, and in that new development or in that new process, technically the development was not supported by the zoning in place, and then that's when you start to see new land uses introduced on a site. It's just growth and change over time, and it aligns with whatever vision a municipality has. And over time, the discussion around Fort McMurray has changed. If you go back to like our 1975 official plan for the city, it has changed over the years into more of an urbanized environment.
Right. Okay. And the municipality, I think the municipality owned it at that point, right? Like that's in the early amalgamation, they took it over from the provincial government.
Correct.
And then operated it as a campground at that point.
Through the chair to the question, there were no levels of government that operated the campground. There was a lease that was on the site.
So we owned it, somebody else operated it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And operated, again, as a campsite all the way through?
From our records, yep, it was.
And you might not be able to answer this question, but because it burned down in 2016, if we had stopped it from the use of the campground at that point, do you know if insurance or would have paid out like loss of business costs going forward? Because I just think about if we take a similar scenario, say I lost my restaurant because it burnt down and the land use changes, I lose that revenue stream going all the way through. Does that change at all do you know if we don't allow them to rebuild it?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not clear on what's being asked.
So I guess the way I'm looking at it is there's land and there's a business. And so when we take away somebody's business, that's a loss of revenue. And so we're changing the land. And so if it would have stayed a campsite, it would have stayed a business. If we take away the campsite because of the fire, then it's not just like a land use, it's actually like a loss of business. You can't just pick up and put a campsite somewhere else.
Through the chair to the question, so those are like legal non-conforming are rules that are embedded within the LUB. They're guided by the Municipal Government Act. Like this is not unusual that rules change on sites. But just to add to that, though, in 2020, I believe it is, I'm getting my dates mixed up here. In April of 2024, the landowner came in with a zoning amendment request, actually changing it from Parks and Recreation to Direct Control Highway Commercial District at their request. The municipality didn't change the zoning.
Yeah.
As part of their zoning request, they did ask for discretionary on the automotive dealership, and it was granted to them up until May of 2026.
Yeah. And that was, I guess, as I own a business, we have the intention to do stuff, but as we've seen the volatility of the world over the last little while, like I remember 2019, I was flush looking to buy extra houses. In 2020, I almost went bankrupt. So things change. And so I guess the reason that we change also zonings and stuff like that is based on what the possibilities of different areas are. That's why we come to council and change them, right?
Correct. That's why when this zoning bylaw came forward to council for highway commercial, it made sense because it was in alignment with what that corridor was looking like and shaping up to be as part of an urban service area along a major corridor.
Okay. And so the vision and intention of that area, you would say, is commercial?
Correct.
And so, but when we talked about the NDP, we said that it was access to the land. And so you were talking about recreation and access to the land as when we referenced the MDP.
Oh, in the speaking notes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was in relation to that recreational sites are, I was basically saying that area isn't necessarily in alignment with the MDP as a parks and recreation area. That was the point that was being made.
Because they don't have access to the land? I thought you said access to the land.
I could go back to my speaking notes.
Okay. But that's why it's not why it's not in alignment? Because it's not considered a parks and recreation area as part of the NDP?
Through the chair to the question, I think the intention of the NDP is to access natural areas. So areas that are more in a natural state, and this site particularly is not the case.
Gotcha. But it hasn't really changed over the years. It's been a campsite for 50 years now.
Through the chair to the comment, correct? The note that I had said in the presentation was that the proposal does not align with the intent of the municipal development plan, which speaks to tourism and recreational policies generally directed toward access to natural areas and recreation destinations.
Okay, so it's not, we're just considering it not a destination.
Exactly.
Even though it's camping, but it's more of a long-term versus short-term?
And it's when you look at campgrounds, they're generally next to natural areas and at a recreational destination point, not along a highway.
Gotcha, but behind that campground is all...
I mean, the whole city is...
Right.
We're literally bordered by the boreal forest, so yes, there is trees behind the campground.
Okay.
I would argue that there isn't a major recreation destination behind it.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Okay, so I know in 76 it was a campground that was owned by the province, and it was actually out of town back then. It was like there was nothing around it. And you could go and you could stay for like a weekend. There was limits to how long you could stay. Is there a difference in any land use bylaws between short-term, long-term?
Through the chair to the question, and Azalea, you may be able to answer more to that. The campground was never intended, and this is all the way back to 1976, to ever be permanent living.
That's my point.
Yes,
That's why I'm asking, is there a difference in the land use? Because both Councillor Weigel and Councillor Scott have referenced it's always been that way, but what it used to be was you could go for like a weekend or a week most kind of thing, and you could go camping there, but then you had to leave. And I actually think they were closed in the fall. They closed for the winter. It was a summer. It was the summertime. It was open kind of like May to September that you could go camping up there. So I'm just wondering if there's a difference in the land use between long-term camping and short-term, what the place was built for by the province when it was surrounded by bush.
Through the chair to the question, and Chalish may be able to add more details. There are provisions in the land use bylaw right now to be able to approve both types of campgrounds, short-term and long-term. So in this case, the development permit that was approved after the approval from council, it was approved for an RV park long-term, so for the whole year.
Okay.
Now, the stays in each of the units are not necessarily long-term, but the campground can exist the 365 days of the year.
Okay.
There's no provision of closing during the fall or the winter.
Okay. And then the person who bought the land, I assume he's going to come speak anyways, but he asked for this to be rezoned so he could build a dealership, right? So when he did that, that made the campground out of code? Is that correct?
Through the chair to the question, so basically the understanding was that there was an intention to have an automotive dealership operational on the site, which is why the land use was changed in 2024 to accommodate that. But as part of that, there had been extensions granted to allow for the campground to operate, and two of those extensions have now since expired, and now we're here on the third one. But the intention was for it to be an automotive dealership on that site, correct?
Yeah, I remember watching actually the last council meeting and Councillor McGrath and actually Kendrick. But what I'm not clear on is the Mr. Bach, what's his last name? Book? Del? Who purchased the land. He purchased it and it was needing to be changed. The land use bylaw needed to be changed so he could build his dealership there. And he requested that.
Through the chair, correct.
And so now he's requesting it to be changed back to run a campsite?
Through the chair, to the question, the request is to keep the zoning in place, but to remove the expiration date of the campground. So essentially allowing the campground to operate indefinitely should he choose.
So he doesn't want to build a dealership?
Through the chair to the question, I'm not sure what the long-term plans are from the landowner.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Van de Castian?
Thank you, Mayor. Amanda, was there any discussion or request from the applicant to extend the development permit and not just remove it from the zoning?
Through the chair, can you please repeat the question?
Was there any request from the applicant to extend the development permit and not just remove it?
Through the chair, to the question, the request that we received was to remove the expiration date within the zone for the campground.
So no discussion at all about extending that, just straight up removal?
Not to my, no, it's confirmed, no.
Okay. And if we were to remove it, would that, you'd reference that there was some stop work order or something. People were building carports or porches, and I remember there used to be, looked like a little shanty town there before the fire. If we approve this, would it essentially allow that to take place if somebody wanted to do it?
Through the chair to the question, if I'm understanding it properly, this evening, what basically the conclusion, if council was to approve what's being requested, everything would essentially remain the same in terms of what is allowed on the site, except that the expiration date for the campground itself would be removed, and they could operate the campground as is indefinitely, really. Whether or not they decide to change what's on that site would depend on any development permit applications that come in. I think Azela also wants to add something to that as well.
To add to that, so this is a land use bylaw amendment to remove the date that is included in the campground use in the district, in the land use bylaw district. The development permit was approved after the approval of that district in 2024. So if this is considered by council, a development permit is still required on that side for the campground. So we will have to approve a development permit and add additional conditions or anything that is applicable as per the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Van de Castian. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Aside from the guy owning the property, what would be the difference between a homeless person setting up a tent down by Tent City on Clearwater Drive, and then these guys just being in the bush as well, in the willows or whatever you want to call them, and we remove the homeless people, but we let them stay there just because they own the property? Or I'm just curious, because to me it's not really being fair in some way. I know that the guy owns the property, but we right away when somebody says something about a homeless person, they just go and move them out of the willows and get rid of them, and then we have a person that sure owns a property, but there's no difference than a person just camping in a tent or in an RV that they built in the willows, or a little cabin in the willows. My point is that why would they be able to do the same thing and not the homeless?
Through the chair to the question, the development permit for this site and the approval of the operation of a campground expired on May 23rd of 2026.
And according to the briefing note, it doesn't align with the MDP at this point?
The long-term vision of that area, no, it does not.
Okay, and it's your recommendation that we don't approve this amendment or, sorry, development?
Through the chair to the question, Planning and Development does not recommend the approval of the application based on the number of extensions that have already been given to date and in alignment with council's decision, previous council's decision to allow for a one-time only extension, bringing us to May 23rd of 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. Would we have, let's say we didn't approve it and we wanted this property to align with the MDP, would we, then if we never approved it, would we have to buy them out and make it align with the MDP?
Through the chair to the question, the zoning that's in place right now, it aligns with the MDP.
With the zoning?
Yeah, because the zoning expired the campground in May of 2026, and the zoning is highway commercial. It aligns with the MDP.
And it doesn't align with, what was it, the other thing you were saying? No, it does align with tourism and...
The operation of the campground, so the part of operating a campground on that site, that's not in alignment with the municipal development plan. The zone that's in place right now being direct control highway commercial, everything within that definition aligns. The campground piece of it expired on May of 2026. So everything else that's in the definition of direct control highway commercial district is good. It aligns with the MDP. What administration is advising of is that the campground piece was extended 2 times now. The extension brought us into May of 2026, and anything beyond that wouldn't be in alignment with the MDP. So to your point, if there was an amendment or if there was an approval this evening allowing for a campground on the site, it wouldn't be in step with the MDP, to your point.
Okay, and how many campgrounds do we have in the region similar to this, in the urban area? Sorry.
0.
0?
This is the only one.
Okay. And your recommendation, if it was to align with the MDP, what would be the vision that would go there with the NDP rather than the campground?
Through the chair to the question, the current zone, which was approved in 2024 for direct control highway commercial, that is in alignment with the type of uses that are along a highway, which are typically highway commercial uses.
Which is an example?
Automotive dealership is an example. The development that's happening alongside Highway 63 right now with the new Home Depot, the roadside food and beverage, that's all in alignment with the current zones, or what should be in alignment with what's there.
But he's not doing that. Am I correct?
Through the chair to the question, the operation of the campground is really what this whole conversation is about. And that piece of it is not in alignment to a highway commercial district. And it did expire in May of 2026.
Thank you.
Councilor Bussiers?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. Amanda, when's the last time the campground was compliant? 76?
Through the chair, I think Shailesh has that information. And just while he's looking that up, it has been a legal non-conforming use. So it's not that it has been operating illegally since 1976. It has been considered a legal non-conforming use up until the point when the wildfire hit and a new development permit was required. From that point on, there was an extension given for the operation until March of 2020. So after March of 2020, it was not legally compliant. And then in April of 2024, they came to council and got a one-time extension, and the words were noted as one-time only extension, and that was issued by the council of the day until May of 23rd of 2026. So right now, it's not in compliance.
Okay. So getting back to you can't grandfather something that's non-compliant. Like the fire hit, obviously, the community in 2016. If something's non-compliant in 16, we weren't allowed to rebuild in the same situation. Like if I had a house that burnt and I had a deck that encroached on my neighbor's yard, I couldn't put it back that way. You couldn't grandfather stuff after the fire because lots of people had their fences in public utility lanes. And after the fire, we were told that you can't put your fence 10 feet in environmental reserve, right? We're supposed to be compliant after the fire, everybody. It didn't matter if you're a business, residential homeowner. Is that correct?
Correct. If you had something that was legally non-conforming and it wasn't impacted by the fire, then it would continue as legally non-conforming.
Okay.
But when it is demolished or decimated by fire, impacted by flood, and you have to rebuild it, it needs to follow the new rules.
Okay.
And that's like carte blanche, a rule that's applied everywhere. It's not a Fort McMurray or Wood Buffalo rule. That's the standard way of cities coming into compliance and having better development and quality for your communities.
And that's businesses, residential, that's
everything.
Everything. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussiers. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I had a different question, but I'm just going to piggyback on Councilor Bussier's question. So in 2016, after the fire, coming back, if they were non-compliant, why did we allow them to rebuild?
Through the chair to the question, that's a good question. It was at the time the planning director gave the approval based on the fact that there was a limited amount of temporary accommodations for the rebuild. And in the spirit of supporting the rebuild, it was approved up until March of 2020 for that campground to be operational, and it was supposed to end in March of 2020.
So it wasn't supposed to be renewed every 3 years?
No.
I saw a letter, and I wish I had it. Isn't that part of it? But there was a letter from the director of planning at the time that that they were going to let it go forward, and the renewal was more of a formality than it was a renewal to be able to go through, to be able to approve it every 3 years, and that it was the understanding that it was going to stay a permanent campground.
Through the chair to the comment, and it seems like Azalea might have something to add, but before she does that, if anything is intended to be permanent, they would have just made it permanent at the time. Like there would be no need to do this every 3 year review. That could be very well the case that, and that does sound somewhat familiar as well. But I just want to say that if the intention was to keep something permanent, it would just be included in the zoning and made permanent. But please.
Is there not something in the bylaw that a campground has to get a renewal every 3 years?
There are elements of that, yes.
To add to your question, yeah, in the 99 bylaw, there was a condition on the campground regulations that they had to be renewed. Like they couldn't be approved more than 3 years.
For compliance issues, right?
Compliance issues and accommodations issues in the region. And so all the campgrounds had to come every 2 years for renewal, and at the time they will be evaluated for approval. So it was not a formality. We will have a whole review of the site of what's going on for them to comply with the bylaw at the time.
And now that, sorry to interrupt you, but that bylaw is to bring the campsite back into compliance, not to see if it's still an option to be a campground, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Zoning.
Through the chair too. Yeah. So in this case, for example, the zoning didn't support the campground. However, the development permit was approved. But at the time, if we were to make a decision on the zoning, we would have approved that campground in a normal case of review.
And so, yeah, I guess is the other question or for debate. Let me rethink that in my head. I'll come back to that. In other municipalities, you talked about screening and beautification. I don't think that we actually have, I know we do talk a lot about gateway beautification and stuff. I don't think we have an actual full plan, but I know it is a big conversation right now. With screening and stuff like that in other places, I think we referenced St. Albert and a couple other places. Does that come on the cost of the businesses that it goes by, or is that part of a community plan? Let's say if we were, if you're driving by the industrial area in Gregoire, which I would say is much less eye appealing, mostly if we're talking about a gateway. Would we go to each businesses and ask them to put up like the screen, retaining wall and stuff like that? Or would that be something that the municipality would take on?
Through the chair to the question, if it's screening for visual reasons, it's typically the landowner would pay for that. There's screening if screening is in the form of sound mitigation along a major highway. Like for example, in Edmonton, you see it quite often with the more like concrete screen fences, and they might have designs on them. Those are typically paid not by the landowner, but by some level of government.
Gotcha. And so is there cases, and you don't have to reference them off the hop, but that you've seen or heard of that like a municipality or has gone back to an owner years after they've owned a business and asked them to do this?
Through the chair to the question, yes, under development conditions, you see that like as cities morph and change and older uses are integrated into newer uses, there are conditions that cities will impose to keep up with the surrounding development, or at least to have it integrated a bit better. There are, and I don't want to overcomplicate the conversation, but in terms of your comment around there not being any real clear design guidelines or standards for the district or the gateway area, you're correct. There isn't like a rule that you must follow for the entrance into Fort McMurray. And outside of this conversation, that might be something that does come to council. I know it's been talked about quite a lot. And in that case, there could be something that the municipality might want to entertain in terms of like some sort of incentive program to help businesses offset some of the cost. But in terms of a screening that could be conditioned on this development permit, should council support tonight's application, that would be typically would be the landowner that pays for that cost.
Right. So based on that, hypothetically, if we passed the bylaw with an amendment for a screen tonight, that the landowner then has to put up a screen. They put up a screen this year. The next year we create a gateway district grant program where you have an incentivized ability to then put up a site screen to make it better looking. They would not be eligible, right? Because it can't happen retroactively.
Through the chair of the question, no, we typically in a grant program, you would never retroactively fund something that happened before the grant program was approved. There are exceptions to every rule. So if there was an incentive program to be brought forward, there could be an exception for a site specific. Given that it was discussed in public, it might make sense and could be justifiable. We just have to be very clear of that rule within the grant program, because you don't want to open up to pretty much any work that happened in 2026 is now going to be paid for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. If I understand, and I'm pretty sure it's fairly clear that you're asking council to effectively shut down the campground if we vote with the recommendation. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair to the question, I'm asking council to follow the council approved motion that was approved to say that the campground does have a one-time extension until May 23rd of 2026.
Which would have the effect of shutting the campground down?
Correct.
And is that something this region, I've tried to think historically whether I've ever seen this region do something that shuts a business down. I mean, there was Dunvegan. Is this a common approach? And I'm concerned about the signal this sends to the wider business world. Any business owner that comes here, is that a concern you share?
Through the chair to the question, so when we look at the definition of the zone that's in place for that area, it's specific in what is allowed and what is not allowed. And the previous council approved this operation of the campground until May 23rd of 2026. It's not complying to the rules and regulations that are in place, so it's not uncommon to ask a business to comply to what's allowed on a site.
To the extent of shutting them down?
Through the chair to the question, if council decides not to, or if council decides to or not to approve the request this evening from the landowner, then essentially, yes, that is the entire point, that the campground would not be operating beyond what was originally permitted, which was May of 2026. That would have the result of the campground not operating, correct?
Are you concerned about the signal that sends to the wider investment universe? Why would that be grinding the staff? I'm just asking if you're
Go ahead,
concerned.
Councillor Scott.
Planning and development has a responsibility, and you deal with the investment from the wider world. Are you concerned about this decision impacting that?
Through the chair to the question, the zoning bylaw amendment that came forward in 2024 to essentially upzone the site to allow for commercial development is something that sends a very strong message to the business community of the world or Canada or wherever, that we are open for investment and that we are opening up our bylaws to accommodate higher and better uses.
Except that we're prepared to shut down the business. Thanks.
Councillor Luana Bussiers.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Amanda, are you concerned that continually not following the rules that we've put in place sends a message that the rules don't need to be followed?
Through the chair to the question, yes, I do feel that there are council approved motions in front of us. Administration's job is to ensure that these rules that are put in front of administration are followed. And that's what we're doing. We're doing our job. And the other thing to consider is if council does wish to see the operation of this campground in an urban service area, that is fine, but there also needs to be some consideration for how that looks and feels within the community. If we're a community that wants to be known as a place for investment to the world or to Canada, then we need to look like a community that is. And we're in an urban service area. We're not talking about a rural area. We're talking about Fort McMurray. And if we decide to put a campground there or allow a campground there, there should be consideration for how that looks like when people are coming into the community and looking for areas to spend money and invest. That's the point that administration is making. I do think that, you know, if the screening is something that council wants to consider, at least it would ensure that there's some contiguous use and that it sort of shields any ill perception that may be gathered from a campground that's operating in an urban environment along a major corridor.
So when Mr. Dell bought the land to build the dealership, what year was that?
Through the chair of the question, the land was purchased in 2014.
So when was the first request to allow the campground? Like, when was the first extension requested? He got like temporary use, and the message was he was going to build his dealership in short order, kind of thing, right? So was it from 2014 to 2017? Was it 3 years the first time?
Through the chair to the question, it was in 2016, so in and around the fire. And at that point, the campground was extended until March of 2020. And then there was another extension granted in 2024. There was another extension granted until May of 2026.
I remember the last meeting. I remember Kendrick and Councillor McGrath. So it's been 10 years of extending the intended use of the land.
It was extended twice, and now, yeah, it's been a span of 10 years since the fire.
Yeah, so it's not. Do you feel like it's, to Councillor Scott's point, do you feel like it's, if you don't follow the rules, like we're shutting you down, like it's been a decade? Do you find that a reasonable timeline to give somebody to meet expectations?
Through the chair to the question, I do. And I also see that the landowner had requested to have the highway commercial designation applied to the site to accommodate an automotive dealership. And the understanding of the time was that this allowing the two extensions to have a campground was intended to be a bridge to support a business in their transition from a campground to an automotive dealership. I think it was more than fair. And I wasn't part of those decisions back then, as just for another level of clarity. But I do think that it's been more than fair to have 10 years to have a bridge to get from point A to point B.
In the 10 years, has the municipality put any additional requirements on Mr. Dell, like any new studies, or are we adding any undue hardship in what we're requesting from him?
To my knowledge, no, unless there's something that you'd like to add. No.
Okay, I'm going to ask him the same, but I was just wondering if you, so nothing to your knowledge?
I have in the notes here that there's been a few warning letters and stop order, but that was in relation to, I think, some accessory built like units that were added to the site over time. But other than that, there wouldn't be anything in terms of studies or
like
that I'm
to
aware
build,
of.
like, are we in any way in the way of him progressing towards his build of a dealership?
No, through the chair, no.
Okay, nothing.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussières. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When did, like, undocumented, I guess, or in there, when did the conversation of a dealership start? Because I don't believe that started in 2016, did it?
So through the chair to the question, my understanding it was around, we had an application come in and there were conversations occurring around the zoning changes, and that was in around 2017, because part of the conversation around the zone changing was to accommodate that automotive dealership.
But the zone didn't change till 2024.
The zone changed in 2020.
To parking
Highway, to direct control highway commercial district.
And so
Oh, sorry, no. Let me fix that. It was April of 2024. It changed from Parks and Recreation to direct control highway commercial district. But we do have some documents here that go back to 2017 where those conversations are happening.
that was the hope, was to eventually become a dealership.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Does council have any other questions for administration? Okay, Councilor Cardinal?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. One last question. I guess if we were to shut them down and give another option, maybe on the outskirts of the community, would that be something that could be possible?
Through the chair to the question, yes, if they wanted to find, whether it's privately owned land or provincially held land to operate a campground, we do have campgrounds that operate in the region, so that's something that would be reasonable.
Yeah, I'd support that. Thanks.
That's Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Bussières?
Yeah, through the chair, thanks, Mayor, to the presenter. Amanda, is there a difference between a campground and an RV park?
Through the chair to the question, there's different types of campgrounds. RV park is one of them. So that you can have a different design or type of services that you provide in the campground. And an RV park is defined as a campground.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Bussières. Councilor Weigel?
Thank you. I just want to go back to Councillor Cardinal's comment when moving a landowner to a different piece of land. That would be expropriation. That's what that consideration would be, would it not?
Through the chair to the question, when I was answering the question about whether or not the landowner could move to another location, I wasn't answering it from the perspective of us identifying a site and moving them. I was answering it from the perspective of should they wish to secure a site, whether that be provincial land or privately held land, we do allow for campgrounds within the region. So it's something reasonable that if they wanted to take that upon themselves, that they could do.
Okay. I heard the question differently. I apologize. I heard it as, can we move them to another piece of land, which, if that was true, that would be expropriation. Would it be not? If we move them from their land to somewhere else and force them to do that?
If you force them to do it, you'd have to look at legally how you would do that. I mean, there could be ways in which you do like a swap, which would not necessarily be expropriation.
But we'd be under liability for development costs.
Through the chair, to the question, there would be liability that you'd have to consider. I wouldn't be able to specify what those are. We do have legal on the line if that's something you want.
No,
more.
I just want clarification of what we're talking about
It
as
wouldn't
we're
be
throwing
as
stuff out
easy
there.
as saying you go here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardinal?
If a person's not following the permits, what do they continue just not following the permits, or can they be removed in that way? That's my next question.
Through the chair to the question, so under, right now, it's not in good standing, the site. So technically, bylaw services could go out and issue a stop order.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor, any other questions for administration? Councillor Weigel?
Yeah, and just to clarify, as we're talking, they've been, what did you call it, legally non-compliant? Is that the term that you used?
The use on that site had been a legal non-conforming use.
Non-conforming, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, they are not in compliance with their development permit.
They're not in compliance.
Correct.
We did have an original meeting set up for May that would have spoke to this without them not being in compliance, but because we changed the date, and then yes, it got changed at the end of June, but we as a council changed the date at the end of May, we would have dealt with this then, and they would have not been in not compliance.
Through the chair to the question, I can't recall what date that meeting was. May 24th, I think.
But
regardless, it was May of 2026 that this meeting that we're having right now
was scheduled.
Was supposed to happen, correct, in May, which is why there hasn't been enforcement on the site, because the conversation has been active.
Right. And so to me, part of the non-compliance is because we haven't had the meeting yet.
Well, through the chair to the question, if there's a date on, like, what day did we get the application in? So we received this application, I don't have the exact date in front of me, but sometime in March. From what we can see, the campground's been operating as normal. There hasn't been any adjustments from what we understand.
Right.
And this has been, I believe it was 2 years or a year and a half, 2 years of an extension.
Yep.
So there had been plenty of time to deal with this prior to. But to your question, the site was non-conforming after that May 23rd date, and you are correct that this came to council in May. So like I said earlier, we haven't enforced on it because the conversation has been active, and it's not in good faith to enforce on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussiers, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. That's Mr. Davies.
He's online, correct?
Okay, yeah. Hi.
Good evening.
Can you refresh my memory, Chris? When I was watching it, when it came to council last time, I think Mr. Dell's son was here, and he wanted 18 months extension, and Mr. McGrath, Councillor McGrath, gave him 25. Is that right?
There was a presentation by, through the chair to Councillor Bussiers. There was a presentation by the owner and applicant, and they requested an extension, and that extension timeline was built into council's approval, and it was also then subsequently adopted into the required development permit, so that they married up together.
But when they initially, his son that was here presenting, he wanted 18 months, and he believed that within 18 months they would be proceeding with building, and then he got 25, and actually, Stu, then you asked for 3 years amendment, and Keith said no, and said, I think 25 months is enough. Does anyone?
That's correct, because
Yeah.
it was in April of 2024, and then it expired in May of 2026. That's 25 months.
Okay.
Yep.
So have you seen, I'll wait for them to present. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussiers. Council, any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Amanda. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bousquet?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And maybe admin can't answer this, or legal. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how the leases work up there. And maybe it's a question for the applicant, but what is the timeline, or what notice do we need to give? Actually, I'll wait for the applicant.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Bousquet. Thanks, Amanda. Who just left? Now moving to opening comments from the applicant. I'd like to invite Del Brook up, please. And Del, if you just want to say your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Del Boak. I'm the owner of Centennial Park. Good afternoon, Mayor Bowman and members of council. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. We respectfully ask council to consider not only the wording of the new land use bylaw, but also the history of Centennial Park, the municipality's own actions and representations over many decades, and fairness of providing certainty to a long-established community business. Just a little historical background. Centennial Park has served Fort McMurray for nearly 60 years. It was originally established and operated by the municipality as a campground before being sold into private ownership. Every subsequent owner purchased the property with the understanding that the campground would continue operating as a campground, as it was grandfathered, as the long-established business it had always been. Following the 2016 wildfire, the campground was rebuilt after an unprecedented disaster. During that process, the redevelopment was treated as a new build rather than a rebuild, resulting in the introduction of recurring 3-year approvals. Prior to that, the campground had operated for decades without this uncertainty. On November 22nd, 2016, when these concerns arose, I met with Councillor Lance Poussiere at Tim Hortons downtown to discuss this situation. As a result, we met with municipal representatives, planning staff, senior administration, and Councillor Lance Poussiere on November 23rd, 2016. We explained that rebuilding would require substantial financial commitment and that certainty regarding the campground's future was essential, as it would cause many hardships if this wasn't done right. On June 6, 2017, Jamie Doyle, who was the Director of Planning and then CEO, advised in writing that the 3-year approval was intended primarily as an opportunity to discuss whether or not we think the park will be more of a permanent fixture. At that time, we will determine whether updated drawings would be required, if any. We relied upon those representations in deciding to proceed with rebuilding. Our family had already invested approximately $12 million in acquiring Centennial Park as an operating business. Following the wildfire, we invested millions more to restore a community asset that insurance only partially covered. Those investments were made in good faith and in reliance on the municipality's representations. This request is not about creating a new use on the property. It is about recognizing an established use that has existed for decades and has continually provided economic, tourism, and community benefits. The recurring temporary approval process creates unnecessary uncertainty for a lawful, long-standing business. It affects investment decisions, financing, long-term planning, and the owner's ability to earn a livelihood. The new land use bylaw now gives council the opportunity to resolve that uncertainty in a fair and reasonable manner. We respectfully submit that owners who have acted in good faith, relied on municipal representations, and invested millions of dollars into rebuilding an existing community business should have confidence that the business can continue without recurring uncertainty. So therefore, we respectfully ask council to recognize Centennial Park as the permanent established campground that it always has been, and to grant permanent approval under the new land use bylaw. Doing so would acknowledge the campground's long history, the reliance placed on municipal representations, and the significant contribution Centennial Park continues to make to Fort McMurray. We understand that there's been a lot of conversations and a lot of questions and asking, you know, are you going to build a dealership? And in the very beginning, we chatted, you know, with confidentially downtown with planning, you know, about the possibility, but it was never an application at that time. So this request is about fairness, certainty, and preserving a valued community asset, not only for our family, but for the residents, visitors, and businesses that have benefited from Centennial Park for nearly 6 decades. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from council? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Dell, thank you for coming. So to confirm, your intent is to keep the campground. It is no longer to build the automotive, an automotive dealership.
Right. Well, I mean, would we like to build a dealership there? Absolutely, at some point in time. But what we want to do away with is this 3-year timeline of reapproval. We have a letter from Jamie Doyle that said this would just be a conversation. So we invested $3 million beyond everything to get this thing back. You know, that would allow people who had camper trailers there to get their trailers back, all those things, because it had to be back on the property. And we just wanted to do the right thing. And, you know, certainly things were a lot different economically back then. You know, our dealership was just going blazes. So, you know, it looked like an opportunity to shut that down. But when I purchased Centennial Park, I purchased it as a business and I paid $12 million. It is not paid off to this point in time. If you guys shut me down, I go broke with it, period. That's what's going to happen. And I've tried to tell them that's why we applied for the dealership, because after conversations behind the scenes, it was the only way we could, you know, keep going, you know, if we didn't do that. And if you're a business person, pardon me, I'm feeling a little stressed at the moment. I haven't shared my heart with anybody, let alone in public. It's just not who I am. We're very private. But it hasn't been easy. And we just tried to do the right thing. And yes, if I could have built a dealership, I would have. And it's not like I'm not trying to or would want to, but this 3-year timeline is so stressful on us every year, getting reapproved, you know, to see if you can get there. And, you know, there's Stellantis, who is the manufacturer of Chrysler. They have a say in it. And yes, I was in the background actually trying to design a dealership with them to take forward. And they shut it down this year. And they said no. And for some reasons are that they want to redesign a whole new prototype for Canada is one part. Just, I'm straight out honest. The other part is that things have to be economically in line with the area. And they see that that's going to happen. And then I will probably get the flag. But with this being held over me, and there have been certain councillors that have wanted this from day one before I even got it. I mean, I didn't realize it was, you know, so pushing to get this to a business thing, because when I bought the thing, I understood it could be a campground forever. You know, that's what I was told. My lawyers and I met with people in planning and stuff like that. And so we just wanted to, you know, have the opportunity to build this business to pay that land off, and then have the opportunity to make our own business decision about our land and our property, you know, and our having the rights to use our land the way we want to, not telling you what you have to have on your business. And this 3-year thing that just keeps cropping up puts that whole stress factor in there. And I think, you know, we've committed ourselves to this community. I rebuilt my home here. We love this community. It's home. I'm not wanting to do a disservice anywhere. You know, we try to help as many people as we can. That's just what we want to be in this community, you know. But I think there's something to be said for business rights and property rights and land use, and taking, you know, the owner into consideration, a trust there, you know. And it's incredibly stressful every 3 years to come up with this thing. You know, I hope I could build? To answer your question, sorry for the long-winded answer.
Okay.
I feel like I just went into a therapy session. But,
You can pay me after.
but you know, the thing is, yeah, we really would. But it keeps being made about that. And that's what's happened since the beginning. And when we had this conversation and Lance was in on it, that's why at the very beginning, I knew we were grandfathered. I didn't understand all the implications of the rebuild and that all this could happen to me, or I probably would have had to make the selfish decision not to rebuild, because all these people that had trailers there could not, you know, get their trailer, get the money for it unless it was rebuilt on that property. Now, somebody made a comment earlier about, you know, that trailer park was a shanty. And yes, when I bought it, it was. And I've been honest with Lance, you know, and stuff like that. It was. But we have cleaned it up like incredibly. And then when we rebuilt it to all the new standards at that time that the municipality, you know, put in place, because it was a new build. So we landscaped it and we've done everything. If you drive by, it looks meticulous and the trees are all planted. All you see trailers. To me, it looks better than some of the commercial stuff that when you come into town, a lot better. But, you know, I'm not here to knock anything else. We need those commercial businesses and we all need to work together. I just want to be a good community member. And, you know, I'm hoping the trailer park can be here for a number of years to serve, because I need to get on my feet. And you can say, yes, it's been 10 years, but let's look at all the things that have not happened in this municipality and not gotten built, and all the things that, you know, as I've watched, that you guys haven't been able to put in place. And I get it. It's not your fault. It's what's happened to us. And I've tried to stay here, and I've actually, yes, I have other businesses, but I brought money from there to here to do things, you know what I mean, to keep things going. And we, as of just this last year was our roughest year ever, you know, because it catches up to you. But I'm saying that the last few months we've seen things turning around because we're all hearing good things. And yeah, I would love to build a dealership. That being said, right now, I know we can service people really well through this park and through it being taken care of and all that. But I'm hoping that there's enough confidence in our community and us as community members. I've had that conversation from day one. You know, what if I want to build a dealership there? I didn't buy it necessarily for that in the beginning, but I had those conversations as I got to know Dorothy Inns, you know, who was the planning relationship manager back then, you know, with the community. And that's where those confidential conversations started and got shared out there. And then this thing all kind of got away, you know, on it. But that's my story. I'm sorry for the long.
That's okay. One more question. So you had heard from administration that over time, the way that we see the area has developed. So 50 years ago, like Council Boussier had said, the campground was in the bush, and now it's no longer. Now it's in our urban service area. One of the recommendations, should this be approved, is that we have some sort of retaining wall. How committed are you, if this is approved, to working with administration to meet us somewhere in the middle? Because right now the campground isn't within our municipal development plan. So what kind of reassurances, how can you work with the municipality to meet in the middle a little bit? Talk me through what you think.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on what that looks like. You know, I'm a person of specifics and, you know, facts, but that's a good question. And I guess the first thing that would lead me to that is when what are we trying to hide? You know, that's what I'm first of all trying to think of in my head. You know, like it actually looks, if you drive by and really take an honest look, it looks really good. It makes us look busy when there's camper trailers parked there. You know, stuff is happening. People coming into the community. I think that's all really good. And, you know, we had people at the last meeting ready to speak about that because they had actually had, you know, campers who had said, you know, I've been coming here for years, and that's what brings me back to this area. And I'm hoping when we do shut it down someday to build a dealership, that there'll be other things offered somehow. Because if you go into Edmonton, there are campsites in Edmonton. You go to Red Deer, there are campsites in Red Deer. I'm not saying we have to be the same or anything, because we are Fort McMurray. We're rmwb, right? We make our decisions, and I get that, and I support that. And everybody here has a decision to make, and something, that they care about, and that we want to make this place better. But I'm always willing to work with people to look at things. What can we do? But again, if dialogue. I'm in dialogue. If you're asking what would my question be, I'm not sure why we would put a wall up to hide it right now. You know what I mean? Other than it doesn't fit what we want that to be. And I agree. I want that to be a business someday too. You know what I mean? I've never argued that point. And I want to be reasonable in whatever I do. So my word is, I'm open to conversations. I just hope we would make a good decision. Like, they did put screens up at one time, and there were a lot of complaints about the screens that were up there. The power poles are still in the ground and look ugly there. When you drive by and look at it, what is not maintained is the ditch in front. The grass is so tall, but we were cutting it, and somebody stopped by from bylaw and told us not to cut the ditch, so we quit. So we were trying to maintain that whole ditch area along there to keep that park looking pristine. So if somebody wants us to cut it and they tell us, we'll cut it. If we have to plant some trees along there, we will. But then if we go to put a dealership in, that's a whole new game. We don't want trees in front of a dealership, unless we're like other businesses and put our back to that highway. Those are all alternatives. We're seeing with the new stores that we're just seeing as we drive in, we're seeing the roof, or whatever. So I guess the question is, we need to look together, what is it we want to really get? And in the dialogue, I didn't hear was any standards that are set right now. And that's what I'd be willing to work with it if we had some standards or something to figure out that just wasn't kind of just a decision for the moment, I guess I would say. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. Give us a framework, and I can tell you if I can meet it. Yeah. My last question is, so you're asking for no conditions and no more timeline. If we had to put another timeline, I understand what you said. The 3 years, it's looming, and it makes it hard to make decisions. I completely understand that. What would be, if we had to put sanctions on a timeline, what would be realistic to you for us to reevaluate this in terms of the dealership or any kind of additional development in the area?
That's a good question. You mean, so what you're asking me is what we would basically need to get to the stage of building a dealership, right?
Or whatever yes, you said dealership was kind of hard.
That's the problem with the last time how these dates got put in place, is because these were the same conversations, and we were guessing and thinking things are going to get a lot better faster. You know what I mean? So we could build this dealership, because we have to show Stellantis that we're at a certain level of performance to build that dealership. And we were slated as of 2016 to build the biggest dealership in Western Canada at the time, right? So now we're on a different playing level here. And so Stellantis is monitoring that stuff. And I've said it over and over. I've told Lance that it's out of my control, so I'm guessing at a date. And that's why I'm struggling, because I feel like I'm some guy who's constantly up here begging for more time. And I apologize, because it makes me feel like I'm not being honest. And that's not who I am or what I want to be. And I understand there are confines and all that stuff. My doctorate, I've taught me all that stuff over the years in running corporations. So I get it. But again, and I'm scared to see a number, because then people cling to that really quickly. I could give you a conjecture, and let's just call it that. But I would say like 8 years, you know what I mean? And, I would hope between you and me and this room now, I would hope it's a lot sooner. Like, we actually had drawn a full dealership up already again, second time over this year. And Stellantis put a stop to it with them. And they were in on the designs, and they just said it's not there yet. I think they want to see some of the oil things happening and, some of the things in place, and I think people will be pleased, but I don't want to be up here making hollow promises. And that's why we just asked for it to continue, because I feel like we come here and, propose things that maybe we can't keep. And I just want to be able to honor it. But I've shared my heart tonight, and that's who I am, and I would really like to build it,
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
I'm sorry for such a weird answer.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bach, for your presentation. I guess my question is, I'm curious if we swapped lands with you and supported you, so we can beautify our gateway to our city, would you be open to that?
I wouldn't be open to swapping lands, you know what I mean? Because I do want to build the dealership there. You know what I mean? So that comes back to saying I do want to build it. I'm just not allowed to build it yet. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things going on in the background. But if I have to pay to shut that business down, I don't want to repay to start it again. I know it's a need in the community, and I would agree. But I would need to amalgamate those costs with the new dealership. Do you know what I mean? It's just a part of a business transactional thing. So that, not that I don't want to, I couldn't. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I'm just trying to see. Actually, I'm getting into debate, so I got no more questions. That was the only question that I had right there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Mayor. What was that? You mentioned a commitment made by Jamie Doyle. Was that a letter or just a note, or what was that?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a letter. Would it be okay if I read the letter?
Yeah, please do.
And it was emailed to me on June 6th of 2017. And it comes from Planning and Development. Hi, Del. Thanks for coming in to chat the other day. I spoke to the team and will be amending the development agreement to reflect no paving of the 9 parking stalls, and will change the verbiage around the reapplication. Typically, every campground must reapply after 3 years. This helps us monitor growth and regulate accordingly. It's usually a quick approval. However, in your case, the 3 years will be more so to have a chat as to whether or not you think the park will be more of a permanent fixture. At that time, we will decide what updated drawings we need, if any. I hope that clarifies the whole situation, because I was not going to go ahead and rebuild that park, and they wanted that park built so people could reestablish and stay there. So I beg of you to help me out here. I was good enough to pay $3 million out of my pocket, besides the insurance, to get that built, to help out. And, I'm still recovering. I'm just laying my heart out there.
And you invested the money on reliance of that commitment?
Apologize. I'm hard of hearing. I'm sorry.
Yep. Sorry. You invested the funds in reliance of that commitment, I assume.
Absolutely. I would never have redone it. Like, who's going to build something and put all that money in for 3 years? What business person would do that? I'd have to be out of my mind. And so I was understanding that I could keep grandfathering it as long as I could, and wanted to. if I don't want to build, because the building was just a side conversation. Because after I got operating, I thought, you know what, I could build and move over there. This makes sense. So I wanted to have some private conversations, and just like you have your planning people in the background, or for commerce and stuff here. And that's what Dorothy Ennis did. And I had some private conversations with her. She said, I want you to meet the team and talk about it. And that's where we went from there. And I got thinking, yes, this is a great idea. And I still want to do it. And we were going to build in 2016 when the fire happened. The plans were all there. Everything was ready to go. We were talking to builders, and stuff like that. And I've been that serious that we were drawing them this year, but Stellantis said, and they were designing them with me, they are the holdup on it. And plus, economically, financially, we are not in a position to do so. I agree with them, right? I'm being honest, that's what they've said. So, yeah.
I'm sure everybody thinks they know what's going on with dealerships in the world, but probably not many of us do, including me. What's happening in the automotive world? I just know the news.
Yeah, stuff. It's been tough slugging. You guys hear it on the news all the time, and all the steel tariffs and all the things like that. And we all paid up to get our dealerships across the board. And I have other brands. So in them all, we had to get them all ready for electrification and all that stuff. And then that all got canceled out. So there's such a change in the automotive thing, the world right now, that it's a day-by-day thing with them. And we see it is certainly coming back. And we're getting the product back that people truly want, especially for Fort Mac. So, it's a process, but it has not been easy in the car world. Because otherwise I could bring funds elsewhere and bring them in and do that. But it's been tough across the board.
And you mentioned that you'd go broke, but what else would how many people go there to or are located in the campground? What would practically happen to those folks?
Well, yeah, and everybody. First of all, I want to say everything is to standard. There are no add-ons. There are no build-ons. You can drive through and there's none of that. There was when I first bought it because I had to get rid of it, get it cleaned up. And that was a process because we didn't want to throw people out on the street, just as Kendrick said, right? We didn't want to throw these people out and make them homeless, and somehow the municipality had allowed it back before I bought it, so I was contending with that. But now, it's all there. And yes, there would be people that wouldn't have homes. There's people that just, for whatever reason, can't afford to live elsewhere or whatever, and the numbers are less than ever for sure in that, but yes.
Okay, and what would if the municipality, if the recommendation passed, you've obviously seen what the municipality is recommending. What's the net effect of that? You said you'd go broke, but what's the net effect from your perspective? And that's my last question.
Well, that land would just have to sit there with nothing on it. If you think that looks better coming into town than what's there, I guess so. It would just have to sit. I don't have a choice because my business isn't at a place to build a dealership that's $35 million to $40 million. It's a huge investment and I want to invest. I built my home here, guys. You know what I mean? And I care. And I being a very private person, it was hard for me to rebuild my home, on a hill where there's no trees left to hide it because my home was hidden before, right? But I did that because I'm committed. I could have built anywhere else. And I chose to be here and I want to be part of this, but I'm just asking you to help me be part of this and to trust. And, yes, if you say, it's just going to be an ongoing campground, know that I'm a guy who doesn't want to run a campground forever. You know what I mean? I have, you look at my business portfolio. And so, but financially, if you're asking that, and I'm not one who likes to share a lot, it would be incredibly, incredibly tough on us to the point that, I'll just leave it there. I don't want to be dramatic by any means. So.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Luana Bussiers.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Boak, right?
Thank you.
I wrote it down.
Mr. Dell is okay.
Mr. Dell, yeah, okay.
I used to be a teacher. I used to be a teacher, and kids called me Mr. Dell.
It is then. So, you've referenced Jamie Doyle, who's been gone a while, and then I turned to Stu and said, "Who's Dorothy?" Because you kept reference, so she was somebody from planning and development. Well, he says,
yeah.
Correct?
What's the name of our group of people now that promote? Pardon me.
Economic development.
Yeah. So economic development, she was that person that was like for economic development and planning.
But was a municipal employee.
Yeah, she was employed by RMWB, yes.
Way back when or whatever, yeah. So I just want to clarify because I don't know if I misunderstood you or the message I heard was exactly what you intended to send, that you believe that the municipality has consistently put up roadblocks for you. So that would be planning and development. So what I saw watching 3 years ago and what I've heard is that Amanda and her team had been very clear, at least 3 years ago, that we would be where we were today if progress on a dealership wasn't made. So in their defense, in defense of the municipal staff, at least since Amanda's been there, they've been crystal clear on the expectations from a municipal perspective. Would you agree?
I haven't had any conversations with Amanda at all. First of all, I'll say that, okay? So as far as that night, as I shared with you earlier, my son was here because for health reasons, I was not here.
You don't need to explain why you weren't here, sir. Yeah.
But basically, the only way we could get an extension was to agree that we were going to build the dealership. That was the only way we were going to get the extension then.
So that wasn't true?
It was true. It was true that we wanted it, just like I'm saying to you tonight. But we couldn't say for sure it could be done by then. And my son, I was listening in too, and in the end with the backdating and all, we got 18 months is what we got out of it. I know it was 25, but it had been held off for a few months again, by the time it got to council and stuff. But that's irregardless. The point being is that, no, we definitely wanted to, but again, we're setting nebulous timelines that are out of our control by a manufacturer that states when we can build that. And as I said before, I can't. They have to give the go-ahead to build that. And they do. They've given me the nod that they want to at some point. But there is a bunch of things that have to align and be part of that scenario, and they keep doing an analysis. And when that, I believe it'll be back sooner than later, and I hope so.
I don't know what goes into car dealership building.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Simpson, Mr. and Mrs. Giles. I know they've all built new dealerships, and I think Mr. Vargo before he sold it, or maybe it's the new people. I don't know. I don't know what goes into your business.
Yeah.
What I know is that your son and the Stantec guy presented and were adamant that in 18 months there would be a shovel in the ground. And Kendrick and Councillor McGrath said, in 25 months, we're going to be shutting down a campground, or we're going to be watching a dealership being built. So that was crystal clear that night. So more than anything, Mr. Dell.
I'm not saying that.
No, so more than anything, I just want to be clear that this is not on our administration, that they've been clear. Amanda and her team have been clear over at least the last 3-4 years of what would happen if this wasn't built. That was based on the Stantec guy and your son saying, we're going to have a shovel in the ground. I know I've said, I really don't care what the man wants to do. If he wants to do a campsite, I just want to know what we're doing, so we can make an informed decision. And when you first started presenting, I heard you just let me have my campground. This is too much for me right now.
No, that's not what I said. And what I'm talking about is in past, I don't know Amanda, right? But in past, there was a lot of pressure to, to do even before, while it was grandfathered, because of my inquiry, there was a lot of pressure behind the scenes to do the dealership. And this whole thing, sort of escalated that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and my point, Mr. Dell, is
I'm not trying to, please understand, I'm not trying to pin anyone or anything. That's not what it's about. I'm not trying to say planning and development has been difficult. Shayleisha and Isaac have been wonderful through the discussions of getting ready for today and stuff. I've only had glowing things to share with anybody I can tell. I'm not trying to speak negatively of someone. Please understand that.
Can you tell me what's happened in 25 months, or 18 months, when your son said, basically, we're going to have a shovel in the ground in 18 months. So it's just dealership issues? You've tried to proceed and they're not specifically, sir, but just roadblocks? Just roadblocks from a dealership point of view?
First of all, the businesses have not performed to the level, here. Let's say that. And secondly, is Stellantis needs to see that happen for this community, and it will, I believe. That has to happen. And then there's some other things, because they're doing a whole redesign phase over the next few years. They're going to change their whole structure, just as some of the other brands I've been involved in. They're going to change their way of selling. And so the building will be that. So I said to them, I hope we can be the prototype here in Fort Mac. I try to think very positively ahead, but again, I can't be promising anything until they say, this is what we're going to do. And that's why it's difficult. And I understand what you're saying, that was agreed upon then or whatever, but today is a very different scenario. The economy changed drastically over the last few years with what's happened in the US, and it's just attacked us greatly.
So if you came away from here tonight, sir, with a zoning that was, you're just stay in a campground. You want to build your dealership in 8-10 years, you can come back and ask us for permission to rezone or whatever. Can you live with that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry.
So we need to make a decision. The land is zoned as not for a campground, right? To have the campground there is an exception.
Correct.
So would you agree as a businessman that it is better for all businesses to have the rules equally applied to everybody? Would you agree with that?
I think you have to look specifically at each situation that arises. And, we were grandfathered in, and, we've been trying to work through the scenario. So I think you have to really look at the specifics of this. And if we care about each other as community members and where we can get this to, we need to look at it fully.
So
I feel, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's fine.
I was just going to say, so if your intent is to build a car dealership and next week we approve somebody to have horses right beside you that we're going to stink because we're just independently looking at, would you be okay with that? We need to apply some sort of consistency across the area. So
I understand that, but I'll tell you, in my working with businesses and running corporations and things like that, is there's no cookie cutter for all. even when there are rules and processes, there are adaptations, clearly, to get to where you need to be down the line. Absolutely. And it's a process. It's a process, just like anything. Anything is a process.
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
It's just been so long that I think we just need to make a decision.
But I can't snap my fingers and
I'm not asking you to,
pay
sir.
that kind of 40 millions out right now to build a dealership. You know what I mean? It's not quite that easy. And that's what I'm up against. And
Understood.
I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussiers. Councillor Van de Castian online.
Quick question there. What's the average stay of someone in your campsite right now?
That's a good question because we don't have very many permanent, month to month people at all, most of ours are short come and goes. They would come for, the summer that, to work or to visit or camp and fish. You would be shocked at how many people come just to be here at Fort McMurray and fish and go to the lake and do things like that. And they want to be in town near the grocery stores, things like that. I don't have those numbers on me right now, but it's not... just a sec. Would it be okay if I asked my son to answer that? Colby. Colby's more in touch on that part.
Am I allowed to speak? That's okay. The average stay at the campground is 2 to 3 months. Most people are seasonal, and consistently we've had 4 to 6 trailers and families stay through the winter, but they usually leave 2 to 3 times. They vacation south. So as of permanent fixtures, there are 0 permanent fixtures on the property.
Okay. And then I know we've talking car dealership back and forth quite a bit here for future development. And I just, correct me if I'm wrong, understand from what you're speaking, you have several other businesses and things on the go. Would you consider partial redevelopment into something commercial on the site? I mean, it's a pretty sizable space while you're waiting for someday maybe building a dealership there.
Do you have some examples of what you're mentioning?
Anything, strip mall, look at considering the development just down the road with the Home Depot and the other ancillary businesses that are going in there. Is that an option? It seems like the dealership's pretty stuck at the moment with Stellantis. Would you not consider putting something else there just to develop a commercial site?
I think those conversations can be had. They haven't been on the table yet. But the biggest thing is the goal and intention is to support the community and build a dealership. But we just need to have the profitability come in line for that. And the automotive manufacturers and Stellantis as a Canadian company has gone through a lot of turmoil the last 5 to 10 years. I know our community has gone through some turmoil also, and we've stuck it out, and we want to see that grow, and we have the vision to have the dealership, and we just unfortunately can't put a timeline on it. And all we're asking is that, we're taking in a business, and all rules and regulations aside, it's operated for many years. We've fallen in every guideline ever put in front of us, and we just want to run that business until we're at a position where we can build the store. So,
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Del, for the presentation, and Colby jumping up here and going through. Sorry, Mr. Del. Over the last, I've been talking to you for about this since I think I've been in council and going through and being part of it. Just to the comment, I think that you've always had very glowing things to say about the administration and their help with it. The frustration is what to do with it going on. We're still talking about Jamie, but at the time of that letter, he was the Director of Planning and Development, was he not?
Correct.
And so when the Director of Planning and Development tells you that there's a chance that this could be permanent, would you not believe that?
that's what I got in writing, and that's why I did what I did, because it was the security to redo it.
Right. And that's why you invested the extra money.
Yeah, I would never have done it without that. Like, I mean, I'm a business person also, and yeah, absolutely.
And we heard from administration. I just want to make sure that you felt the same way. And when we came back in 2020 or 2016 after the fire, the campground was an actual need, right? Like, it wasn't a want. The administration needed it. We needed some housing. We needed places for people to stay, what was going on. And so at that point, we needed you.
Yes, and we let RMWB use it as a work center as no charge. I'll let Colby speak to that.
Yeah, when we got back on site, when we were allowed back into town, over half the property was full of supplies, fire retardant chemicals that they were using to recover from what happened. And one, authorization was never asked, but we never raised any issues with it. And we just supported the community and let them use it for many months. And that actually delayed the rebuild as well. And we were offered zero compensation.
Right. But you guys were in talks back and forth, and there seemed to be a great relationship back and forth with the understanding.
And that's why we didn't say anything.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So did it come as a surprise then in 2000, whether it was 19 or 21, that this was now starting to get pushed to the fact that this was not going to be allowed to be a campground anymore, and you had to move forward with development?
You go ahead.
Yeah, we when it was, and I remember these conversations because I was by Dell's side through them all. They were in not just support, but more of a asking position to get the campground going, obviously to have transient people come and help rebuild. And I remember it seemed, I don't know exact time, it was about a year and a half after the rebuild was complete, we really started facing roadblocks. There was conversations, people would come through, there's not enough trees, and then we would get a notice, we'd put more trees in. And it seemed like there was a real defining point where it became a problem after the rebuild happened. Play sets, just different things that came up. And every time something came up, we managed it. And then, we have good staff running the park in a proper way. And we'd see bylaw coming through with certain counselors driving through the lot. And that presented, a poor image to us because we've always been abiding and we've always tried to do everything as asked and, as committed. So.
Right. And so this is probably where, if you're talking about stress with administration, it would be with bylaw counselors at the time or whatever it is that we're going through and checking up. And then if you were brought to any attention that with anything that outside of compliance, did you guys get into compliance right away?
Absolutely. I don't think there was many times other than fixtures and landscaping that it really ever came to any actual bylaw infractions.
Right. And so your guys' intention is to stay here long term, right? And so as a business, being here and paying taxes here, both of you guys live here in houses here paying property tax. The long term is to build another business and to continue participating in this not in the dealership, but to this community. I'm a big believer that, business ebbs and flows and as entrepreneurs, we need to make decisions based on where we're at, market, all those types of things. But taking the actual business off the side, you plan on continuing to be part of this community, thriving and giving back as much as you can.
Yes. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, and I think the history of us since we moved to town shows that. I think, I've always said actions speak louder than words, and I think you just need to look at what we've supported and what we currently support, and we've chosen to put those funds into people and into relationships before building a building. And the reason I do think we're successful and we have a lot of support behind us in the community is a lot of people know that.
No, we appreciate
all
it.
14 of our family members are here. We've all moved here.
That's incredible. Thank you for all you do.
It's Councillor Weigel, Councillor Boussier, Lance.
And thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, Dell and Colby, thanks for your presentation. Dell, I do remember those meetings. We also had one, I think, in 2015 at my office. First time I met you. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Do you remember it?
Oh, yeah. No, I do, because I walked in from an in-camera meeting on the 7th floor, and I didn't know who you were. And you said a few unkind things to me, and I said, well, we can step in my office because I don't know who you were, sir. And
Would
then
you
after
like me
that,
to share what I shared? Because they weren't unkind things. I was just asking you what I had ever done to hurt you or offend you, because you kept driving through the park and my staff had pictures of you and you were taking people from planning through. Since you brought it up, I will share.
Yeah.
And I came to ask you, is there anything I've ever done to hurt you? And Lance, if I have, please forgive me. That's what I said to you.
Okay.
And I said, I don't know what I've done to you because you just keep coming at me. You've always gone at the park. And then it was always coming up about, when are you going to build the dealership, after that, right? And, you emailed me. I supported your RE/MAX fundraisers constantly because you would email, and I've got them here. Hey, buddy, after that conversation before, are you going to donate and support that? Yes, I am. Your son had some problems. In fact, I made the arrangements for him to get into treatment in BC, gave you the name for the first one. And
that's not true.
That is true.
If you want to pick on my son, yeah, he went to treatment.
No,
but
I'm not picking on, but I'm saying I helped.
That has no bearing on
I
this
helped
call.
you
We can just get
because that's
back
what we
to
conversed about.
the question, Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, I was just so. Del, I honestly don't know how many times I drove through your site. I do know once with, I believe it was Mr. McMurdo, and I believe it was post-fire. But anyways, having said all this, I do remember meeting with you, and we talked about your dealership.
Yeah.
Okay. And there were some hurdles at the beginning, which we discussed. Some were planning, development, some were council, and some were just economy. So my question to you, you mentioned I think when you were speaking, you were going to build in 2016, but we had the fire. Would it be safe to say that if moving forward, if planning and development would like to see approval letter, slope stabilities in good faith, would that be difficult to generate?
So what are you asking? I'm sorry?
If planning and development in good faith to show that we're working towards a dealership, because I do believe you showed me the building that you were going to build.
Yeah, absolutely.
We went through it.
Yeah.
So if there is a slope stability, and I don't know, do you need it okay from Chrysler to build on certain, I don't know anything about dealerships either, but do you need a letter saying that site is conducive to a dealership, or does would all that paperwork be in possession to go forward?
So we had done all those before, and we would need to redo some, but we cannot redo it until a dealership is designed. Have they okayed the site? They've given me an okay for that site to, that they want to develop it. But you have to remember, Stellantis is now the owner, and it's changed hands 4 times. Or 3 times or whatever. So we're working through that, and their processes change each time, which is frustrating for us too. But, and as you know, still, go ahead, Colby, jump in.
Basically, I'm sure if you guys look at an average dealership, you can see from about a 4 to 6 year span, they look different, whether you're looking at a Ford store, or a Stellantis store, or a GM store. And they basically give dealerships options of remodels or rebuilds. So we're on the cusp of the old new model being built for Stellantis, and then a new revision coming out. And every time that happens, the footprint changes, the styling changes, and the things you're talking about with ground slope stability, those things change. So if what you're asking is, would we work towards getting those with the next plan that's available for us to work with our OEM? Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Colby. I just didn't know if you had them prior, because I know the dealership has been a topic for, 10 or 12 years now. I guess my question is, at the end of the day, is a campground really what you want, or is it a dealership there? Like, if you could have the best of both worlds, would you just leave the campground, do what you need to do, if administration puts some parameters around it, and look for another parcel of land or another building and move your dealership over there? If I don't know, I'm assuming you've outgrown your dealership, or the dealership that you lease from or rent from, or you own the building. So what would be the best for for you guys? Just leave the campsite operational and then look for another building, another parcel of land?
Yeah, I think that's a two-part question. The first, with the campground, before we would ever want to, like, quote unquote, close it down or change it, we would want to make sure everyone had a proper plan and timeline to take care of themselves, because a lot of these people rely on living close to amenities. And I know I've heard a lot about there being campgrounds, in the region, but let's face it, some of these campgrounds are down 9 to 12 kilometers of gravel roads that people don't want to stay on. And to be honest, the security in some of those other campgrounds are very subpar. So people love staying in town and having that urban-esque feel with the luxury of being close by. So we'd want to make sure people were taken care of, and I don't know how long that would take. We've never, quote unquote, closed a campground before. But after that, ultimately, the goal is to have a facility, 100%. We've never denied that. And I will say just a couple other things that were commented on my behalf, because I was here 2 years ago. The date when they were asking me for an estimated build time, I did come up with the number 18 months, but that was never offered. That was a hopeful timeline. And the application or the extension we're going for didn't have a 2 or a 3 year extension or 25-month extension. That was put on it by a counselor. And I walked out of here frustrated with that, and I had 2 counselors come meet me that currently aren't serving and told me it's not a big deal. We had to do this. Go reapply next time. And I'm being honest. So I'm going to tell you what happened. So the fact we're here, this is not just a formality. This is just a hardship. We just want to run the campground, and we understand there's parameters. You guys have to do your job, but it's a business that's been, in state for a long time, and we do want to build a store. We just need the financial resources to come around. And I think anybody who owns a home in the region can look at their personal financial amount and say, what was my home worth 10 years ago when I bought it, and what's it worth today? And you can use that analysis to our profit line on our company. And you know what? Most people are still paying their mortgages. They're still toughing it out. They're still making it go. And that's exactly how we are with our businesses. And we're going to get through it. We believe in it. We're still here. If not, we wouldn't be. And we just really need your support.
Yeah, thank you, Colby. And certainly, contrary to where maybe you and I and your dad sit, I do want to work with you. And I'm not sure, Dell, you say you got me in camera. How many times did I drive through your park?
I don't have that number with me, but
I think it was once, sir. I did go up there. I did go there after the fire. I don't think I was there in 14 or 15, but I'm not going to argue that.
No, I just want to say I appreciate you saying you want to work with us. Lance, all I want is a good relationship, and I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
And I'm saying it in public, Dell. I just want to know, is it better for tonight's decision to reflect that campground being permanent and you guys finding another dealership? I mean, you got like Councillor Kyle asked, would you be open to maybe putting different, I don't know how he phrased it, different enterprise? Like, so I believe you guys still have vehicles beside the brick on Gregoire, storage, because you obviously don't, I assume you don't have the space. Would you move those vehicles or something like that?
So even with a new facility, they have mandatory visual appearances from the facility. So a lot of new modern facilities require vehicle storage offsite. So even if you have a 5-acre parcel or a 15-acre parcel, a lot of them mandate secondary storage. So that's, again, something that ties in with the OEM. So for us, would we keep that? Most likely. And if you look at most dealerships in this town, pretty much everyone has an offsite storage, if not 2 lots with their new buildings. So I don't think that's exactly relevant. So,
does that help, Lance?
No, I think I got lost with Colby's response, but that's okay. No, it's all good. So I guess, at the end of the day, I recognize, I mean, you mentioned your purchase price, Dal. I pulled title many years ago. I know you paid a premium. You bought it probably at the peak. It's probably generating some decent revenue, which I get it from a financial perspective. To shut it down, that's significant income. I can probably take a guess at how much a lot cost per month up there. So I can accept that financially it'd be crushing if counts. Yeah, I get that, Del. I would just like to be straight up with you guys. Like, what is the vision? Like, is it 10 years or are we just going to keep it as a campground? Because
I get why you're asking that, and because again, we want this developed for the look when you come into town. And I tell you, when I build, it'll look like something. I mean, each time we've done a plan, you saw the initial one last.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
It was phenomenal, and whatever we get designed will be. And I personally would like it facing the highway, so it shows. I don't want to put my back to it like some of the other businesses have had to for design reasons. But that's why we asked for it just to be called a park, even if we have to come back to say we need to redo this to get it to there. If you could put both on it, we'd be happy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we want to build it. And if I had my way and things turn around fast, I could do it in 3 years, I would. I think you know me well enough to know I will do it. But it's when you're getting pushed, and I keep pushing Stellantis, you get more pushback when you're getting pushed to do something. And because of this, not you, but you know what I mean, this process, I'm constantly calling them and at them. And I don't think that's helping this at all. I think, it's just like anything, when you back off, it's going to happen.
Right.
Sorry, let Colby speak.
And what ties in with that is basically the requirements to build for the type and size of facility. So we have goals to service and build within maybe a means that are achievable soon. And then they hold us back on that because they see future potential. And
they want it bigger.
I can speak like there's other dealerships in town that have built for a goal of selling 600 a month, 600 units a month. And, that might have been relevant back in 2013. And those same dealerships now sell 150. So there's a definite discrepancy to that. So we're just trying to manage it month by month and year by year and, appease all sides.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bossier. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Back to the dealership conversation. Are you guys familiar with the work of ECDEV? Are you familiar with Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, our PAR 9 organization? Is there anything that ECDEV or council can do to support you to expedite the development of the dealership? Is it a letter? Is it working with ECDEV to provide some of those tangible numbers to your larger corporation that we're seeing an increase in the census? We have this amount of gross income in the community. What can we do to support you in that end goal of building a dealership?
I think that's something I would love to set up a meeting to talk about because in a conversation like this, that's lots to unpack.
Okay. Okay, I'll save for debate.
Definitely worth it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Would you guys be open to a buyout from the municipality?
Would I be able to ask where that intention comes from? Just a buyout?
Where does it come from?
Yeah, is there an intention that the land might have a use in some other way?
Yeah.
Is there interest from another party that's been expressed?
No. We want to beautify the gateway, and if you're not going to do it, we will.
So I understand that, but I mean, I drive by that road every single day.
Just to be clear, Councilor Cardinal,
I know,
we's a collective, and you can't speak for we.
Okay, well.
So you can ask a question, but
I'm just asking. I asked a question already.
So I hear lots about beautification, and I understand where that comes from. I drive by that road multiple times a day, and if somebody actually would take a look at both sides of the highway, our facility is the nicest looking part of that entire gateway. And if we shut that down or let it just become overgrown, it would just add to the other eyesores that are there right now, and that's to call it as it is.
So that's a no. Thanks.
It's not a no. We're open to conversations, but we've never been offered that before, and we've never had time to consider it.
We've never even thought about that.
So hopefully that's a fair response.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Does any of the council have any other questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing it. Thanks, Del. Thanks, Kobe.
Thank you.
And we have no written submissions?
There's been no written submissions, no.
Chuck. Should wait for. Mr. Chuck Vincent. And Chuck, you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain on topic and remain seated for questions. Won't be that long. I know, I heard you talk before. It might be that long.
I'm just impressed I got this big desk to myself here. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Chuck Vincent, and I just want to say thanks for giving me the opportunity to address on behalf of the owners of Centennial Park. I have never personally used or stayed at Centennial Park, but I can understand both the benefits and the convenience of those that do use it. Whether people use it year-round, seasonally, or for a weekend visit, it provides a close place to town that's less expensive and an alternative place for people to stay. Centennial Park, in my opinion, has always been a great asset to our economy here in Fort McMurray. Whether people are staying there yearly or seasonally for work, visiting family members who reside here in Fort McMurray, visiting for a concert or sporting events, they all come here and support our local businesses and economy. Some may say it's an eyesore as you enter our city, and I would agree with that statement if we were discussing Centennial Park 10 to 15 years ago, but not today. And I'll stop from my notes here, and I just want to say I took a ride up there today purposely because I knew I was coming here to speak. Took a ride up there on the Harley, and I pulled off on the side of the road, and I stayed there for 20 minutes just looking in there, and I looked to the other side, and I looked back at the park, and that's the farthest thing from an eyesore that I would consider it's beautiful. But like I said, 10 to 15 years ago, I would have agreed when you get the trailers there with the foil down around them and people building these, I agree with the shanty. But these new owners of Centennial Park have worked diligently to make the grounds at Centennial Park aesthetically pleasing with the replanting of trees and shrubs and an overall general cleanup of the area. I've had the great opportunity to travel all over Alberta so far this summer with my son who plays baseball with 13U AA All Giants. We visited quite a few towns that under normal circumstances we would not have traveled to. But upon entering those towns, we have seen many establishments just like Centennial Park, where some of the families traveling with our baseball team stayed for the duration of the baseball tournaments during those weekends. Those establishments, just like Centennial Park, offers that welcoming feeling as you enter town. I found as I traveled to these towns, it's establishments like Centennial Park that had unique traits and are integral to the building of the long-standing characteristics of that town. I would just politely ask Council to reflect that behind this business, there's a family who loves Fort McMurray, the people who live here, and who calls Fort McMurray home. These guys aren't normal people. These are business people and have taken a pipe fitter that works in the dirt all day long, and they consider me a friend, a family member. They donate to many nonprofits and charitable organizations and sporting teams here in Fort McMurray without ever expecting anything in return. These are great people who are going through the stress of this review every 3 years. So my request of Council here today is to remove this 3-year review of Centennial Park and let this business, who has proven itself over and over again to operate their business how they see economically viable. Thanks for your time and consideration of this matter, and have a great evening.
Thanks, Chuck. Does anyone have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any questions, so thanks, Chuck. Appreciate your time. Before we do go to the next verbal submission, I am going to take a bio break for council, just to remind council that we're not discussing the public hearing in the back room. Take a 10-minute break. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with verbal submissions. I'd like to invite Trevor Zachary up. And Trev, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present, just to remain on topic and remain seated for questions after you present, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. I've come to speak on behalf of Centennial Park, the owners of Centennial Park, and I'm not going to re-say anything or any of the topics that have already been brought up. Chuck brought up a lot of good points. I would just like to add on that the owners of this park pour selflessly into this community. I know that and I see that firsthand. This community was asked what it needed, and a counseling center was one of the things, and they poured selflessly into that and provide funding for a counseling center in this community that is named after their business. But everybody in this room, I guarantee you, has been pretty close to directly impacted by that, because you know somebody who's benefited from the service that that provides, and that's just one example of how this family is devoted to this community. So I just wanted to add that on and say that, yeah, these guys are in there for the long haul. They love this community. They're devoted to this community. And we just ask that you would help them in this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Thanks for coming and presenting. Does Council have any questions for the presenter? Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. You brought up the family's donation and service. Do you believe that being in a position of privilege to be able to give back to the extent that they have means rules and bylaws shouldn't be imposed?
No, I don't believe that at all. I believe that in this season they should be considered. And we've all had the opportunity tonight to look back over the history, which is, in my opinion, not as... There's some things that are kind of up in the air, let's say. You know, this guy said this was done then. So I believe that anybody struggling in a community should have consideration and reasonable support in the community. Not just for them, for anyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bussier. Does the Council have any other questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks, Trevor.
Thanks.
Michael. Next up, Michael Ferreira. And Mike, you just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present. Just remain seated for questions afterwards, please.
Hello, everybody. Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Ferreira. Just a resident. I have no vested interest in this one way or the other. But like, these are the kind of things I really enjoy watching, because like, we really get a chance to see whether like rules and past decisions and all that kind of stuff play a role in things. You know, we have 3 members right now of the Horseshoe that were here back in April. And for the ones that weren't on council at the time, I don't know if any of you went back and watched that, but I went back and watched it again. And, you know, the messaging tonight is awfully different from the messaging just 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, 26 months ago, whatever it is. Like I said, whatever gets decided for that, I'm okay with whatever, as long as it's neat, tidy, whatever. But, like at some point, like some decisions got to get made. That was the whole point of the meeting 26 months ago. And some of you that were there are asking questions like you weren't even present at that meeting. Right? I mean, the whole spirit of that meeting was, look, this has been going on since the fire. Then we had an expiry in 2020. Then we went basically Wild West until 2024 when we had that meeting. And then we decided, okay, well, like we got to do something here. And so, okay, we decided what we were going to do. And, you know, the applicant, they came and they said their piece and we said our piece and council decided to put a number on that and everybody was good with it. I mean, we had engineering firms here talking about stuff. But, you know, I watched tonight's meeting and we had harder questions for admin for doing their job than we did about what we're going to do with this property. Like that, we don't find that odd. Like there was a few times there should have been point of orders called and people just sat there, like berated our admin. Like I'm kind of insulted as actually, I think they did a fantastic job. They did everything you guys asked them to do. They presented everything that you wanted to hear from them, both sides, and this is why they are making their recommendation. You guys can debate changing that or whatever, that's your prerogative, but I find that pretty strange, right? And you know, we went from that meeting 2 years ago, the very end of everything, Mayor said that this land use is something we look forward to in the community. We're grateful to see local businesses develop, investing in a region. It's also nice to see development is south of the bridge as well, because we talk a lot about stuff going north, and it's good to see something coming south. And so when there's a messaging that's maybe off, I mean, that was the message of that meeting, right? And like this meeting is nothing like that. And it's like people are shocked. I mean, you guys put a date in place. Like you guys did that as a council, right? So if you want to, you know, extend it, I guess you guys can extend it. But I mean, at some point, I think you guys just don't want to be doing this. We're mischaracterizing it as every 3 years we're doing this. No, we're not. Like this is one time. And that was all it was supposed to be. So let's decide what's getting done and just be done with it. You know, I don't care. It's a park. It's a trailer place for people to live. What's it matter? But like, let's get it done one way or the other. But, you know, to make rules and motions and then completely ignore what you guys pass, right? 3 people here, for sure, voted one way, and now we're going to vote the opposite way? Like, what changed with the people that voted for this 26 months ago? Can anybody answer that? I don't know. It's a really, really interesting thing to watch. And I'm kind of disappointed, actually, with the way things have gone.
So that's your time, Mike. Just before we go to questions from council, I just want to ask one quick question. Are you for or against extending adding the RV park to the land use?
I don't know that I'm I don't know that I'm one way or the other. I'm for
'Cause
having
that's just
I'm for having an end to this.
Okay, but you have no opinion either way?
No, and I
thanks.
stated that at the start, right?
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor. But I was going to ask the exact same question. Mike, if you were over here in our shoes, what would you do? But you had answered the question, unless you want to give it another go.
Well, I mean, I think I would be asking some other questions, right? Like we spent almost an hour battering admin, right? You guys can talk to them anytime. You can talk to Andrew, right? But when it was time to actually ask some questions, I'm like, well, I don't know, like we kind of heard, oh, it's going to affect so much stuff. But then we heard, well, there's only, 4 or 5 trailers that stay here over the winter. So I don't know, is it going to affect a lot of stuff? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, right? And I've got nothing against the business people trying to make a go. I understand profit and trying to make return on their investment. I think that's great. But we don't want to ask any of those questions, right? But we'll talk about who's going to pay for a screen. Well, I don't know who's going to pay for a dealership. Like, that's a ridiculous question. So, that's one thing we should be asking. If we're talking about, hey, we're going to shut them down. Well, they knew what was coming. Like this literally happened and was passed on April 23rd, 2024. Everybody knew what was coming. What was done from April 24, 2024 till now in preparation for a dealership that everything was going to be good, right? Slope stability, we got blueprints. Like, if we cleared any land, have any permits been submitted? Nobody asked any of those questions? Like, this was a pretty cut and dry thing that council passed. And then now we don't want to follow up. We don't want to, let's just come to a decision. Like 2014, right? I think that's when it was purchased. That's 12 years. Right? I agree with the applicants. We started talking a little bit, went a little sideways there. I think they have beautified it, and it looks far better than it was before. And I think it's kind of funny when we talk about beautification because, that's one of the areas of town that actually looks kind of okay is that little strip because the town looks terrible. I mean, I think we can all agree, right? Terrible. Worst I've ever seen. I've been here 20 years.
So are you for or against the motion?
I'm for a decision because this.
Do you have other questions as well, Michael? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for your comments. You keep on saying you want an end to this. An end to what?
Well, about what's going to be happening with this? Like it's what's the word? Non-compliant?
Legal non-compliant.
Right? Legal non-compliant for 3 years.
Legal non-compliant since 2016. Actually, since 2014.
And then that was supposed to be 2017. I think it was decision made for 3 years, and then there was no follow-up from the city from 2020 to 2024. I'm just basing this off of the council meeting in 2024. This was all brought up, right? And that was the whole reason for that meeting was to sort this out. It's been changed from parks to direct control for a business, not for a campground. So, I mean, we keep moving the goalpost, but nothing gets done. And I don't want to stop a business, but like either we say, hey, look, we're going to do this for this many years, and then you guys make a plan. And sometimes stuff happens in business. Maybe they got to sell land. Maybe we buy the land, right? I'm not advocating we buy, but maybe another business wants to go there. I mean, that happens in business all the time. Plans change, and it's not the RM's problem, right? I mean, things change with me. Is somebody going to, take over my mortgage, right? Just maybe we should do that. If I start having a little struggles, I'll just come here, and the RM can help me out.
So you believe that things can change?
That's what you garnered from that.
That's what you said. You said sometimes things change. Sometimes businesses change. Sometimes situations change. Right?
Yeah,
Right? But you're asking for a hard decision.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the RM has rules. Like either you guys have rules or just don't have rules.
And so what rule, so are you upset
What
that
rule? You guys
rule,
passed it. You voted yes to pass it.
I sure
you
did.
were one of the ones. You were here.
100%. So I don't know what you're in shock about. I guess that's my question is like, you say that.
Well, I'm in shock by what I'm listening to from yourself specifically, but, some of the people on council.
So what did I say that shocked you? What did I say that shocked you?
When we're going after,
what did I say that
admin
shocked
for
you?
doing their job.
What did I say that shocked you?
Okay. Give me one moment.
No problem. Take your time.
You asked our admin about what would happen insurance-wise with whatever was on this property prior, if there was no fire.
Yeah.
Or prior to the fire. Why? What does that have to do with, that should have just been a point of order.
Why?
Well, is admin an insurance expert? I mean, asking admin what hypothetically an insurance person could provide to this conversation?
So just so you know, we actually have a full insurance department that deals with issues with insurance.
But you didn't ask them.
I asked
you
admin.
asked who was sitting here.
Yeah. And so she could have deferred it, but the reason I asked it is because if we say no to this tonight, a business gets dissolved. And so a business invested money after the fire to keep it going that helped us. And so for me, it was important to know that were they going to lose a full business divested that we as a municipality asked them to do, that now we're going to turn around and dissolve by not helping them.
Fair enough. I can accept you asking that for that reason, sure.
Anything else that I said that shocked you?
I'd have to get back to it. I got notes kind of all over the place here, but yeah, there's been quite a few shocking things tonight.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I can't explain anything, so I can only ask questions. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Does Council have any other questions for presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
And as this is public hearing, does anyone else in the gallery wish to come up to speak? Just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain on topic, and remain seated for questions after, please.
I'm Sherry Rake, and sorry I don't have anything prepared because I wasn't planning to speak. However, when we got into the meeting and I started yelling at my phone, and my children told me that yelling at my phone does nothing, but that I have an obligation to use my voice, I thought I better come down. So, I guess a few things that really hit hard. I've been here for 15 years. I have one baby that was born here, another one that I brought very soon after he was born. I've seen this community grow, and I will agree that that spot when I first moved here was a bit sad. But it really hurt my heart when I heard people say that that is an eyesore. We travel back and forth to Edmonton monthly, and my kids love seeing that spot and actually have stated how amazing it is that our community has its own campground and how nice it is. That is probably one of the nicest looking places in Gregoire past. It is well kept. However, I've never stayed there. I have family who lives in a big mobile shindig, and that was the only way that they could come up and see us because it was right in town. I could go pick up my mom. We could be able to see because we have something so close in town. And this summer, actually, my son had the opportunity to play on a sports team, and my daughter and I traveled to go watch him. And just so happened that right in Regina, they happened to have the same kind of campground. It was right there. We were 12 minutes. There was no way I could go stay out at a campground. That just wasn't even feasible. Or did I feel safe with just camping with my daughter and I? And the fact that they had one right there in town, one was economically, I could do it. And two, the safety. Did it have any perks? Nope. It had an absolute rundown park, but it also brought us to be able to go into the community. We then checked out just about all the water parks. We checked out the food, the restaurants, absolutely everything that Regina had to offer. And we would not have been able to go there or go and watch my son play and support his team had they not had this amazing opportunity right there in town. So while people talk about, well, can you just move this campground? And maybe one day it will need to, for sure. But right now, we have a phenomenal opportunity to bring even more parents or different people in for sports or for whatever, concerts, whatever it may be, and have this opportunity to stay there. I don't know why we wouldn't. When we say we're open for business, honestly, I don't feel like we are. Not for people who live here. We're open for business for the big companies. It's great. We're going to get a whatever, these big companies, and I love that because I want to shop. But what about our grassroots people? What about our mom and dad businesses? What are we doing, right? And frankly, it's a really nice spot. I also would love to see a dealership there because I can't wait to get a oil drive through. That's my only perk for that one. I will be there.
Perfect. Thank you so much for coming in. And tell your kids I said thanks too, because we need people to come in. And she's right. Screaming your phone does no good.
Yeah, they did tell me.
Yes, good. Tell them I said thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Scott?
Thanks for that presentation. That was great. And couldn't agree with you more with some of your comments. I think I just want to hear you say it explicitly. What I hear you saying is make a decision that supports the continuation of the campground until a dealership is possible.
Absolutely. I think that it would be a massive loss to the growth, to our community, to those who are coming, to family members. Like I know for my home, I don't have big enough for my family to come, but they can come and they can stay there. They're not gonna go out and stay out at Gregoire or somewhere else. But until, like, I know there was talk about putting a business there. Is that really what we want? Like, sorry, because you asked me the question and I was gonna bring it up and I forgot. I didn't move to Fort McMurray to be in Edmonton. And that's what I'm hearing people say. Let's build a strip mall here. Let's do this. Fort McMurray is unique. My kids, when we were driving to Saskatchewan, I said, we play games, and I said, give one word that represents Fort McMurray. And they said, nature. They didn't say the stores. They didn't say another shopping mall would be real great, Mom. It was nature. And that's what we are. And having a campground there, especially right there, it literally embodies who we are, and it's kept up.
Thank you for that presentation, and thanks for speaking off the cuff.
Thank you, Councillor Scott and Councillor Bussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I hope you come back. I think I was looking, going, when are we doing OHV? Is it tonight or tomorrow? Because you should come back for that one too. So you're in favor of the campground, but
Absolutely.
The way it's zoned is for them to have a dealership. So do you believe we should change the zoning then to prevent them from having a dealership and keep it recreational parks?
So I know I've heard you speak on, and I'm going to go back a bit and explain my reasoning. I don't believe that we should give special treatment to anybody across the board.
Yeah.
I put that. But in each different situation, in this situation, it was a campground. Yes, then they asked for it to change. Life changed. For me and my family, it's actually kind of good if it can stay, because that means my family can come up next summer.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would strongly recommend that, yeah, it does get moved to being a parks, and even have that window that, I mean, they've stated it, they've built their homes here. This is their goal, to build there. Have it so that it is a park, but also with the knowledge that that they are building there, that they are, everybody talks about beautifying that space, that both spaces, both entities are for beautifying. Does that make sense?
It does.
But yes, so I would, I guess to answer your question, I would vote, I would be in favor of you guys, if the bylaw needed to be changed or the land law, for it to be changed so that we could keep this as part of our community.
So take away the commercial, like no commercial, keep it as park and recreation space in our land use bylaw.
Right, with, like, and again, I don't know all the.
Just basically prevent a dealership, like let's keep it as a campground. That's what you want, is a camp in town?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I would love for something to be in town. I think there are some other options that I could get into, but I won't. Okay. But for right now, I think this is serving a space for right now.
Okay.
And so I would say keep it in there with knowing that it can change to what the landowner would like it to ultimately become, if that makes sense. So for right now, I would say, yes, it's clean. It serves a massive purpose. It beautifies our town. It embodies who we are as our town. So for now, keep it there. Why let it go grass up like other places, right? Like, why would we take away something that is in use, that is a massive part? As much as, yes, people that don't camp or don't do that, maybe it's not for them, but it does embody who we are. So why take that away while we wait? Does that answer?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Does anybody, Councilor, have any questions for the presenter? I'm not seeing any, so thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else in the gallery wish to come forward to present? Does council have any further questions for administration? Once the public hearing is closed, just a reminder, there'll be no more further questions or information gathering. Does the applicant want to add any closing comments? Fine. Okay, thank you. I'll now declare this public hearing closed at 8:24 p.m. So coming out of public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 26/012, site-specific land use bylaw text amendment to DCC4, Direct Control Highway Commercial District, to council's consideration. Can I have someone make the motion for the reading for the second reading for bylaw 26/012? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/012, being a text amendment to DC-C4 Direct Control Highway Commercial District within the land use bylaw number 26/001, specific to Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0223773, be read a second time.
We have a seconder for that? Yeah, thank you, Councilor Scott. Now, council, have any other debate points, discussion, or comments? Councilor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm just, sorry, a process question. If I would like to make an amendment or a suggestion for amendment? Now? Well, I don't know it off the top of my head. Sorry. Yeah, Jade, can you help me? Yeah, okay. Just 3 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue. I believe Councillor Boussier has an amendment she'd like to present. Go ahead, Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 26/012 be amended by adding the following as new section 2 and renumbering the remaining section accordingly. Number 2, land use bylaw number 26/001 is hereby further amended by adding the following as a new section 6.32.7b. The Development Authority may impose further conditions on any required development permit which, in the opinion of the Development Authority, serve to mitigate any negative impacts from the location of the development, including but not limited to visual screening from Highway 63.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier, and thank you, Councillor Vardy, for the second. Councillor Boussier, would you like to speak to that amendment, please?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I guess more to Mr. Dell and his son. What I'm suggesting, not that you don't necessarily understand, but maybe you don't, so just to be clear, is that your campground is your campground, that it is a permitted use, but following today, then you'll put in your permit and work with the administration about mitigating or not mitigating the vision there in terms of meeting with what the CAO and the team are recognizing and working towards in terms of council's strategic direction for beautification. I don't know how much I should be saying, but I'll say it anyways. I guess I'll get in trouble if I get in trouble. In terms of the cost to it, which I'm sure is something you'd like to know tonight. I don't know. And if the plan from administration in administering and working towards achieving our strategic outcomes as a council, if the vision is an expansive beautification on the gateway into the community, and there is opportunities for grant funding, or the municipality is taking on the load of the cost of that would be a consideration in terms of either compensating you or cost sharing with you. We're going to leave it to my attempted motion is to leave it in the hands of our CAO and provide direction to his team to work collaboratively with you and your team or your son to figure out how everybody wins. So I don't think I'm supposed to talk to you, but I did anyways, but my apologies.
You were talking to everybody.
I was talking to everybody, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Luana. If they were to put in a development permit now, who chooses what a negative impact is, timeline, how long it takes? There's I like the spirit of it. My worry is I've already heard administration say that they want a screen or something of that sort. Would that have to be implied now? Is there consideration during that? And again, how do we decide what a negative impact is?
I guess I would answer
Hit your mic there, Luana.
Oh, sorry. I guess, Councillor Weigel, what I would say is we've done an extensive amount of work with Alberta Council, working on our strategic plan, and we've been very clear with our CAO what our vision is. Mm-hmm. We have placed a lot of trust in him as he runs off and implements the goals that we hope to achieve. So I trust his decision making until I don't trust it anymore. Like I trust him to realize our vision and be reasonable. We have every reason to believe he is collaborative, and he's shown us that. So he will, in conversation with the applicants, I'm confident, those two with input from planning and development. By the applicant's own admission, he's had nothing but good experiences with planning and development, although he hasn't worked with Amanda. So I trust that they will work it out. If there's a problem, I equally trust he'll be back here, or his son will be back here.
Awesome. No, and I appreciate that. Amanda's amazing, and I have used the fact that the CAO does a great job. So thanks for that clarity. Is your hope, and you said it kind of in your answer, that there's a plan. I know we talk a lot about our vision and what's going on. Is your hope, obviously it's not written in there because this is a bylaw and not other types of things, but is it your hope that there would be a plan in place before we ask somebody to spend money to do something? So we had a gateway plan or a beautification plan before we asked somebody to spend money on this?
Of course. Yeah, or a vision, not necessarily a plan that's on our website.
But something that we can point to of what we're trying to do.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Thanks, Councillor Boussier. I think I agree with this. And one of the big factors is I agree with this is we've heard tonight, and it's no secret, driving into this community, as much as we take care of the rest of the community, the 18 kilometers you go through here is as a disgrace in the province. And we're in talks with the province of taking that over, with them paying for it. And with that, we'll see it beautified. And as we heard tonight, when you drive through the entrance to Gregoire, the biggest eyesore is not a campground. It's overgrown weeds, overgrown trees. I think it hasn't been mowed yet, and it's middle of July. So that's any indication of what we can look forward to. We'll be the first ones mowing it when we take it over. So I think before we ask someone else to take care of their place, that we take care of it, what we're supposed to do, and that's that gateway plan for the community we want to be and want to see. People live here and what they appreciate. I do appreciate our administration coming for plan development and kind of sticking to their guns and bringing back the motion that council did make to the letter of the word and sticking to that. So when they were speaking against not recommending the motion that was coming forward, that was based on the councilor's motion at the time. So I do actually commend administration for doing that, because so many times they do get beat up for not bringing back what council asked them to. So in this situation here, they are bringing back the exact motion that was brought forward. That was a one-time thing. That's what was said in the meeting. That's what it was. So I do appreciate their position on this. And I do think having Legacy Tourism here today saying this is one of the top 3 tourist destinations in the province now, outside of Edmonton, Calgary, Banff, Jasper, that we can kind of be proud in that as we try to support more development in Fort Chipewyan. We kind of support things like that, local business, and it brings people to the community. So I definitely support this, and I think it's going to take more than one parcel to beautify the entrance of the community. I think it's going to take a group effort by us and all the businesses along there to make that look nice coming into the community. So I do support this. Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. And maybe I should just go to the CAO and just make sure that there's kind of an understanding. What I'm concerned about is if we pass this as is, and then suddenly the municipality imposes a whole series of conditions that basically force it into closure anyway. And I don't know the cost of screens. I have no idea what that would be, but maybe the CAO could speak to how he would work through that issue and how. I guess what I'm concerned about is I just want to make sure they're reasonable conditions for the circumstances, and that the CAO, I might suggest an amendment only to add that they be reasonable conditions given the economic environment we're in. But maybe CAO, you could just address the bigger picture.
Sure. Through the chair to the comment, I think, like all of us, we want a beautiful community. We want a place that we can call home, that looks the part and feels the part here in Northern Alberta like it always did. I'm sure Del and your team, they want the same. So I think we're all on the same page with regards to what we want in beautification. This is going to take some time and effort to get it right. I'm not up for wasteful money or wasteful spend. I'm up for getting it right. So I do agree with the right sort of renderings, look, and pictures of what beautification looks like on the entrance to this city. That will take some time to get it right. And no, I'm not wanting to pin a business owner that has solidified a business and a revenue stream with an overabundance of expense. I think that's not what administration is set out to do. I think we're going to work collaboratively to produce something that our community can call home. And that is a welcome mat to our community. So I think that's the commitment that I can make on behalf of administration tonight publicly.
Yeah, and I would just propose as a friendly amendment, given those comments, that any condition would be reasonable in the circumstances and take cost into account. That's all. If Councillor Luana would consider that friendly amendment.
Sure, I'm not sure what it changes. It's subjective what's reasonable, but yep. To wrap this up, don't be putting a cost on it, Don.
Sorry, one more quick comment. And just that the CAO would have, we would defer to the CAO to bring it back to council if needed.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that the CAO would have the ability to bring it back to council as required if further directions needed.
Yes, of course, and so would the applicants too, right? If they didn't like what you were saying, yeah.
Just to make it explicit.
Sure, make it explicit. Explicit that, Jade?
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We'll be supporting the motion and the amendments. However, there's a comment that resonated with me that administration brought forward, and it's making sure that we're supporting higher and better uses within these areas. So if this motion passes, the campground will be permanent. However, I just wanted to extend myself, Councillor Scott, and Councillor Van de Castian are on the Wood Buffalo Development on the ECDEV board. So at a time where you're looking to develop that dealership, I will extend my contact information to you, and the ECDEV will help you in that when you're ready. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Council. I really appreciate that Council's finding a way through this. I was going to make a comment about the past decision previously made not being binding on this Council, but I think that's been fairly clear. I would want to add that based on just the last comment, we have to, council needs to be careful because this is a direct control bylaw. And so it's got a unique characteristic in that it's not appealable on almost most of the traditional grounds. The only way someone can appeal a development permit decision in a direct control bylaw if they can demonstrate that the administration failed to follow council's directions. So what council puts into the bylaw will be very critical to any future development permit. And so the more explicit the directions you make, that's helpful. But the last comment about coming back to council, I just caution that DC bylaws are subject to a choice. The development permit can come back to council in the future for a decision. That has to be explicit. If council wants to go in the normal course, council will continue to delegate the decision-making to the development authority, and that would allow the authority to make that determination, subject to that very narrow appeal rule. So I just heard some comments about bringing something back to council. And as long as that's considered to be very open and not explicit about being incorporated into the DC bylaw, I just wanted to raise that so that any development permit will remain delegated to the development authority. And thank you. It's been a very instructive hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just to follow up on that comment that was made. So basically, the development authority, being the municipality, can effectively bring it back to council if required, or if they determine in their discretion it's required. Is that a fair comment on the where we're at. Oh, maybe he's not around anymore.
I think you're on mute. There you go, Chris.
No, I'm sorry. Great question through the chair to Councillor Scott. The Development Authority can always bring a matter forward to council for instruction. And if council, I think there's been some pretty clear words here in this hearing that council considers this site to be very important. It's a gateway, and administration will likely take those words to heart. And there is likely no need to make an explicit direction in the bylaw, because if you do, you're probably pushing this matter to come back to council for an actual decision on the development permit. And I'm not sure that that's what council wants. So I'm taking it that council's saying, please come back to us for any clarification, but don't come back to us to make the decision on the development permit. I hope that's a fair summary.
Sorry, just speaking for myself, I think that's fine. We delegate the discretion to the Development Authority, and should clarification be required, then that can be sought from council.
Yeah, and I think it's been very clear direction tonight that Dell and team have not sat with Director Owens or myself. So I think early and often discussion can sort of get around some of this discussion to solve things quickly here this evening. So.
Thank you. Does council have any questions, comments, debate points regarding the amendment? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? This is the amendment, not the second reading, the amendment. Councillor Marcel in favor, Councillor Van de Castien in favor, thank you. And that's carried with 9 in favor. Thanks, everyone. Now going back to the second reading. Does council have any questions, comments, or debate points regarding the second reading? I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castien, Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. That's carried with 9 in favor. Can someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/012 be read a third and final time.
Thank you. Thank you for the second, Councillor Brandt. Do council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm not going to support the motion just because I feel that it's been too long ongoing. Changes, amendments, too many amendments, and I just feel that I'm going to stick with my guns, and I feel that we can do a better job. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Van de Castien, Councillor Marcel in favor. Thank you. And that is carried 9 in favor. Thanks, everyone. Next, as we have changed the order, we're going to 7.4. Next up, we have bylaw number 26/019, Committees Bylaw, and bylaw number 26/020, Amendment to Committees Bylaw number 17/024, which is being presented as second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite Legislative Services to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jade Brown, Chief Legislative Officer. I'm joined this evening by Heather Ferdine, Manager with Tribunals and Committees, and Muhammad Bukhari, our Legislative Officer on our team. We're here this evening to present bylaw number 26019 for your consideration. The current committee's bylaw 17024 was approved in December of 2017 and governs 15 council-appointed committees. Prior to its adoption, committees were governed through individual separate bylaws. Since that time, Council has approved several key governance documents, including the MDP in 2024 and the 2025 to 2029 Strategic Governance Plan. Last year, we undertook the first comprehensive review of Council-appointed committees to assess their effectiveness, relevance, and alignment with Council's governance priorities and strategic direction. The review found that various committees have similar or complementary mandates and in many cases overlapping memberships. In some instances, committees have achieved the objectives for which they've been established. The review also highlighted challenges experienced with quorum and attendance across multiple committees, along with duplicated efforts.
In response to the review findings, administration is proposing to repeal the current committee's bylaw and replace it with the proposed bylaw 26019. The new bylaw strengthens governance and introduces clearer provisions for subcommittees, advocacy, attendance, term limits, resignations, reporting, and council member voting rights on most committees. To support ongoing effectiveness and strategic alignment, the proposed bylaw requires periodic reviews of committee mandates and compositions with each new council term or earlier if needed. The review also found that 4 committees no longer require inclusion in the committee's bylaw. 2 are governed through separate bylaws. The Transportation Advisory Committee has remained inactive since 2022, and the Vehicle for Hire Committee is no longer needed as the program is administered internally.
Building on the achievements of advisory committees that have been in place for several years, especially those with similar or complementary mandates, administration is recommending the creation of 4 new committees. The proposed committees allow improved alignment to current priorities and strategies, and these include the Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee, the Wood Buffalo Public Art and Beautification Advisory Committee, the Wood Buffalo Business and Development Advisory Committee, and the Wood Buffalo Revitalization Advisory Committee. The proposed Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee strengthens the foundations established by the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity, and the Advisory Committee on Aging to provide Council with coordinated, stakeholder-informed advice on advancing equity, inclusion, accessibility, and overall well-being for all residents. It also aligns committee work with the Municipal Development Plan and Council's current strategic governance plan. Compositions for similar advisory bodies vary across jurisdiction based on community models and sizes. The proposed composition before you has been reviewed internally by our working group and is our recommended starting point for this committee. The second committee being proposed is the Wood Buffalo Public Art and Beautification Advisory Committee, which integrates the complementary mandates of the Communities in Bloom Committee and the Public Art Committee to unify cultural, environmental, and community engagement efforts into one coordinated body. Bringing these interconnected areas together under a single governance structure can reduce duplication, strengthen collaboration, improve strategic alignment, and maximize the impact of volunteer and administrative resources. The integrated approach recognizes that placemaking, public art, beautification, and civic pride are closely linked and are most effective when planned and delivered in a coordinated manner. If approved, the Wood Buffalo Public Art and Beautification Committee would encompass 1 council member and 8 public at-large members with experience, skills, and expertise in the fields of arts, culture, and community beautification. The third committee being proposed is the Wood Buffalo Business and Development Advisory Committee, which leverages the recommendations of the Pro-Business Advisory Committee and the work of the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee to provide informed recommendations and strategic solutions that address business and development challenges, reduce barriers to investment and growth, and support the region's long-term economic prosperity. The composition for the proposed committee is informed by the sectors identified through the internal review and considers the sector priorities outlined in the Development Advisory and Pro-Business Advisory Committees. The fourth committee is the Wood Buffalo Revitalization Advisory Committee. Building on the work and accomplishments of the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory and Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committees, the proposed committee would bring these complementary mandates together under a single advisory body. The composition before you is based on the sectors identified through internal consultation, while also taking into consideration those contained in the existing committees.
3 existing committees will continue under the proposed bylaw: the Community Identification Committee, the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee, and the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee. No changes are being proposed to the Community Identification Committee, as councillors currently hold voting rights there already. We are recommending voting rights for councillors who sit on the Homelessness Initiative Strategic Committee. And while we had originally recommended in the bylaw this evening voting rights for councillors on the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee, we have since been advised that provincial regulations limit the committee to 7 voting members. Granting voting rights to 2 councillors this evening would exceed that limit. Accordingly, we propose a second reading amendment this evening to maintain 7 voting members, retaining the 2 councillor positions as non-voting, as outlined on attachment 5 of your package. We would also propose to review this committee's composition in 2027. Given the committee's limited operating history, we believe a review after additional experience has been gained is the most appropriate approach in this case.
In addition to the committee's bylaw before you this evening, bylaw 26020 is also being proposed to amend the current committee's bylaw 17024 to immediately establish the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee, which was approved by Council on April 14th, 2026. If approved, recruitment for this committee would launch in July 2026, enabling it to commence its work immediately. The Animal Welfare Advisory Committee will advise Council on animal welfare matters, support responsible pet ownership and public safety, and provide recommendations to improve animal welfare outcomes across the region. The proposed composition, as shown, was approved by Council at its April 14th, 2026 meeting.
Should Council choose to approve the proposed bylaws this evening, recruitment for the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee and the recently approved Community Investment Program Approval Committees will begin immediately. This recruitment will ensure both committees are ready to support their mandates in 2026. Recruitment for all other advisory committees will occur in fall 2026, allowing administration to fill positions on both new and continuing committees through a single coordinated process. The proposed committee's bylaw will take effect on January 1st, 2027, at which time all committee appointments, operations, and governance will transition to the new framework.
The proposed committee's bylaw before you tonight reflects a comprehensive review of council-appointed committees and establishes a modernized governance framework aligned with council's strategic priorities and governance best practices. Our review identified opportunities to strengthen not only committee governance, but also how committees contribute to municipal decision-making. Committees play an important role in providing community and stakeholder perspectives, identifying emerging issues and opportunities, and helping us better understand the needs of our communities. Administration will continue to engage committees on matters within their mandates and seek their input on key initiatives. There may also be opportunities for committees to work collaboratively with administration on plans and strategies, helping to ensure that the engagement activities are informed by community perspectives and reach the audiences most affected by municipal decisions. Together, these changes will help strengthen the relationship between council, committees, administration, and the community, ensuring that committees remain effective, engaged, and aligned with council's priorities. Thank you for your time this evening. We're happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for all the work you put into this. It's very much appreciated. Councillor Vardy, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for all your work on this. This is something that we've been looking at since I've been on committees, and so it's very, very appreciative. I have a few comments. So starting with Appendix A, Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee, I noticed all of the other committees have the title advisory with the exception of the Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee. Is there a reason that that's the only one that's not an advisory committee?
We hadn't thought of it that way, so thank you for the question. At the end of the day, this is a council-appointed advisory committee's bylaw, so in essence, their mandate does speak to advising council. If it's something that council would like specifically in the title, we could certainly do that. Based on our benchmarking throughout most other municipalities, it does vary. So some have very set specific mandates around well-being in the community, while there's a couple of other jurisdictions that do have a social well-being committee.
Okay. Staying with Appendix A, so looking at the composition of the membership, I'll start with organizations. So council member, obviously, but we have 3 organizations that represent our senior population, and we have one that represents housing. However, within the definition of social well-being, I'm not seeing any representation from organizations, example, with Buffalo Pride, Multicultural, Newcomers, Association. Why are we leaning so heavily of 3 representatives for seniors and kind of lacking in the other representation for organizations?
Through our review, we did find that we didn't want to lose the seniors representation. So honestly, the membership that's before you tonight was based on a similar or what a merged composition might look like for a social well-being committee. It is, as we've spoke to in our speaking notes, intended to be that starting point for this conversation. I do anticipate that we'll likely want to bring forward amendments based on what we know to be true. And I'm sure you'll hear from lots of delegates tonight that have opinions on the composition, and we're welcome to any feedback.
Awesome. I do have a couple of amendments. Obviously, they'll come back later. And then my last one is same thing, Appendix A. We have membership, 6 members from 1 or more of the equity deserving population. And I think there's like 9 or 10 examples. However, in the previous bylaw, it would be very explicit. It would say 1 member of the LGBT, 1 member of the faith, 1 member of the Indigenous community. The way that this reads in theory is that you could have 6 people you could have 6 women on the committee and no one else, and you would still meet the mandate. So what was the reason that we chose to be a little bit more loose with that verbiage instead of having designated people as equity deserving populations?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. One of the approaches that we took when we did the review and the composition was making sure that we had like a committee that didn't have too many members. So once you get over that 11, 13 member committee, it gets challenging to meet quorum. So I would say that that's part of this. With respect to how it's written, you'll hear from us hopefully later this evening, where we'll be speaking a little bit more about the council-appointed committee's policy that we're bringing forward and the introduction of a skills matrix or competencies-based recruitment model. So what we'd like to see from those who are applying is if there's any intersectionality and any different representation. So I could be representing women, I could be representing youth if I worked in that category. So you may see someone applying that fits more than one.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott?
Thanks for that. And thank you for all your hard work. I just want to, could you give me a quick rundown, big picture? Is there any committee besides, I think you said it was the police, the one where there's provincial regs, where council doesn't have a vote?
Through the chair, if council chooses to make the proposed amendment this evening that we're proposing, it would only be the Municipal Policing Advisory Committee.
So it's only one that wouldn't
That's
have a
correct.
voting member. And I see that there's quite a few committees with just one council member. Was that strategically chosen, or is there any reason that there couldn't be more than one if council so elected?
Through the chair, if council chose to have more than one council member, I would just recommend that we'd look at our number of composition because we wouldn't want to have an even number committee.
Yeah, my suggestion would just be that we'd have the option should we so determine. And the CAO, I know he's often at committees, but he has another job to do outside of committees. Is he a member of any committee?
Well, the CAO is a member of some corporations, or municipal corporations.
Yeah.
But that's not the topic of conversation this evening. The bylaw is drafted in a way where it's the CAO or a designate. So essentially, working through CAO and the senior leadership team, we would identify who would come and sit alongside. They wouldn't be a participating voting member, typically non-voting, to provide advice and information to committees.
Yeah, I would just, my only, and it's a suggestion, is the CAO would always have the option to attend meetings. He can be a ex officio and the mayor, same thing.
Thank you. And that would be inherent through our bylaws. We do have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your work on this. I think evolving to a new strategy in terms of how we deal with our council-appointed committees is progressive and a good place to be. I have some issues. Ironically, I agree with Councillor Vardy. Seniors are overrepresented, and there's groups that are missing in the social well-being. By virtue of their membership, Golden Years Society is a senior. They're not a professional association. They're a group. But that aside, there is nobody representing children 0 to 18. So I like the work that's done, but I have a lot of concerns with membership, limiting representation, limiting some voices. So I like the amalgamation, but can we approve this and have you take it away and still work on membership?
Absolutely. Through the chair, if council wanted to approve it this evening, this wouldn't come into effect until 2027. Essentially, the biggest trigger point for this would be our fall recruitment to understand what committees are going to be in place for you in 2027. And we could go away and take a look at this membership or anything else that you needed us to look at.
So we can approve the concept of the evolved committees, but then still work on membership. Okay.
Yes,
Without it coming back to public? Because how does the public get input?
We would still need to come back with a bylaw amendment. So if you wanted to approve it this evening, you could approve it all three reading, second and third reading. Any proposed amendments that anyone has in mind right now could be incorporated. And then what you could do is pass a supplementary motion instructing us to go away and come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Cardinal.
Check. Hey, Mayor. Thank you. I did want to have thanks for the presentation. I appreciate the work being done. Can I have you guys go to the Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization page, or the presentation page? Maybe I kind of wanted to have that come up on screen while I'm talking. Can that happen? Yeah. Oh, it is on screen? But not for the public? Can the public see that? Or does the public just see me?
No, it's page 12. 12 of your presentation.
Yes, page 12. I just wanted to see the alignment on the Wood Buffalo Waterfront Advisory Committee and then the Wood Buffalo Downtown Revitalization Advisory Committee. I really like the way that those look because they are downtown. They're both, adjacent to each other kind of thing, and it just fits. I like that one. Okay. I did want to say also, like the Wood Buffalo Development Advisory Committee and Pro Business Advisory, that one fits. Really, really fits. Looks good. They coincide with each other. Communities in Bloom, Public Art, they're both making the community look more beautiful, right? And then we're here. We're at this one, totally off. Totally off. We got a laid-back, hardworking, their advisory committee on aging, and then you have Reside. High velocity. Go get them, fight, and then I just feel that they don't fit with each other. And I just wanted to know, how did we come to that conclusion there when everything else really, really fits, but then we don't have these two that really, really fit? Because we've got concerns from Councillor Vardy and then Councillor Luana. I just feel that these two could be better standing on their own committees rather than being a Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee. I think that they can do well on their own together rather than the way that you guys see how much these other three fit, and then you see these other two that are totally, completely different than what it is that they're actually fighting for. So can I get an answer on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cardinal. We've invited Janelle Fleury, who's been a part of our working group and our review. For the record, I'm not sure if we got into this as in detail as we probably should have, for the public's awareness and for all of your awareness. Part of this review since 2025 involved senior leadership team. It involved stakeholders within our internal administration. So I'll segue that and invite Janelle to speak to that question because she's been integrated into this work.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, thank you for the statement. So the two committees in spirit have been very different. That is probably correct. What we're looking at for the Community Wellbeing Committee, both of those committees that have reached their mandates are achieving social outcomes, which the Committee of Social Wellbeing will do. So when we look at micro outcomes for well-being, we're looking at inclusion, we're looking at voice for community members, which we feel that both of these groups have been championing those types of social outcomes. So although their spirits may have been very different, the outcomes and what they're looking to achieve for community, if working together, can go further than we believe if they're working on the issues in isolation.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation and explanation. So I'm not too sure if the advisory committee on aging is going through the same things that Reside is going through, and the racism things, and the diversity and inclusion stuff. I really don't think that they fit. So what I'm trying to say is that how do you justify two different groups combining and then kind of like fighting for the same thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I understand your question. We consider intersectionality, so whether someone is advocating for age friendliness and reducing ageism, that affects people of different races and religions and all the equity deserving groups that are represented on Reside. And likewise, the issues that Reside is championing affect people who are aging. So while their mandates to date have been separate, they're looking at the same, again, social outcomes. They want well-being for individuals in the community. We feel that they have done excellent work at achieving the mandates that they've had so far. We think they can do great work coming together and, again, addressing that intersectionality that whether you're a senior or a person of color, you're impacted by similar social issues, though I appreciate your point that yes, there are differences as well.
So if the reside is doing great things, then why, and like from my experience with Golden Years and, Luana and Councillor Boussier's work and the things that I've seen and the visits that I've went to with the seniors and council senior luncheons and all that good stuff, I just feel that taking away from that with stuff that's already working and then combining it and then causing conflict within our public people or whatever, you know what I mean? I just feel that piece there, I don't like it myself. I really think that would need to be separated and they'll work better alone. And I really strongly advise if we can get to that point. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to address that we always do better in collaboration and collective action as community. So when we're working on things alone, we can't go as far as we can together. The committees, when I address the good work they're doing, we're integrating those efforts. We're not reducing them or taking them away. We'll still have the age-friendly work plan that will address the actions that the municipality takes for age friendliness. Under the World Health Organization age-friendly designation, we still have actions to achieve to keep that designation upheld. We still have mandates for reside that are built into the municipal development plan. The goal of bringing this committee forward and changing the structure is to make it relevant to this current council's governance plan and to align it to current strategies. That work isn't stopping. It's still happening.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters, thanks for the presentation. And I'll apologize if you spoke about this before I got in the room. I sit on Reside. I've sat on the homelessness, the HISC, and council was non-voting. Was it this council that told you to, or instructed you to make councillor eligible to vote or part of quorum this time around? Because I noticed HISC and the social well-being committee that's being proposed, now the councillor does vote?
Through the chair, we are proposing that we move to councillors having voting rights.
Right.
I think it's been up to this point, it's differed based on what committee, with no specific purpose as to why on some and not on others. In conversations with this council, I know in January when we came forward and presented some information to you all, we talked about voting versus non-voting, and my takeaway from that was that council would prefer to have a voting right.
Okay, and that's what I thought, Jay, thank you. One of the two other questions, residency. How do we determine who's a resident, who's not? Is it just if you have a place here, you could commute, but if you're here 3 nights or 4 days a week, that you're considered a resident? Your driver's license may show Calgary or Edmonton. So how do we?
That's a great question. Thank you. Right now, we would receive the applications. So folks are asked to put on their application their home address. And if their address reflects an address within the region, we assume that they're a resident of the region. We don't double check residency per se when they apply.
So if they reside in a camp, but they have a shift that allows them to come in on that particular meeting date, I don't even know what the address would be.
I don't know.
A camp, but
I haven't had that experience up to this point. I know most folks, if they're a resident of the region and they're looking to leave the region, they do typically resign, not necessarily because of that provision that's in the bylaw or in the policy, but more so because their personal circumstances have changed and they may want to look to volunteer in the community that they're residing in.
Okay. Last question. We have a 6-year, 6 consecutive year timeout. Like some of these committees meet fairly well once a month, except for summer recess. The one committee here, CIC, we still have a cap, but yet they may not even get more than 3 meetings in the 6 years, and yet the other committees are probably going to get 7 or 8 a year, right? So, and I'm not suggesting we change it for that one particular committee, but that one's, I guess, a struggle, because I mean, like, when's the last time CIC met? Or how many times they met in the last couple of years, probably?
Through the chair to the question, since 2022, CIC has been meeting on average 3 times a year. It's only been this year that they haven't met for the first half of the year yet.
So through the chair, so with a 6-year, I'm assuming it's written in stone. You're done.
Through the chair, yes, unless council chose to extend you. We have had circumstances in the past where there'll be a letter for transition or transition of a chair on a board or a committee where council may choose to go beyond that.
Okay. And I guess just a comment, I certainly agree with Councillor Luana that I think the social well-being committee could be reevaluated or redone. There's some groups that are probably may not be represented on the way this is proposed, but thanks for your work.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. The Community Identification Committee, so when I was working in my previous role, was looking through meeting minutes for a decision on something that I had applied for. And there was a couple times within the 3 times a year they were meeting that they didn't meet at all because of quorum or whatever reason. So my question is, was it considered by administration to combine CIC with beautification? Why did you decide to keep it as a standalone in comparison to maybe adding it to a different one when we don't see repeat attendance or need for so many meetings?
Through the chair to Councillor Vardy, the Community Identification Committee mandate is to resolve or approve things that come forward through the community identification system. And there are a lot of policy recommendations that we're working through right now that were brought forward in 2024 and 2025, particularly around the indigeneity of the naming and going through and decolonizing that system. We feel it would be inappropriate to merge it with Communities in Bloom, which does address beautification and leisure active living. It is, as suggested by the bylaw, merging with public art to address that similar mandate.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you. My next question is Section 28, specifically involving the CAO's discretion on approving administrative support to committees. When we're referring to committees, are you also including subcommittees under that definition? Or do I need to, if I want to make an amendment to include that the CEO can delegate administrative support to subcommittees, do I have to make that amendment, or is it included in the definition of committees?
Through the chair, I would prefer it as a second reading amendment to make it explicitly clear in the bylaw so that when I read it or someone else reads it, we interpret it the same way. So I'd appreciate that as a second reading amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can you just speak to attendance if a member does not come to meetings? How is that addressed?
Heather, would you like to speak to that process?
Through the chair to Councillor Scott. So basically the way it works now is if a member misses 3 meetings in a row, it would be up to the committee members, the committee itself, to determine whether or not they would grant an excusal to the committee member.
And are you recommending that continue, or should we have a firm rule for everybody so that there's
through the chair, we are recommending that that does continue, but we're also limiting excusals to 2 excusals per term for each member. So they could only be excused twice before ceasing to be a member of the committee.
And then they'd be automatically out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does Council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any, so thank you all very much. Now we just have delegates. Sundas, you drew number 1. If you just want to say your name for the record, and just you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Sundas Shamshad. I'm the chair of Rayside, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to respectfully request, please do not merge Rayside and the Advisory Committee on Aging into a single committee called Social Wellbeing Committee. I understand the rationale that it is reducing duplication, enforce collaboration and efficiency, but I would respectfully argue that this is not duplicated committees. They are distinct and they are complementary. Rayside advises on inclusion, diversity, and equity and anti-racism, and the ACOA focuses on seniors and building a age-friendly community. These are different mandates and different expertise and different lived experiences. Bringing them together do not eliminate duplication. It risks blurring the focus and weakening both. This decision is not about administrative. It is structural, and the structure determines whose voices are heard clearly and whose are not. Couple of points that I wanted to bring forward. Rayside and ACOA has distinct mandate. Equity work is not the same as senior advocacy. Both are essential. Both serve underrepresented community members, but they require dedicated space, specialized expertise, and clear accountability. Second, the attendance, and that, like it was said, that attendance and efficiency concerns that should be addressed separately from the questions and of the mandate. I also want to address one of the reasons cited in support of the merger. The rationale presented suggests that combining these committees will improve efficiency, but I struggle to see the evidence for that. Rayside already demonstrates strong engagement with an attendance rate of approximately 83% among members at large. By comparison, ACAO is about 54%. Merging the committees do not solve the attendance challenge. Instead, it reduces dedicated senior representation to a single member, and then also puts an ownership on nonprofit, but having no nonprofits or any organization representing the Rayside side. So it's a bit of a lopsided. That change representation without demonstration how it improved participation or outcome, it doesn't show us. If evidence does not demonstrate that the merger solved the identified problem, then we should be conscious about dismantling the two committees that already provide valuable and distinct advice. Third, merging risk dilution of equity work at a time that it is urgently needed. Across Canada, and I'm sure you guys are aware that police reports have stated an increase in hate crime over 30% in a single year, with sharpest rise targeting vulnerable racialized people, example, LGBTQS+ people, immigrants, and religious minorities. This is not an abstract. This is happening right now in communities across Alberta. Rayside exists to bring forward these realities, and it directly affects people in their day-to-day life. If DEI becomes one item within a broad well-being agenda, it risks being softened, deprioritized through a loss of representation and expert voice. But equity is not a side conversation. It is about dignity, access, and justice, and it requires a dedicated table. This is not just policy for me, it's personal. As a person belonging to Muslim community, a BIPOC resident, and a cancer survivor living with long-term physical limitations, I know what it means to navigate systems that are not always built for you in mind. I know that what it feels like if you have to rely on accessibility to encounter barriers and to question whether your voice will be understood or prioritized. Spaces like Rayside matters because they are designated for those experiences and not as an afterthought, but as a focus. Without these dedicated spaces, voices like mine and many others in the community risk being set aside, becoming just one perspective amongst many instead of being clearly heard where they are needed. In this merged committee, multiple equity-deserving communities will be sharing limited space. That means voices currently centered by Rayside will be less heard in the room. Even with best of intention, some perspectives will become quieter. And thirdly, there is a risk of self-censorship. Rayside builds a space of trust, a space where people can speak openly about discrimination and systematic barriers. In a broader committee, that changes, and people may be hesitant to share their views. And council can lose honest and unfiltered advice, especially when it comes to cultural self-censorship. Sometimes speaking to elderly in my culture, I wouldn't speak up to my elders. And that can be detrimental in a space like this. This proposal also conflicts with the municipality's own community safety and well-being strategy, priority 4, inclusion, anti-racism, and social connectivity, which states that reduce systematic barriers and foster a mosaic culture in which every resident feels safe from discrimination and connected to their community. The effect of this proposed merger would be moving in the opposite direction. Rather than strengthening dedicated mechanism to identify and address systematic barrier, it reduces the visibility of the very structure designed to bring those concerns forward. If inclusion and anti-racism are stated priorities, then governance structures supporting those priorities should be strengthened, not diluted. And lastly, reducing duplication does not require merger. I would suggest we should collaborate, and we have it in our mandate to collaborate with others and have subcommittees. So we have proven models in different cities like Calgary who do not merge specialized advisory committees, but instead they connect them. Specialized committees remain intact, and a broader well-being committee coordinates across them and through shared membership and collaboration. This is an opportunity here, and I feel like we can consider this for our moving forward.
That's about the time there, Sundus. You're
just wanted to just my last to the councillor and mayor. This decision of merger should shape more than governance. It should shape more people's experience and inclusion. Do not merge these committees. Strengthen them, connect them, but do not dismantle them, because inclusion is not just a value; it's a structure and worth being protected. Thank you.
Thanks, Sundus. And I gave you an extra 3 minutes because you're the chair, so nobody else gets that. So just, I want to be equal, but we're not going to be.
Don't I feel special? And I wanted to propose a motion for comfortable chairs back there because it was really hard sitting.
We'll work on that. We don't want them too comfortable. But thanks, Sundus. We see you, we hear you, and thanks for all your comments and your extensive look into both committees. The only question I have before I go to my colleagues is, what do you think Reside can't accomplish if is merged?
I think because of the dilution, it can. I don't think it will be as robust as it is. Not too long ago, I was here giving you an annual report for Rayside, and you see that what we have accomplished throughout the years is very detrimental, especially during this time when we are facing astronomical hate crimes. Communities are affected. We have had a member of the public giving us presentation about the hatred on social media and how the communities are vulnerable communities are affected. So I think right now this is a time to strengthen Rayside, not dilute it. And I feel like if we do move towards social well-being committee, it will be diluted because it consists of 4 nonprofits that are well versed in advocating their needs, but a person at large is not as trained to address their needs in a committee, and meeting once a month would dilute the perspective.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Sundas, for your presentation. You were talking about a committee in Calgary. I wasn't really understanding what you were saying. Can you elaborate on that comment you made?
So there is a committee in Calgary that is called Social Wellbeing Committee that so it's a blanketed committee. The members are from the different committees in the city, and they collaborate towards certain projects. So I was suggesting that Rayside can collaborate with the seniors committee into, for example, disability, access to disability. And one of the initiatives that Rayside did was sending a letter to council for consideration for the parking. So we are doing that work, but I think that we need more collaboration than merger. And I think if we do merge, then we risk dilution of the perspectives.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Bussier, is Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Sundas. Mayor Bowman asked the question. I was wondering about what outcomes you think couldn't be achieved. When I listened to your presentation, you talked about systems not being built for you, accessibility, safe spaces, justice, dignity. Those are all things seniors fight for. Those are all of the things that ACOA is also fighting for. I've been on both committees, so have both sides of it. So I'm just curious as to what you think a combined committee can't achieve.
So my objective is that because it's combined, it's not enough time to discuss all the issues. Rayside has a really big mandate, and how it's working into incorporating all of those aspects in day-to-day work. But I understand that the seniors also have that. But I think that we should have a seniors committee and Rayside separately and not merge it, because combining them, I don't think there's enough time to go over each and every issues that are affecting each particular group.
So I don't know if we're not sharing an understanding, but these council-appointed committees exist to provide advice to council based on our strategic outcomes, not goals of a committee, right? Or not plans that a committee has. It's to advise us and to bring the voices of our residents with various lived experiences to council. So it was a little concerning to me to hear that maybe it's not a safe space, or there's some safe space issues. I don't know if we need to do some work on that, but I'm just trying to understand. You talk about collaboration, if you have any suggestions on how you're going to collaborate. If you see such barriers to blending, how does collaboration work?
So what I was trying to say is that because senior committees are nonprofit and a senior, and then Rayside is in part members at large with DEI perspective, there is opportunity to collaborate and have communication between the two. But because of their needs and also their really perspectives, their perspectives are very different in the sense that if there is there might be a risk of self-censorship. If, for example, myself, I belong to a culture where if a senior talks to me about certain aspect, I am told to I respect my seniors. So then I might self-censor myself because I want my senior to take that voice. So that's the kind of issue that I was trying to raise.
So are you saying, because I'm not familiar with all the members of Rayside, are you saying there is no nonprofits represented at Reside?
There's no nonprofits at Rayside.
Okay, because there used to be, like, I wasn't aware of that.
We are
so-
all members at large. We don't have a nonprofit.
Okay, I used to sit on the coalition
Okay.
Creating Equity and was at the table, and there was representation from agencies. So I guess to administration, where's Janelle? Is she here, or Tony? I don't see. Oh, there. Is that, or Jade, is that intentional that we don't have nonprofit groups represented at Reside? Because we used to.
Through the chair, the composition of Reside is currently set out in the 17024 bylaw, and it's written in a member at large.
All members at large?
Yeah, and recruitment, again, we're shifting the way we do recruitment
Right.
based on competencies-based approach, which we haven't done in the past. So I think that creates an opportunity.
Yeah. That's a huge
I hope that
miss.
answers
Okay.
the question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sundas.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. And thank you for your presentation. You're very well spoken. Like I said that the last time you presented to us, but just wondering, I mean, what if even Reside, say, was to have the same mandate and we still called it Reside? Would you be open to us expanding your membership of the group and including a senior and a person with disabilities?
Yes.
Other
I
members
would
of
love
those
to
communities?
have a senior and person with disability, or I mean, I also think that we should also have, if in a perfect world, I would have a human rights lawyer in there. And I think we need to have a skill matrix that dictates which members we take in these committees. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I think there's opportunity here. But in the perfect world, yes, I would love to have different perspectives.
In an ideal world, it would be nice to have human rights lawyers on every corner too, but I don't think we have that large population in Fort McMurray. But so I guess all I'm saying is, if we were to, you're essentially saying the same thing that we're trying to say with what this recommendation with Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee is saying, is that we're still doing what Reside does. We're just doing it with more membership and perhaps a more broader mandate. I'm just wondering why that wouldn't work in your mind.
Because the composition...
I hear you saying diluting it, but would it not... Does it not just expand if we had Reside but added seniors and people with disabilities and other groups?
Because what being right now suggesting is we have 4 nonprofits that serve senior citizen, 1 senior citizen. So that means 5 people for seniors, and then the rest for the diverse community. But also there is, and I don't have the list right now, but there's Indigenous, and then it has something else added to it. So it's not like one Indigenous person or one person from this group. That's why I'm saying it's diluted, because right now we have different representation. If you look at the mandate right now and the memberships, we have that, but we are diluting it because we are adding people into it and not balancing it on the other side.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the hamster's already going around in Councillor Boussier's head on how to form an amending motion on that, as both her and Councillor Vardy spoke to that membership issue already. I think what we want to do is we want to achieve what is going to be good for everybody and is going to work for all. But we're really very interested in hearing more from all the other presenters as well as to those perspectives and how do we get this right. Because, yes, we've had a lot of very strong, we've had some groups that have done some really good work. This is far Reside, what you guys are doing today versus what you were doing 10 years ago. I remember when we first formed Reside, and it was just getting started, really didn't know what it was doing, but we've really built and grown on that. maybe we can build it stronger. Maybe we can build it and a little bit more, a little wider, a little bit more diverse. But to me, it's about inclusion, not exclusion.
No, that's why I'm suggesting collaboration. I'm suggesting to the council that maybe we should keep them as separate, but have opportunity for collaboration. And there's a lot of opportunity here. And also one of the things that I wanted to add is no shade to nonprofits. I've served in a nonprofit, but nonprofits are very passionate people. So having 4 nonprofit members can have a different advocacy capability than a person from down the street. So having that balance is very important, and I think that's not looked into in this proposal.
Okay. Well, thanks again for your presentation and for answering my questions. Those I really appreciate your response.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Alms. Council, any other questions? I'm not seeing any Sundesk, so thank you very much. Chrissy, you're up. Just a reminder, all council, just to all the people presenting, just if something the previous person already said, you can just go back to Sundesk's presentation. Just for the record, Christy, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated for questions, please. Not yet. Now it is. You're good.
Christine Kindop, as you guys all know. I might need more than 5 minutes. Sorry, Sundas. So I sit on the RACID. I had some concerns about the merger there. We've done a lot of really good work within our group. And I just wanted to talk about that. So in addition to serving on the DEI committee, I've had the privilege of serving on several other municipal, Indigenous, non-profit boards and committees. These experiences have taught me that the effective governance does not simply affect or reduce the number of committees. It is about ensuring the right voices are at the right tables with clear mandate, meaningful representation, and the ability to provide informed advice to council. That perspective brings me here today. I would also like to acknowledge the council's continued commitment to building an inclusive and welcoming municipality. I recognize that the governance decisions are not always easy, and I appreciate the responsibility that comes with balancing the needs of a growing and increasingly diverse community. Today, I respectfully ask the council to reconsider the proposed merger of the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity and Equity with the Aging Committee. I just want to make one thing clear. This is not an argument against seniors, nor is it an argument in favor of one committee over the other. It's an argument that both committees deserve to stand on their own because they serve different purposes and represent different voices within our community. Our aging population deserves dedicated attention, specialized expertise, and a committee whose sole purpose is advocating with their unique needs. Seniors face issues related to housing, healthcare, accessibility, transportation, age-friendly infrastructure, social isolation, emergency preparedness, and community participation. These priorities are significant enough to warrant a standalone advisory committee. The DEI committee is established to provide council with advice through an equity lens across all municipal services, policies, and decisions. Its mandate extends far beyond one demographic. It is considered the experiences and barriers faced today for Indigenous people, the Métis, the Inuit, the newcomers, the immigrants, the refugees, people from a diverse culture and faith background, persons with disabilities, women, youth, seniors, and the LGBTQ2S plus individuals, and any other individual experiencing barriers with full participation from our community. This is a broad and important mandate that deserves dedicated focus and expertise. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is unlike most municipalities in Canada. Wood Buffalo is the home of people from every corner of the world. We have more than 80 languages spoken throughout this region, 8 Indigenous communities, Métis several locals, residents from every province and territory of Canada. People represent dozens of communities from around the world, deep Indigenous roots that continue to shape the identity of this region, one of Canada's most dynamic and diverse workforces. Our municipality landscape is one of Wood Buffalo's defining strengths. The diversity is not incidental, it's one of the defining characteristics of our municipality. That diversity is not a reason to consolidate representation, it's a reason to strengthen it. Our community continues to grow and become more diverse. The need for a dedicated diversity and equity inclusion committee becomes even more important, not less. Unlike our senior diversity committee, unlike our seniors, they deserve a committee whose entire focus is on the challenges and the opportunities facing older adults. Their important work should not have to compete with the broader decisions around diversity, accessibility, inclusion, multiculturalism, and reconciliation. Both committees deserve dedicated attention. The proposal to raise questions about the municipality's commitment to truth and reconciliation. The municipality has publicly committed to advancing truth and reconciliation, adopted numerous calls to action, and identified Indigenous relations as a strategic priority. Reconciliation is not one issue among many. It's an ongoing commitment that should influence the municipal governance, policy development, and community engagement. The DEI committee provides one of the few formal advisory tables where Indigenous voices can be brought directly to council, alongside voices of newcomers, cultural communities, faith communities, persons with disabilities, women, youth, and so on. Weakening that dedication, advisory body appears inconsistent with the municipality's stated commitment to reconciliation, inclusion, and meaningful engagement. Some of the concerns about this whole process is when legislative services attended our committee meeting, we are advised that the presentation was for information. However, it did not feel like consultation at all. It was as though the recommendation was already been developed and we were simply being informed that it was moving forward. Committee members were never asked what worked well, what challenges we experienced, what improvements we would recommend, whether we believe the merger would strengthen or weaken our ability to serve the community. Meaningful engagement requires more information in advisory committees as proposed change. This requires listening before recommendations are developed. If advisory committees exist to provide expertise and lived experience, then those perspectives should help shape decisions, not simply be told that what those decisions will be. My solution is, instead of merging the committees, maintain both committees as a standalone advisory, continue collaboration where appropriate, hold joint meetings when issues overlap, develop joint recommendations where appropriate, invite cross-committee participation on shared initiatives, work together while remaining independent. This approach preserves dedicated voice for seniors, preserves dedicated voice for diversity, equity,
I'll have
inclusion.
to stop you there, Kristen. You're way over, but you can hold on to those notes because it may come in the questions.
Okay.
But thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for all that perspective as well. Does council have any questions for a presenter? I'm not seeing any, but thank you, Kristen. Blake Lauder. And Blake, just want to say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions after, please.
Maybe less than 5 minutes. I think everyone's covered everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cole's notes.
Okay. I was going to say good afternoon, but instead good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Blake Loader. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on the proposed bylaw governing municipal committees. It's my first time speaking in this type of public forum, so I'm open to critique. Might need it if I ever decide to take one of those council chairs one day. Before I begin, for full disclosure, I'm on both the Communities in Bloom and Rayside committees. With that said, I'm speaking today as a private citizen, not as a representative of either. I support the opinions and critiques of the committees, even if anything I say here might contradict those views. A quick summary of my background. I'm a multidisciplinary designer, one of those disciplines being user experience, UX for short. The role of a UX designer is to develop products that meet user needs. To do this, UX designers take a human-first approach to research through user testing, empathizing with users, and continuously
iterating to effectively design for all. The relevance of this is, with my knowledge as a UX designer, I do not feel the bylaw as presented to council has been thoroughly researched enough to deliver a good product. Issues, or in UX described as pain points, brought forth by administration are legitimate concerns. Government efficiency is important, and the idea of removing redundancy is great, but we must ask if what we're removing is redundancy. Admin's already touched on the structures and mandates of the committees, so I'll skip over to that part. But my understanding is that Rayside's main focus is dealing with policies, programs, activities that promote inclusion, diversity, and equity, addressing the needs of the RMWB's diverse population, whereas the ACOA seems more focused on programs and service delivery specifically to the senior population. I feel the merger. I feel the merger of the committees in this format greatly reduces the representation of the groups currently represented by Rayside, as half the committee becomes senior focused. Although the mandate for this merged committee heavily borrows from Rayside's current mandate, I feel that it will not properly represent the groups of that mandate in a balanced manner. I see Rayside as a product that deals with what UX refers to as edge case issues, which are extreme or specific constraints that, by creating solutions for, improve the experience for all. A recent example of this is Rayside's request to council to amend the fines associated with handicap parking. Protecting those stalls designed to help those with mobility impairments helps anyone of any group with those impairments, including seniors. Even if in our mind we associate those spots with wheelchair users only, as the wheelchair symbol commonly represents those spots. The ACOA and Rayside are complementary and can work together, but complementary doesn't mean same. Peanut butter goes with jelly, but it itself is not a jelly. If I may describe the bylaw as a product, I feel that it needs to go back to the administration to be further iterated upon. In the council report, it's noted that a comprehensive review was undertaken. In UX, one of the most detrimental missteps that can be taken in product development is not getting and reviewing feedback from users. From my experience on the affected committees, members were not consulted during the development of this proposal. As they are the main users of this new product, members of the committee should be consulted, as they are the most important stakeholders to design for. In closing, there is so much more I could speak on, but I am bound by time, and I'm sure other speakers and council members will or have already raised shared concerns. I support improving committee efficiency, however, to make the best product that serves as many as possible, input from the community volunteers that will be using that product as needed. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thanks, Blake. Appreciate your perspectives. Question from council, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great job, Blake, on the presentation. I really appreciate your view and how you brought it. No, you did great. Just one question. What do you believe the purpose of the committees are?
Well, as it's been mentioned a few times, to advise the council on, I guess, public matters that deal with the specific groups that they're representing.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Blake, for your presentation. Good job. You had mentioned that you're on two. You're on Reside and also Communities in Bloom.
Yes, that's correct.
So we're looking at putting Communities in Bloom into beautification. Mm-hmm. So are you of the opinion that's a good collaboration and Reside should stay as a standalone? Am I understanding that?
From my experience and like my view, I do currently feel that the beautification and public art could be together without any major issue.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thanks, Blake.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
KG Benjenko. I didn't see you. I didn't see you hiding over there. I didn't see you hiding over there. It says online.
I asked for the link in case I was gone.
Yep, just as long as you put it back. It's a walk for me. Just your name for the record, KG, and then you have 5 minutes to present, and just stay seated for questions, please.
Hello, my name is Marone KG, or KG Banjoko, and I do not support the merger with Rasad and the Aging Committee on Advisory Committee on Aging. Sundas said a lot of eloquent words that reflect the views of mine and many other speakers in the room. And I'll still name the 3 major concerns I have, but I will mainly expand on 2 of my points. I have 3 major concerns. One is that I'm concerned that this is a response to a more overt move by this province to dehumanize Black and Indigenous people. It's only building on the erasure of this conservative government's, it's building on the moves made by this government to erase Black and Indigenous history from schools, which was 2020's response to valid criticisms of white supremacy. And because they are apathetic to advocacy backed by good data, which we have, they are now actively passing legislation that bars institutions receiving tax dollars from upholding DEI. So it's very critical that we see that diversity is being lost in this merger. Secondly, like Christy said, this happened without any engagement with committees. I'm not even asking for consultation. I'm just asking to know that this was an idea that was cooking around in your heads. They didn't flag it once, even after they identified that Rasad would be potentially merged with the Aging Committee. Thirdly, this will not support better outcomes for our community. In our most recent survey, 55% of survey respondents reported having witnessed or experienced discrimination, harassment, or racism, and with those affected commonly being between 25 and 44 years old, they're Indigenous individuals and women. For background, I started on Rasad in 2020, 2021. Using it as a forum to do good work that address systemic racism. And I've always seen it as a space where the community's concerns about racism, accessibility, and inequities can be aired out, and we work together to develop projects, policies, programs, and advice that is brought up to council to improve our institutions and how they function. The experiences of racialized and disabled people as they move through these spaces, whether they're being employed, accessing services, getting around town, addressing instances of discrimination or prejudice, Rasad is that forum, and it strengthens our interpersonal relationships as a result of public engagement. What I can say about Rasad and what I've seen is that we're a passionate group of people whose interests cover a range of topics, and we're so familiar with the system that we're at a point where we're asking for more. So when they say that we fulfilled our mandate, I don't see that as being true. If our mandate was to establish an anti-racist policy, then that would have been evident in our mandate. But that is not the extent of our mandate. The people on this committee are not ready or willing to accept this merger, and you see that that is very clear. We are concerned about climate change. We are concerned about youth experiencing racism. So thank you for pointing out that there's no one under 18 on Rasad. That's an area of improvement, not merging it with a completely separate committee that is already doing good work. We are not slowing down, like Councillor Kendrick said. We are moving forward full steam ahead. And we are not ready or supportive of Rasad being dissolved. So it's concerning, first of all, that administration views this move as an objective or strategic one that will enable council's strategic goals to be met. Organizing locally in support of BIPOC and QT plus people, it's disheartening that a government administration would misconstrue the context of their decision and misinform us as a result. So what is the context? The Conservative government has been actively passing legislation and making public statements against diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity is not exclusion. Not only are they themselves against the notion of anti-racism, including Indigenous, Black, and other non-European perspectives, they are forcing public institutions receiving our tax dollars to roll back DEI and anti-racism policies. It's called the Peterson Law, which mandates political and ideological neutrality for professional regulatory bodies. This legislation prevents regulators from forcing individuals to undergo diversity training or use identity-based criteria for licensing. In our meeting, administration referenced that Edmonton's done the same thing. They dissolved their women's advocacy group and their anti-racism committee. The public reason? They didn't want engagement to be a checkbox exercise where they only turn to those groups and lose out on meeting with their wider committee. So instead of consulting with the committees that has a connection to those communities, they dissolve that. We're not proposing the same thing in the RMWB. but we are proposing a dilution of Reside's mandate. But Calgary is making different decisions. They're actually strengthening their anti-racism committee by entrenching it further into their official municipal committee structure. In fact, they're choosing to support them with funding per meeting, from $150 to members to $175 given to their chairs. And they're continuing to review their terms of reference and codifying that. So if the impact is subjective, the decision is not objective. The University of Alberta has also made similar decisions to eliminate DEI from their wording. Calgary transitioned its Office of Equity and Inclusion into an Office of Institutional Commitments. So when I see social well-being and I see a removal of diversity and equity and inclusion and a decontextualization of what well-being looks like for people who look like me and experience the world like me in our community, I'm frustrated. When I see the mandate of Reside conflated to be simply something focused on improving the well-being of all, I see that as a misunderstanding of what Reside is and what Reside does. And regardless of your bylaws and what the words say, the people of this community have made these committees what they are. Without the people, you don't have a committee to advise you. So I would be very careful in terms of making the ownership of these committees an exclusive right of council.
I'll have to time you at that, KG. We're 90 seconds over.
Thank y'all.
But thank you. Has council any questions? I'm not seeing any. Is there any final statement you'd like to make, KG, before?
Reside was established in 2006, starting with an internal committee called I Decide. 20 years later, we have one anti-racism policy and bylaw, and administration is telling me that our work is done. And if our work is done, I'm not sure that our council would look the way it does. I'm not sure that the rhetoric online during the election would have looked the way it did. I'm not sure that the presentation Mo made to Reside earlier this year would have had the statistics that it had. So I urge you to reconsider, assuming that you understand the work that Reside does, and listen to us and expand it so that we can meet with groups like with Buffalo Pride and the Multicultural Association to further our work. Because there's things that we've been trying to do for 3 years that we haven't been able to do. And that's because we haven't yet found our groove yet, but we're getting there. Don't cut us off now.
Thanks, KG. I have a question from Councillor Vardy.
Hey, so thank you, Mayor Bowman. You are not able currently to ask to meet with outside organizations. Like if you wanted to meet with Pride, you can't say, administration, can you bring Pride into our next meeting?
I believe we can, and Pride has also requested in the past to present to us.
Okay.
But they couldn't be, I'm not sure of the process of them becoming ad hoc members or how we would move through that.
Yeah, not membership. But if you said, hey, we're looking at an LGBTQ policy, can we bring in Pride to give us some advice? That is currently, we are able to do that.
For sure.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. I want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, KG. Mo's not here. Thank you. Mitchell Bowers. And Mitch, just want to say your name for the record. I don't know who you are, but say your name anyway. And you have 5 minutes to present.
Speak of Pride, and I'm summoned.
Yeah, there you go. And you appear.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mitch. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Mitchell Bowers. I'm the Executive Director of Wood Buffalo Pride, and from 2020 until this past December, I was a member of Reside, serving interchangeably as the Chair and Vice Chair during that time. Many of my colleagues in the nonprofit sector have asked my opinion on this merger and have asked me to speak against it. What I'm going to speak about are the issues with the current structure and provide recommendations to make the committee stronger regardless of what this future structure is. I want to start by highlighting the times where Reside has been its strongest. The first is when we were supported by the CCE, Coalitions Creating Equity. The municipality had a dedicated contractor supporting this project. They were able to dedicate their time to working on community initiatives. The CCE also brought together additional voices to the table, representing both organizations and people with lived experiences as permanent ad hoc members. The funding for the CCE ended in early 2020, and soon after, the ad hoc members stopped coming to the table. The other time I feel Reside was most effective was in late 2020 through 2021, when Council directed the committee to lead the work on researching and addressing racism in the region. I led that working group, and we were provided with dedicated staff support to complete that task. With that support, the committee led engagement sessions and came forward with a number of recommendations for the RMWB to support the community and to improve their own internal issues as well. My experience after that on Reside was consistent frustration with the bureaucracy of the committee. During the tenure, our limited staff support was moved from community services to internal HR, which was a terrible decision and against the committee's mandate, and then back again to community services. Many times during this period, the committee requested to present to council to share a recommendation or to ask for their support. Consistently, we were at the whim of administration. If they supported the ask, we would be allowed to present. If it was something that they didn't understand or thought was too controversial, we would either be denied, delayed, or forced to repackage our presentation to diminish or hide our concerns. In one of these instances, I was told by a director and the former CAO that we couldn't present because they were unsure of how council would feel about the presentation. Additionally, the annual report from the committee is written purely by administration, where they can fluff things up and omit others to make themselves look better. Administration has acted as gatekeepers, controlling the flow of information between the committee and the council who appointed them. Throughout my time on Reside, I consistently heard that we can't direct administration to support us, and every idea that was brought forward needed copious research and benchmarking. Almost always, it felt like every good idea that was brought forward would be put through bureaucratic hoops until it was too late for anything to be done about the issue, or until we were exhausted from advocating and would just give up. That being said, I've also seen the committee spend copious amounts of time on issues that may slip outside of their mandate. Since leaving the committee, I have requested to present to them on an issue concerning Pride, and once again, administration denied my request and tried to delay that and prevent me from doing so. Luckily, because of my experience on the committee, I knew how to navigate the system, but for others, it is inaccessible. For most of my time on Reside, the members of council assigned to the committee did not show up, and if they did, they would not contribute or take anything back to their council colleagues. So I do want to give a shout out to Councillor Lance, who has stepped out, who has not only shown up consistently, but asks engaging question and takes actions back from the committee. I have found that Reside often just serves as a consultation checkbox for the municipality when they're rolling out municipal plans or new bylaws. As the person with the longest tenure on Reside as a public member, I feel the current structure is ineffective and does need to change. From what I've observed, the most successful council-appointed committees are those with strong mandates, dedicated admin support, strong council buy-in and support, and the right voices at the table. In regards to the proposed structure at hand, seniors have always been part of Reside's mandate. Councillor Luana was there as part of the CCE and represented them on Reside at that time, but since CCE disbanded and we no longer had ad hoc members, there's been very few instances where seniors have been well represented there. And because of the existence of the Advisory Committee on Aging, those issues were not a priority for the committee. Though many of my colleagues have spoken against this merger because it will reduce the representation of marginalized groups, to me, the greater concern is whether the current system is effective. Representation is meaningless if the system doesn't work. When it comes to whether or not organizations or individuals are best representation on the committee, I think there needs to be a mix. No individual can speak for the needs of their whole community, and the agencies bring expertise and a broader view of issues, but there are so many individuals in this community that are willing to do the good work and bring fresh and innovative ideas to the table. I would like to provide council with my following recommendations to bring forward to this new committee structure, whatever it looks like. There needs to be more open dialogue between council and the committee, which includes removing administrative interference when it comes to presenting to council, and that the committee reports be written by the committee so that issues can be shared unfiltered and solutions can be found. Next, having strategic planning sessions that include council and committee members to help ensure that they are setting priorities and leave room for emerging issues. Next is ensuring that there's dedicated administrative support to ensure the work moves forward and doesn't stall, even when the issues that are being brought up may be controversial or uncomfortable for them. There needs to be more ad hoc members, including social profit agencies, to ensure more voices are represented, and that there's a formal structural way for issues to be brought forward from the community. And also, as a plug-in for Pride to be included as one of those ad hoc members. To improve the process for individuals and agencies to present to the committee to help reduce red tape and improve collaboration. And finally, to implement a system to measure committee effectiveness with a focus on identifying roadblocks and finding solutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate your presentation. A lot of good points there. And one thing I want to ask you about is when you talk about coming forward with different structure and different makeup of the committee, would that work with a combined committee as was suggested, and then just change the makeup of the committee to make sure it was something that could work? In your experience with Pride, your experience with Reside, you've been a huge advocate in the community. I mean, I talk to you probably more, well, not as much as Guy, but I talk to you as much more than a lot of people about the issues going on. So do you think that's something that's workable there?
I think there is a way for seniors and aging to be combined with Reside, but the proposed structure that's in this current bylaw does not work at all.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Boucher?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yeah, and I agree, Mitchell. It doesn't. And I think, we listened to Sundust talk about culture and the difficulty, maybe speaking out with an elder or senior at the table. You're saying seniors need to be there. And I think the conflicting just speaks to the struggle that we've had as a council trying to find the right way to get information back to us in a way that we can do it. So meet our strategic outcomes. But when you were on Reside, you were the chair, I remember, was there nonprofits then? I was really thrown by what Sundust said because I thought specifically there used to be nonprofits there.
So since I was on there was a bylaw change where the committee membership makeup did change a few years ago, but it was members at large before and after that. When there was agencies represented, that was members of CCE. Okay. And CCE was automatically ad hoc members to Reside.
Right. Yeah, without a vote. Okay. So thank you, Mitchell, and thank you for the robust presentation.
And I don't see any other questions. Thanks, Mitchell. Thanks. Rima Kadri. And Rima, just say your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes to present, and then just remain seated for questions, please.
Thank you. My name is Rima Kadri. Good evening, everyone. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity for me to be here and be able to present. I have been in the community for about 16 years and have different hats for different jobs. I have worked in rehab for 20 years, so I know people with disabilities very well. But that's before coming to Fort McMurray. When I did come to Fort McMurray, I found it very hard to find a place to live. I found it very hard to navigate. My real estate agents didn't think I could drive, although I had a class 2 from Edmonton. So racism definitely exists here. I do feel it. I've seen it. I've experienced it. Raising 3 kids here, that's my #1 job. So although I've worked in different capacities as a translator and working with language barriers, which I think is another big part, just looking at the whole system, I can't see it working. Even if we were just advising and bringing back information, it's just beginning. I did inclusion coach, and I'm thinking it's just starting. We have a lot more work to do. So as a mom in this community, and that's my #1 job, I want to raise my kids in a community where I feel that they are going to be included in venues, that people are going to understand the culture. And I do still feel that sometimes maybe we're not very much understood. Maybe that they will be excluded. And are they safe? With everything that's happening and the raise and everything, it is a concern. I do think that more time and money should be dedicated to Reside. And I do think they should be separate. So that's my 2 cents in it. And like I said, I've done, I know with, I remember Dawn when I did during COVID culture awareness. It's very important. Stuff like this really does tell people how to engage. in a meaningful way, and how we as a community can feel that we all belong together. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks for all the work you do in the community. Does council have any questions? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Hi, Rima. Thanks for the presentation. So there's Reside and there's ACOA. And both groups are supposed to be a mechanism to bring forward community voices for council. So they need to be available for the people who want to bring their concerns forward. If there is a senior from your culture who is struggling to fit in, and they're an older adult, they're a senior, and they have accessibility issues, and they're experiencing a lack of inclusion and discrimination, where do they go? Which committee do they turn to?
I'm going to be honest with you. Even when we get discriminated against, half of us don't even report. When I got discriminated against when I was trying to find a house because I couldn't find rentals here, I did not report it. They probably wouldn't go to anyone because there's no support system, specifically culturally speaking, that culture specific. It's even more intense because they live with the kids, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be, like I said, our work is just beginning.
Which, ACOA deals with when it comes to like how to help with elder abuse. But somebody has an issue that they will report. So I used a bad example in terms of discrimination, but somebody has an issue with inclusion as a new Canadian, and they're older. What committee do they go to? Like, how do we help? How do we help to serve people when we have structures set up that we're sending people all over the place? Like, how do we do that?
I think the seniors committee and the well-being, once they do that connection, they'll be comfortable communicating it to that person. When we start putting too much people into the mix, it really, really gets complicated. And it is true, like someone in my own culture, speaking up to them, or we really have to be careful the way we do things. It is very, very much different. And I was born in Canada, by the way, but it's very different than what I've seen. So, for example, like my dad, I couldn't speak back to him. It was just not culturally accepted. So I would have to kind of go to my uncle to go speak to my dad. There's different ways of doing it. So in terms of how you would deal with a senior within our culture is totally different than the other things.
But these committees exist for us. They exist so we know how to achieve our strategic outcomes. We have the information. So what do we tell a new Canadian that's 73 years old that needs help? What committee do they go to? And I guess maybe that's not a fair question, Rima. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I guess just to understand.
I'm going to tell you this has happened because I also work with MCA. I'm not here on behalf of MCA. Please don't. But I had a lady come into my office and she said, my uncle's a senior and he really wants to move out. We sent her to the Welcome Center. And then that's the Welcome Center. She helps them navigate the systems. So if they're going through things, that's who kind of directs them. And then they started showing up to maybe some of the seniors' activities because, again, it's the integration, but he still had to come with his cousin, his niece, someone to help with the language barrier.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's so much multiple layers. When they come and tell you one thing for you, I just totally think that the seniors is at a totally different level. There's so much with the disability, the anti-racism, the cultures, and different cultures, it's not one culture. It's just a big load to come and kind of try to combine it and do I don't know how that would work. It seems like we're taking a step down than a step up.
Okay, I'll respectfully disagree. I think bringing it together is just going to really help us hear the bigger picture, look at the intersectionality and move forward. But I respect your opinion. I really thank you for coming in. We know you don't represent the MCA. It's okay.
I'm not here
You're here as Rima. It's all good.
Just one of my hats I wear.
Thanks, Rima. Kara Bolton? want to say your name for the record, Kara, and then you have 5 minutes to present. And yeah, even though I just said it, yeah.
Okay. Good evening, or almost good night, Mayor and members of Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kara Bolton, and I'm the General Manager for the YMCA Community Programs. The YMCA has a very long history of providing newcomer settlements and support services in this region, serving thousands of families and individuals each year through a variety range of programs. These services include the coordination of our local immigration partnership, which is a network of organizations committed to working together to enhance the lives of newcomers in the region. We are grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the YMCA of Northern Alberta and the work that we do to support the newcomers through the local immigration partnership. We're here today to share some of our data and our expertise to offer partnership and support to Council and the RMWB to ensure that the newcomer lens is considered in your strategic planning. Earlier this year, we completed our newcomer needs assessment survey. We heard from 263 individuals, and 36 community stakeholders about their experience in settling and participating in the community in Wood Buffalo. This is important because the RMWB's well-being survey stated that they only had 11 respondents that had moved to Canada within the last 10 years. Our expertise in this space allows us to complete a robust survey of newcomers with a strong sample of the community, which points to the need for specialized focus on this particular population to support the issues that they face. I'd like to share some of our findings from our survey. From 2022 to 2025, the LIP research studies discrimination continues to appear as a recurring theme alongside employment, financial, and social integration challenges. The persistence in finding reinforces the importance of anti-discrimination and anti-racism initiatives within our community. The respondents identified racism and discrimination among the top challenges that they have experienced in Wood Buffalo. In your well-being survey, you stated 39.66% reported experiencing racism and 45.47% reported experiencing discrimination. 52% reported difficulty of finding a job, and nearly 10% reported experience of employer biasism and discrimination as a key and barrier to find employment within our survey. 24% reported difficulty in making social connections and feeling welcome in the community, and 27% remained undecided about how long they plan to stay within Wood Buffalo. A sense of belonging and a connection is critical to retention, ensuring those who have moved to Wood Buffalo to stay in a community and contribute to our social infrastructure. Newcomers represent 21% of Wood Buffalo's population, according to the 2021 census, making up a significant portion of our community. The data I've shared points to critical need for support, including representation on key committees and in the strategic planning to ensure that the success of our community as a whole. As service providers working with newcomers and racialized people every day, organizations like ours, and everyone behind me, provide a nuanced view into experiences these communities are living. We are eager to collaborate with you and Council and other newcomer serving agencies to ensure that the newcomer lens is considered in your strategic planning and including the proposed changes to the Committee on Aging and Inclusion and Diversity and Inclusion as referenced in the bylaws. We are concerned that amalgamating specialized committees into one social well-being committee may dilute the voice of newcomers and racialized people and not reflect the needs of the population directly. We would be pleased to work with you and the RMWB to provide diverse voices in community decision-making, support cultural understanding, and create a strong, vibrant Wood Buffalo where everyone can belong. Thank you for your time, and I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kara. Does Council have any questions? Councillor Boussier?
Thanks for the presentation, Kara. So just to be clear, your concern is about diluting voices, so it's about appropriate representation on any committee.
Absolutely. If you choose to combine and amalgamate both the groups, the Aging Seniors group with the Reside, you are going to dilute the voices. With the experience that newcomers are facing within our community and with go on any type of social media right now, girl gang, everything goes. The racism is really high in our community. And I don't know if by combining those two groups with the list that were proposed and the missing, of course, because family not there either.
Yep.
I don't know if you're going to get the full extent to what the newcomers really need in our community and what their experiences are, and really to be able to define and support the hate and racism in our community. I think it's going to be too diluted. I don't know if you have the right expertise at the table, and I think if you choose to pass this and amalgamate that, then you need to do more work on setting up a better system, a better process to ensure that the right people are at the community, the right voices are at the table.
Do you think this is no disrespect to Reside, but do you think we got it right, even with Reside? I'm not, and I don't mean this as any disrespect to our administration, I don't think we have it right anyways. I think it needs to be supplemented by a robust engagement. And when we talk about the social well-being report and committee, I think there's work to do. So I guess my question is, Kara, do you think Reside is representing the newcomers to the extent they need to be? And no disrespect to them. I mean, do you think the structure of it is set up that it represents the 21% of our population?
Well, I think we have work to do. I think Reside has done great work, and I think that they do represent the voices. I think that there's a lot of challenges ensuring getting the right message to our local newcomers, all of our newcomers that are coming in the community. And I think that with the work that they've done, I do think they're just beginning, and I don't think it's done. But there's such a concern by diluting those voices and not having the right expertise at the table. It's just not there. It's not there. And if you're not getting the message as council of what's really happening in the community, then we haven't hit the boat.
So last question, because I know you have unique representation through your position as being both newcomers as well as family. Do you have any capacity if there's some work to be done and administration is off doing work? Do you have any capacity to be part of that process?
Absolutely. I sit on a few community groups already on behalf of the rmwb, and I think there's a lot of groups missing at the table that could be there as well. But if you need us, we would be there to be called upon for sure.
Thank you, Kara.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Kara.
Thank you.
Caitlin? Just want to say your name for the record, Caitlin. And you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please. Light, come on. You know you're close.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, fellow delegates, and members of the public. It's been a minute. Good evening, Mayor and Council, fellow delegates, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Caitlin Downey. I'm here today as a previous Reside member and a longtime advocate for human rights, anti-racism, equity, and inclusion in the region. I'm speaking today as an individual and as a member of the Newcomer Interagency Network, not on behalf of my employer. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed changes to the committee's bylaw. Having been on both the membership side and the administration side of council-appointed committees, I can appreciate the challenges that you're attempting to address with the consolidation of these two committees. However, such major changes to a public advisory body must require engagement, transparency, and clear communication about the path forward. And yet these changes haven't involved the very communities that will be impacted by this decision. Communities should not be left wondering about how their voices will be heard and how equity efforts will progress if these changes are realized. These changes will reduce, not strengthen, the municipality's ability to hear from and respond to equity-deserving communities. My concerns fall into three key areas. So first, representation. Under the proposed committee structure, 4 representatives from senior serving organizations will remain members, and the remaining 6 seats will be given to individual public members and must do the near impossible task of representing all other equity-deserving groups. While currently Reside has 9 members, this merger would diminish that number to 6. So while I agree that intersectionality is critical, the reality is that the ACOA has largely been homogenous. It cannot be everything to everyone with one committee. And so merging these two, I have some real concerns with the ability to maintain representation, even with accounting for intersectionality. Other delegates have spoken to the combined membership of an organization in the case of ACOA and individuals in the case of Reside. This makes the power dynamics on the proposed committee unbalanced. And if you're curious, Luana, I can give you some context on the organizational piece of Reside membership, having been a member of Reside while membership was organizations. Second, the loss of focus on equity and inclusion. The proposed committee would have a much broader mandate that will attempt to address many different priorities. So Reside exists because inclusion requires focused attention. Anti-racism, for example, has been something that has been at the forefront of Reside advisement and yet has not, to my knowledge, ever been a priority for ACOA. So while the purpose may be quite similar, they have different lived experiences, different expertise, and different priorities for advisement to council. Third, a misalignment between the municipality's stated priorities and the support needed to achieve success. The social well-being strategy before council tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, considering the time, identifies inclusion and anti-racism as one of the strategic priorities and specifically identifies Reside as a partner in advancing this work. So I question how that work will be strengthened through the dissolution of Reside. The proposed changes, as KG has already mentioned, do not exist in isolation. The municipality no longer has a dedicated equity and inclusion program manager, nor an internal committee, which has already impacted the depth and coordination of this work. The proposed committee's mandate references several strategic documents, but it does not include the municipality's equity and inclusion plan. It makes no reference to the municipality's commitment to the Canadian Commission for UNESCO's Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. And this commitment drove the creation of Reside and its internal employee committee, IDECIDE, which was disbanded in 2015. If indeed the commitment to CC UNESCO is still being honored, that commitment should be mentioned in this bylaw. Taken together, these changes diminish the ability to address E&I in meaningful ways and send a concerning message to our communities. For these reasons, I have 2 recommendations. First, I strongly recommend that Council maintain a separate Reside and ACOA. I think it's clear from the discussion tonight that it's premature to amend the bylaw in front of us. Administration needs to be given more time to do the proper research and engagement and come back with recommendations. Secondly, I call on the RMWB to renew their commitment to address racism and further equity and inclusion and to move forward with the recommendation that came out of the public provided in December 2020. In order to be effective, Reside needs a strong direction from Council, a renewed commitment from administration support perspective, and clear pathways to provide Council with advisement, as is their mandate. Many of you have said over the years in your speeches that diversity is our region's strength. But it can only be our strength when equity and inclusion are built into our systems and services. This is not simply a social objective, it's imperative. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Caitlin. Does Council have any questions? I'm not seeing any. You did a great job. No questions. Thanks, Caitlin. Mr. Guy Chouette. Choquet. Big feet. Just want to say your name for the record, Guy, and you have 5 minutes to present and remain seated. Little chair.
I know, I feel small here. I'm Guy Choquet, and actually I'm a member of the ACOA, but that's not what I'm here speaking tonight. I'm here speaking as a resident of Wood Buffalo. And I just want to say, when I read the community strategy about a month ago, I saw myself throughout the whole plan. I'm a senior. I'm queer. I'm French. I have traveled medical needs. I have housing needs. So I saw myself represented in the whole plan. And so for me, I think the approach that we're taking of looking at combining the two committees together is kind of a false start. What we should be driving is the plan should be driving the makeup of the committees, because I think that's what council does. You want to have the plan to drive your work, then beef up how that plan gets supported. To me, that's, I think, an important thing. And I've been both a member of RSIDE and a member of ACOA. And I just want to share my experience. I love the time I spent on RSIDE, but I felt it was like a silo, insular group. I never could see how it had an impact externally. And how does the public see the work of RSIDE? I think a lot of things can be listed that were done, but like really what's the impact? And I don't think RSIDE represents necessarily the multicultural communities, because they have work that needs to be done that's beyond just anti-racism and inclusion. They actually need to have work done. So for me, like 30-some% of our residents are non-European descent. Like, to me, there should be the same level of support throughout the whole municipality, not just in one little committee on its own. ACOA, the same thing I've experienced with ACOA. And I know a lot of my seniors, they're against the merger because they feel they're going to lose their voice. But let me just give you an example. Medical transport is a priority of ACOA. It's been supposedly a priority for 2 years. Nothing has come to the table yet. Not a thing. So in my outreach to other parts of the community, I'm a member of the Addictions and Mental Health neighborhood community. I'm a member of various other communities, and I've started doing a survey about medical transport. Guess what? It's not a seniors issue. It covers all populations. So the fact that we have it stuck in the seniors as a priority and nothing happens to it means all of the rest of the region doesn't have any impact. The other thing that really impacted me when I read the strategy is the diversity of our residents, but also if you look at the inequities in our rural communities or indigenous communities, the health gaps are incredible. What work are we doing in the municipality to address those? I don't see anything. So to me, it's in the strategy. The strategy should be informing the makeup of the committee and the work of the committee. And I think, on a practical basis, if this committee is going to be implemented in January, maybe it's from now till January to ensure that RSIDE and ACOA, that their issues are integrated into the plan or addressed into the plan or some solutions. But I just think I don't exactly agree with the makeup of the committee as presented. Like even the seniors agencies it's not fully representative. There really needs to be work overdone. So I guess I'm just going to be different than everybody else, like I usually am. And I like the other part for me, it's the whole vision of the municipality, your whole strategic direction. And I think that plan and how you implement it, you need to, as councillors, be more involved. The advocacy work that you need to be doing, it's going to empower you. But right now, I feel like it's these two committees that are meeting on their own, and yeah, they do all good work, and there's great conversation, but what's the impact of it? Like, I know RSIDE are going to kill me for saying that because they're so, the seniors too, but I really feel that. So that's what I want to share. I really, for me, the whole premise is the wrong premise of amalgamating two committees. We need to look at the future and how we're going to build a future and improve and invest into improving the community that we, and I could be living in Calgary. You guys that went to Stampede, you know how that city is like during Stampede, but I chose to retire here. I chose to retire here because of the diversity and the commitment to truth and reconciliation. And that's why I want this to work, because it's my community now.
Thank you, Guy. Really appreciate that. A different perspective. And you all usually have a different perspective. Thank you. Does council have any questions? I'm not saying anything. Thank you.
Okay.
Just Shannon. And Shannon Rex. And Shannon, I just want to say your name for the record. And you have 5 minutes to present, and just remain seated for questions, please.
Goodness. Before I begin, I did send in a graphic or a very rough framework to Legislative Services, and I was directed to make a request to see if that could be shown to support my delegation.
If council has no concerns, we can put that up.
Brilliant. Whatever I don't have to touch this technology, I am absolutely in favor. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wonderful. So, score. For the record, my name is Shannon Rex. I'm the Executive Director of Fuse Social, and I'm very pleased to be speaking with you tonight, so thank you so much for the opportunity. I am generally in favor of the bylaw as proposed, but I'm here to speak to one specific component, the proposed formation of the Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee. Over the past several days, I have had many conversations with social profit leaders and community partners about this proposal. A common concern has emerged, whether merging the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity with the Advisory Committee on Aging could weaken the voice of the vulnerable and equity-deserving populations those committees were created to serve. I believe that concern is both genuine and valid. As others have mentioned, 6 public at-large seats cannot mathematically or practically represent 9 equity-deserving populations at the same time. As I was reviewing the proposed bylaw and in conversations with other folks within our social profit sector, a strategic opportunity presented itself to me, and I would like to offer council an alternate perspective. Perhaps the question is not simply whether 2 committees should become one. Perhaps the question is, how could this committee coexist with the community network ecosystem the social profit sector, in part through the Tomorrow Project, is actively building? An 11-member advisory committee was never designed to carry the full weight of representation for the many diverse populations that make up our region, but that depth of engagement does kind of exist within community and our social profit sector. Across Wood Buffalo, there are several interagency tables, collaboratives, and leadership networks. Some are connected to the Tomorrow Project as chaired by Fuse Social, some are stewarded by other social profit organizations and community partners. Together, they bring together community expertise, lived experience, and sector knowledge from across the region. These existing committees, which you'll see kind of here in the green boxes, engage dozens of local social profit leaders whose organizations collectively serve many of the diverse populations across Wood Buffalo, providing broad community representation and insight into emerging needs, opportunities, and challenges. When Fuse Social launched the Tomorrow Project, the vision was to strengthen how we work together as a sector, to build alignment among sector partners and champion collective action. That being said, our recommendation, perhaps let this new committee be the conduit and not the container for representation. Let community tables that already exist continue to provide engagement, expertise, lived experience, and representation. Let tables like the Executive Director Roundtable help connect those conversations, identifying intersections across issues and populations for a holistic picture of community well-being. And let the Social Wellbeing Committee become the place where that knowledge is synthesized and elevated into advice for council. What you see on a screen is a very first draft of what that connection could look like. Liaison relationships between community tables and the committee, a standing mechanism for community priorities and emerging issues to flow into municipal discussions, recruitment pathways that connect committee membership to existing community networks, and a shared evidence base in the data spine along the side that allows both the sector and the municipality to work from the same facts. I stress that this is not a finished model. It is definitely a starting point. The proposed framework began through conversations at last week's Executive Director Roundtable, was further developed alongside our partners at the Wood Buffalo Community Foundation and United Way Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, but its strongest version will be the one that's shaped collaboratively by the RMWB, social profit leaders, and community members. I see this as a rare moment of alignment. You have the municipality actively restructuring its advisory system, an administration open to innovation and collaboration, and a community sector already building the networks needed to support stronger engagement and representation. I would like to propose that if implementation moves forward, we work together to fully develop this framework so that when the new committee begins its work, its connection to community is already strong, intentional, and embedded. If we get that right, this becomes much more than a committee merger. It becomes an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and the social profit sector, and a model for how community knowledge, lived experience, and municipal governance can work together to improve outcomes for residents. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shannon. Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Shannon. Did you have any conversations with Janelle and Tony about this?
Yes, I did reach out to a handful of community partners and had a brief conversation with them as well.
Can you tell me if you have their, I mean, I'm staring at Janelle, but mine was
initial conversations with community partners, including Janelle, was supportive of this direction and open to further exploring what this could look like.
Okay, and what about, so you're going to have the youth in there, the child and family, I mean.
And there could be other, yeah, so there, within this community layer, we framed it out with a handful of existing subsector collaborative tables. The senior subsector collaborative that Few Social chairs as part of the Tomorrow Project, a child and youth table, the poverty reduction network that had its first kind of resurgence meeting the other week, which is co-chaired by United Way and the Food Bank, the Executive Director Roundtable, and then we have Social Profit Interagency, but this could be another community collaborative as well.
And this, what, you brought this to the ED Roundtable? Like EDs have...
I circulated it with executive directors between yesterday and today.
Okay.
And I have not heard back from everybody. It was a very quick turnaround, but we did get a handful of core supporters that responded and said they were on board with this direction and would support it.
So you've listened to a lot of presentations tonight and heard, like our goal is to create a mechanism where we're getting information back to us that is more inclusive and helps us drive. And right now it's fragmented for us and challenging. And we would like that in place by January. You have the resources to do, if Christopher.
I've got Christopher. Yeah. We have to figure that out.
You have the resources to work with the municipality, work with Janelle and Tony and whatever team and bring this back for January?
Yeah, I'm happy to, Few Social's happy to support that work and work with Janelle and whomever else from the municipality, but also with other sector leaders for sure.
Okay, I love this. You agree then that the representation that we have is problematic as outlined? There's some significant gaps, or I shouldn't say problematic. There's significant gaps. Would you agree?
I would agree. And I would say that looking at, the community layer here, and you had made the note about child and youth, there are tables that are missing and that don't currently have a specific pathway to advise council. And so I think this could be a path forward to making sure that those tables have that channel forward in a way that's valuable. I'm
very grateful for this, Shannon. I think we've sat around here tonight and I've heard from lots of people from our side, and it's bothersome to me that people feel their voice doesn't matter or their voice is going to be diluted, because what we're actually trying to achieve is the exact opposite. And you heard from Guy, like, it's not working for us, like, as it stands. So I love this. I don't know what we do, but I would encourage everybody to let's give this a try and look at the new committee structure and give them the chance. And if it's not done right by January, like, no harm, no foul. Like, we're no further behind at that point. We're just where we are. So I don't know what needs to happen in that regard, Jade, if or we talk about it or whatever the case may be. And sorry to potentially blow up your motion or your presentation, but I think it's clear we need to try something else.
On the flip side, if we didn't hear about the merger, this wouldn't have come to light. So I think, hopefully,
a
good opportunity for everybody.
It's really comprehensive and it's very thoughtful. I'm happy to. Janelle's smiling, so could you nod yes or like, okay, she's just smiling. I don't know if that means Shannon's full of it or you actually support it.
It could be either or.
Well, that's fair too.
I just want to stress that I don't sit on Reside. I haven't sat on Reside, so I don't want to diminish like the lived experience of folks that are speaking to that. But I do. My hope is that this framework could be a valuable mechanism moving forward to strengthen our own tables at a sector level. We've got work to do to make sure that those tables remain strong, but then also strengthening that relationship, reciprocal relationship with the Council Advisory Committee.
And I won't get into the minutia, but would you, as Fuse, be prepared to potentially sit at the table sit on the committee as well?
Selfishly, I would love to sit at the committee table as, either I do like some collaborative work for executive director roundtable. I think it's important that there are other representatives from specific subsectors
100%.
that are represented there as well.
Can you just, for everybody, how many agencies attend ED roundtable approximately, and how many you represent throughout the various Tomorrow projects, because I know there's other subsectors doing it, ED roundtable, all of those things, how many do you represent?
Over the span of a year across all of those different tables, about 30 unique organizations.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you for working on this so quickly.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Does Council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Shannon. Just for the record, I also did receive an opposition. Funky Benjoko did send me a letter also in opposition. I don't know if anybody else got everybody. Okay, perfect. Before we go to reading the second motion, I just want to say, just what we're dealing with here, I think, is almost a good problem. We have so many great people that are here that are on so many committees that do so much for the community. And I know as a council, when we, pick people beyond each committee, these are the people that are here that are on, your names are on those lists that we're trying to put into where. And half the time you apply for 4 or 5 different committees. So we're trying to make sure we get you on those committees to do the best work. So I want to thank you guys that are here tonight and that spoke on everything you guys do for the community. So thank you for that. With that, can I have someone make the motion for the second reading for bylaw number 26/019? Councillor Cardinal?
Okay. Hold on. Oh, here it is.
Still on page 13.
Second reading?
13, okay.
Page 13.
13. I'm on page 13. No, yeah, I am.
Up top.
I move that bylaw number 26-019, being the committee's bylaw, be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Thank you for a second, Councillor Boussier. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. First, thank you to everyone who presented. Incredibly, incredibly valuable, everything that you had to say. I will go first to I love what Shannon Fuse Social has presented. I think that it's fantastic when we look at the Social Wellbeing Committee. However, I don't feel that the work of Reside should be combined into the Social Wellbeing Committee. I do think that it's separate. And I do want to say, coming into this meeting, I was fully wanting to see the committees combined. And the comments today are just, that's the whole reason why we need Reside, is we need to expand the experiences and knowledge outside of our own. So again, I want to say thank you. I think some of the comments coming from my council colleagues we're looking at this equally, right? We see the issues of the senior population, we see equality issues, and we see them equally, and we want to provide all the same. But with the conversation we're not having is equity, and equity is different than equality. Right? So not everyone is starting from the same place, and I don't think that it's the right time for us to take reside away. I think continuing to work towards a spot where we can say everyone is equal and it's time for us to come together. I want to second the comments by KG. Just remembering my PR training, there's been a lot of movements from different levels of government to really silence inclusion, equity, especially within our queer and colored community. And we need to be very intentional with the timing that we do things. And I don't think that this is the right time. So I really encourage my council colleagues to keep reside the way that it is, and for us to combine the other committees, and for us to look at the social well-being committee that Shannon has brought forward, but have a caveat that reside is not a part of it. I hope that made sense because it was very long-winded. Thank you.
Did you have an amendment, or? Oh, I think somebody does.
Do I have an amendment?
I think Kendrick does, actually, just said. Go ahead. Councilor Brandt?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if we're continuing this tomorrow or if we're finishing this tonight.
This will finish tonight, this item.
Okay, so I did receive an email from the chair of the Public Art Committee. I wonder if now's the appropriate time to read it, or I don't know when.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
It's from Jana McMillan. I'll skip the first part because it's more personal, but she wanted to acknowledge the fact that she understands merging these two helps to alleviate quorum and recruitment, and want to reiterate that my reservations do not come from misunderstanding of intention. That being said, the logistics of merging these two committees in practice leaves much to be desired. Two main purposes of municipal committees are to advise council and engage the public. These two committees are some of the highest front-facing committees with a profound amount of volunteerism required to achieve what is laid out before them. Some examples include, but are not limited to, a previous chair spending multiple days personally surveying the condition of every graphic wrap in Fort McMurray, identifying the ones most in need of repair. Multiple selection panels scheduled outside of committee hours since they simultaneously engage other members of the public. Programming and mentorship rollouts, including quarterly gallery openings to the Jubilee Art Gallery and annual programs such as the Street Banner Program. Thoughtful engagement with rural communities, including the most recent mural mentorship programs in Janvier and Conklin that board members assisted in. Festival programming volunteerism, including Ignite and Art for Social Change, to name a few. Communities in Bloom also seasonally host programs like Nominate Your Neighbor, which I have personally witnessed taking up weeks in the summer and winter to roll out, hours into days aiding and filling the annual seed packets, and we are currently operating at a maximum of 14 volunteers, each recruited from their interest in public art and horticultural respectively. This merger would combine and limit this number to around 4 each, undercutting the momentum and passion having a like-minded group working towards the same goal provides. These committees currently do good work as designed, and we would like that to continue. Jana McMillan.
Thanks, Councilor Brandt. Councilor Cardinal?
Do I read my amendment now?
You sure?
All right. Good? Okay. I have an amendment to the bylaw. I, Councilor Kendra Cardinal, move that the bylaw number 26-019 be amended to remove Appendix A, Wood Buffalo Social Wellbeing Committee, and that administration be directed to bring forward an amendment to the bylaw number 26-019 to include the Regional Advisory Committee on Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity and the Advisory Committee on Aging.
Do we have a second for that? We just need a second for Councillor Cardinal's amendment first.
Sorry.
Disappeared.
Yeah, the friendly amendment subject to.
No one seconded Councillor Cardinal's amendment. So
seconded.
Okay, so it's seconded. And now you have friendly amendment, Councillor Scott?
Do I get to speak to it first?
He has an amendment, so he can give you that, then you can speak to it. See if you accept his friendly amendment.
Yeah,
I'm just curious if council understands what I'm.
Yeah, he's. Once he asks this, then you can explain it. 'Cause it's, go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor.
and I think this might even clarify it. I believe you want it to stand as a standalone committee.
Both of them, yes.
Recede in
Reside.
particular.
Reside, whatever.
Reside, sorry. So I would just say as a standalone committee at the end, just to bring it clarification or confirm.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's all I'm suggesting.
Yes, to have standalone committees. Okay. I think I spoke a little bit off the start there, but obviously we've had a few delegates that were in opposition of the bylaw change. So I really wanted to say, I'm grateful for the speakers tonight and being and hearing from some of the the community members of different nationalities. I'm optimistic that I can get the support from council in moving these committee bylaw ahead, and I would like your support on it. And I feel that in order for us to be cognizant of the support that came here tonight as a group with the Reside group and all the others that spoke tonight, and see the passion that they have together and trying to move some of the things that they want forward, and to be recognized as a people that have a lot of concerns and want to be free-spirited and be supported in this community. And we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion in a lot of our campaign promises and stuff that we've campaigned on. I think that we need to listen to the public and listen to them. And, there's a few of them that showed up here tonight, and I'm sure that there's a lot listening and a lot standing behind them as well. And I think if we want to have the support from this region and not only this, I guess in part with Alberta, and let Alberta know that we're standing behind them from Fort McMurray. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I honestly don't know if that's the best, route to take. Just hear from everybody. What I'm hearing is what we have right now is not working. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that voices aren't getting out. There's not getting changes not being made. I understand when you look at the makeup of what it looks like right now, it obviously doesn't look like it works. But when I hear from different people that come up and spoke today, what I heard is what we're doing now is not working. It's not making change. There's, as Mitchell said, the things aren't getting out to the public. There's no action being done. So if they're council advisory committees, we need to be advised to make those changes. And we worked on the anti-racism bylaw, and that was honestly the last thing I think we actually worked on. Is that accurate, Sundust? That was the last thing we really worked on, was that bylaw. So I don't know if the merging or not merging, doing what we've always done, expecting a different result, is not going to get us there. So I think we need to look at a different way of looking at it to get some results. Because right now, what I heard from everybody was basically that there's the changes they want to see aren't being made. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that, but I'll listen to my colleagues.
I just wanted to say something on that, Mayor. Is it not working, or are we just not listening? Right?
Oh, it's not working. Councillor Boucher?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm hearing, well, Mitchell loud and clear, but other people saying the committee's not working, the structure's not. I'm just really concerned that we don't have, and I don't think the proposed setup for the committee is right either. I don't think we have proper representation either on Reside or on the new proposed committee. I like Shannon's proposal to give it a try, because if she's going to have something proposed back to us by January, this doesn't change the committees at this point. Like, nothing we do, the committees are staying until January, so we haven't dismantled anything if we allow Shannon and the administration to go off and see what they come up with and propose this. But either way, like we're hearing, Reside's not working, and Guy is saying ACOA is not really working. So I agree with you, Mayor Bowman, that we haven't found the answer yet. And for me, I'm prepared to let fuse with administration and key sector players, and in combination with members of the committees that exist now, come back with something and try, because I just don't think this is working. And thanks, Jade, for bringing this, because I don't know that we would have known it wasn't working.
No, I agree. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. With the current amendments, I think if we were to run with Shannon's idea of the makeup of the committee, that the seniors collaborative would be represented here. And I just want to make another comment about, I do think that Reside has its own place, and I don't think that it's within social well-being committee. Again, not because of equity, not equality. We're all, the conversation that we're having is that we're assuming the issues of the senior population and the issues of our queer population, the issues of our immigrants are all the same, and they're all equal, and they're not. So if we move forward with this and we say everything is equal, then we're not showing equity. So my recommendation is that we keep Reside the way that it is. ACOA becomes a part of this Wood Buffalo Wellbeing Committee, as shown by Shannon. I do think that we need to have a set aside that is Reside, and not keep it within the social well-being. I don't think this is the right time. I don't think this is the right time to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Cardinal?
I forgot what I was going to say there. I just heard from quite a bit of you that you just didn't want Reside to be amalgamated with the ACOA, right? And that's what I'm speaking on right now, is that they don't want that. So do we vote on this? Do we move this forward? They don't want to be amalgamated with ACOA. So that's my motion, my amendment that I brought forward. So let's vote on it, and if we have to do something else, let's do it. We got a lot of time.
Councillor Boucher?
Never mind. I'm confused. So we're
So
are we
right
not
now
going to
we're-
discuss, like, if we're doing that, we're not going to discuss the letter tie read? Like, we're just going to gloss over someone else's concern?
Oh, somebody can make another motion. Or
Pardon me?
right now we're just debating Kendrick's motion to keep ACOA and Reside separate. Now that doesn't mean we can't keep them separate, but and again change the makeup of those two. Like, we haven't decided. We haven't.
Then that needs to be an
Right.
amendment,
We haven't decided that. So
yeah, like, I can't support the way it is, but can we make an amendment on the amendment then?
Or we can defeat this amendment and make a new amendment.
Okay.
you can make another amendment, and if he likes that one, he can what?
Tired.
Just 1 second, Kendrick. You can bring up your amendment, and he could withdraw his amendment. If he likes your amendment, then we can vote on your amendment.
Yeah.
That's a
he's saying
process.
no. It doesn't matter what Kendrick, it doesn't matter what you say. Sometimes he's just going to be no.
Yep. Right after Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen?
Well, it's been a really interesting couple hours, and I think I'm concerned that we're going to rush into something tonight. I almost want to move to adjourn till tomorrow at 5 to actually debate this properly. I always said that that the social profit sector was the backbone of this community, along with our business sector. But really, our social well-being. If we're going to form a social well-being committee, it makes a lot of sense to me to involve Few Social in our social profit sector. But we just don't know how that's going to look right now. So to just put a motion forward to I'm good with keeping Recede as its own independent agency. I would like to take another review as to what the makeup of that committee looks like, and the mandate as well, as to how we can improve that and make it so that it does have a bigger impact. And I agree with Councillor Vardy that maybe the advisory council on aging, we could bring them forward with the social well-being committee. I think there's a lot of work that can be done here. I'm just not sure that we're going to effectively debate it tonight. I would really like to look at this some more. It's a shame that we didn't see this until almost 11 o'clock. So, but I thank you for the work that you put into it at short notice as well. It's given me a lot of thought here. The members of Recede have given me much to think about as well. How can we make it an organization that is going to have a bigger impact, though? And I think that's what we're all trying to achieve here, is to how can we make it work? I think you guys are doing great work, but how will we get that out there and make it part of the well-being of this community? So, if I may, Your Worship, I'd probably suggest that that I move to adjourn until tomorrow to debate this properly.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Do you have any comments, Councillor Cardinal? No? Okay, so with that, I do agree with Councillor. You turned it off. Okay, go ahead.
You didn't turn me on. Okay. I think that we need to just come back with the whole thing again. I'm for adjourning, but I think coming back with all the discussions tonight and redo the whole thing.
If council's okay with, we can adjourn and come back to this point we're at right now, which is with the debate on Councillor Cardinal's motion, because it is 11:30 at night and no decisions are made after 11:30 at night, in my opinion. Yeah, so right now we'll reconvene at 5 p.m. tomorrow.
I second.
You don't need a second. No, I'm waiting for the TV to turn off.